Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The path to VCT Champions is more real and closer than ever, and Challengers North America's race to the top is well underway. The winner of this stage goes directly to VCT America's Stage 2 play-ins, but over the course of the season, teams have been earning points based on performance, and the top scorer gets their own shot at champs in the Americas LCQ. Let's talk about how each team in North America this stage is prepared for their shot at VCT, and what it'll take for them to get it. After 2 stages of play, 2 teams are deadlocked at the top at a staggering 115 points, which means that even if one of those teams win, that 115 plus whatever Stage 3 points are earned is the score to beat. M80 are fresh off a Stage 2 championship, and they still look clean entering this stage as heavy favorites, as are the now 2-time runners-up Shopify Rebellion Black, who like M80 have not changed a thing on their roster coming into this stage. The potential and spirits remain high. With a 25-point gap over everyone below them, M80 and Shopify are such standouts that even getting third this stage would guarantee them the points to make it to the play-in. Because of that, for the other 14 contenders in North America this stage, just about the only option is to win it all. Well, QOR does have some experience in that department as the Stage 1 champions of this season, though only 3 players who were on that squad remain. With Note being picked up by Cloud9, QOR have once again made changes this stage, bringing in Infiltrator, who got some VCT time in as a stand-in for Crew earlier this year in Kickoff, and re-signed Alexis from Shopify Rebellion Gold as a 6th. At 90 points, QOR has the best shot at making it into the top 2, but it's still a long one, needing top 8 just to beat M80 and SRB's current score. And if M80 and Shopify were to reach top 8 like they've done both previous stages, QOR would need to get third just to beat that. So even from here, it's a pretty clear-cut race for that top spot in Stage 3. Following close on the scoreboard is FlyQuest, who have placed 4th in both stages in entertaining fashion. Net has migrated from NRGA Academy to help these young guns, with Leo moving to the 6th. It's a valiant attempt at reaching new heights that this team has been on the verge of reaching all season, but in this final stage, the time has come to step up. With lesser stakes, but the 5th best season of the region, Evil Geniuses Academy continue to play both benchmark and bully on the battlefield. After Zerona, Pancakes, and Coach Faded's promotions, EGA have brought in some big-brained aimers in Recoil and Darkest, and the recently returned to coaching Data. The goal remains the same for EGA this stage: continue to foster these amazing players to help rocket the EG machine to new heights, which, as we've seen before, can lead to greatness. Back to the race for champions, with SAD sitting at 60 points. After falling slightly behind in the previous stage, the team has brought in new coaching staff and also replaced Stellar with Vita as a last-ditch effort to try to match the new pace and power of VCL. The run that YFP went on in Stage 2 was both a blessing and a curse, as it put a lot of eyes on some really amazing players. But those eyes are attached to bodies that also have hands that snatch those players up. With Jack on Cloud9, Vita on SAD, and Darkest on EGA, YFP had to radically rebuild around Zip and Stallion. And yet, once again, the scouting work done by this team has been miraculous. They pounced on Muddy, who evolved as a duelist-turned-controller last stage on ADG, ranked Demon Devi, and even dug up old veteran aim god Alexander, who was on YFP all the way back in 2023. As always with YFP, you have every reason to be excited about this roster. Watching them play this stage should be a real treat. With Muddy and Recoil jumping ship from Azure Dragon, the team decided to radically shift gears, with Mikey now leading a group of familiar fraggers. Vic descends from Cloud9 to play in a more accommodating Tier 2 system, and Ion and Fluorescent both make their return to pro play. Cold take, this team is terrifying, full of talent, experience, and prestige. The only thing missing is points, so Azure Dragon's predictably good run this stage has to be legendary. Tying them at the 8th spot in points is NRG Academy, who like EGA are sitting back and watching their farm team grow. Now with ranked wonderkind Hayode coming in for Net, the team has found another way to put a lot of eyes on these collegiate superstars. Division 1 only have 1 stage under their belt, but coming 3rd in it puts them in the top 10 for points this season. With Mikey gone, the team has found new vintage leadership in none other than Dapper, who I'm confident will continue to make sure that this team does well. Without the surprise factor, but now with Coach Style, D1 will once again need to find new life in order to take it all the way. After defending their spot in relegation this past stage, Team Evictix have overhauled their roster, bringing in Raccoon to lead ex-Blue Otter players 299 and Fair, and Tier 2.5 Big Fish Ray Undaunted. This team is essentially completely different coming into the final stage of the season, which is the kind of gamble that just may pay off. Changing absolutely nothing, however, is Pigeons, who are now the only team to not make a single roster change across the entire season of North America. It's what's made them a really solid litmus test for North American challengers, separating the consistent from the struggling. I expect they'll knock that out of the park once again this stage. Much like QOR, Nightblood Gaming have once again been poached in the offseason, leading them to more drastically change course in the home stretch. With Stellar, Stunna, and Tuzi joining Son of Kara and Zeke, and Monsi and Practo moving to the coaching roles, this team hopes to find a new identity that was previously gripped by a super super strong core. Alliance Guardians were the ones to snatch up T-Dog and Slammed, and they grabbed Urine while they were at it. Now the team's got hella brains. In order to make their dreams a reality, the Bronze gotta match it. Rose has now defended their spot in both relegations, and with more time together as a roster, the hiccups are beginning to lessen. They may prove to be a healthy heat check in Stage 3. And finally, there's our premier invite, Dynamo, who immediately had to change their roster pretty drastically, with Stunna moving house and Amax having the unique problem of being too young to play in Challengers. But rest assured, this whole squad knows ball, and with this being everyone's first shot at Tier 2, they will do everything in their power to make the most of it. Alright, you get all that? Because it's time to see who among these 16 teams can earn their invitation to VCT Stage 2 playoffs. It's time to find the future of North American Valorant. It's time for Stage 3.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
To get away with a free first blood that has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now VALORANT taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him. Seeing this, but if he only has one lineup to check, there's no telling. You can feel it happening, right? You can feel it happening. Sander is certain. Be the tip of the spear. You haul Calamity the touchdown. I love the full angle. He does it again from behind Envy.
Well, happy Tuesday, everyone. Welcome to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Vansili and Roy on the desk. And if you're joining us for the first time in Challengers, welcome. Take a seat, get comfortable, grab a snack, grab some water. There's your Jersey accent you wanted, Roy. Water. Is that what you were looking for?
No, I was actually strapping in with my seatbelt.
Safety first here at Challengers League North America. But this is our second day. Roy, we've been here since, which means we had a day before this.
Monday.
But the games.
Why am I stuck between these two? Why is it you guys today? Get me out of here.
I mean, I'll go to you, Roy. The games we had yesterday, I think, were kind of indicative of what Challengers is. The people stepping up to the plate, kind of new, I don't want to say rivalries, but new storylines being formed, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the spirit of VCL, right? Is we get to discover players, we get to see players that we are already familiar with, trying to reclaim glory. Like, there's just so much happening. It really is the Valorant salad in here, and it's honestly so much fun. But yesterday's matches were definitely something. They were chaotic, they were fun, they were crazy, and they were very high octane gameplay. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that today. So I'm excited.
I agree with that one as well, because as much as some teams are currently stressing out at the tier 1 level and they're poaching players left and right from tier 2, well, tier 2 teams into Challengers right now have to figure out the same thing. Like, who's going to be the next little mixture that's going to allow for them to get to the play-ins here at the end of the year? And now, when you can't really look into, like, you know, Premier all the time, you have to look into within each other as well, from org to org. So then everything just kind of scrambles up, and then everybody's hoping right now, since it's pretty much the last chance so far, to think that they have the winning solution and the formula to be able to make it to the play-ins now.
I think that's a very good point, Vans, because if you are just joining us or you're not sure, we have lost. So many players have joined Tier 1 from NA this year, just from our league itself. And so that is incredible for them. It's exactly what Challengers is for. We love them. We are so proud of them. But also at the same time, you have to look at the other side of the coin, Roy, and see how many teams we are looking at in the Swiss bracket who have been affected by those like really quick roster changes. Like, I'm thinking of EG right now, right? Oh, yeah. Who had to literally house was cleaned and then they had to go back and fix it.
I mean, I think Tenrik said it in like the pre-show video where he was talking about, I think only Pigeons were the only roster that hasn't made changes, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I mean, there's so many changes. It's pretty wild, but I mean, yeah, it's fun. And I also would like to give a reminder that this is the third split, and this is pretty much the final chance for any of these teams to actually have a shot at play-ins. So for the teams that aren't up in points like SRB or M80, There really is
win.
only one way out. It's winning. Exactly.
Exactly. Well, friends, we have a cool a cool day for us today because we are looking at round 3, 2-2-0. Why don't you look at that very, very, very top first game? That is SAD versus NRG Academy. Remember, SAD stands for Supply and Command Esports. Fun fact, you know that, Roy?
I actually did know that. Yes, that is the one fun fact I do know.
Wait, actually, I did know that. So why is it a bear with a pirate eye?
Because
He's
that's
sad.
how sometimes the life makes us feel. You know, it's emblematic of everything. But
Makes me feel like a defeated bear pirate.
True arc, matey. I'm gonna go to you for this, Vans. I think, you know, coming in at Energy Academy, you know, they lost Net, like they lost who went to FlyQuest, like they had so many, like a lot of hopes were pinned on them in the beginning of last stage. They kind of fell short and now have kind of reinvigorated themselves with Hayode, which we'll be talking about later. But SAD Esports at the same point, on the same side of the coin, excuse me, are kind of dealing with the same sort of kind of evolution, if you will.
Correct. Yeah, I agree with you. With to touch a little bit about both of them, focusing more on SAD here, I agree with you. With Net going in here to FlyQuest at the beginning of this stage, I think it's also one of those, like, feels to me, if I'm looking at it from the outside in, is somebody like Net is like, I might have a chance right now to IGL, a very young, hungry team with a lot of firepower, and that will probably be my best bet potentially to move forward and get into the play-ins, unless something really happened within Energy Academy and they had to restructure things at the same time as well, right? Because for Energy Academy, they haven't had the best results, and I talked about it last time we were on the desk. They had a lot of role issues.
Yes.
But for SAD Esports themselves, let's focus and dive into this team. First off, is I think Vita most recently joining here onto SAD Esports after Stellar went over to NBG. That also shakes up the roster a little bit as well in terms of synergy and whatnot. And that's what I was talking about. Will the puzzles fit this time around? Because now somebody else has to step up to the plate and be the IGL. That's going to be Welly. Welly last year for me, or the last stage for me, was the type of person that was going to be like, hey, I'm the clutcher that's going to be owning, like closing out rounds for us. But now that he's going to be focused a lot on that mini map, you're going to ask for a lot of the rest around, a lot of the people around him to step up into those moments so that SAD Esports continues to be a dominant team here, Roy.
Yeah, and I think it's it's like such a natural evolution for Welly to step into the IGL, because I mean his intelligence just shines through his gameplay. Like you can tell he's a very like a cerebral player. It makes sense for why he's stepping up to it. But you know, there's always one roster in every split that is like my dark horse team. I think for me this season, this split, it's SAD Esports. I mean, this roster is just so slept on. Vita is such a good duelist. He's been on my list of upcoming duelist players. We got Paint flexing back into like the Raze / like Phoenix style, which I think suits him the best. And it kind of makes sense. He was playing the KO as well recently, so the transition to Phoenix makes so much sense for him. And then he also has a lot of util to work with Phoenix, and he can be very vocal. And then you have Pain, who's been such a consistent performer for this roster. And of course, Zaj, who's recently been, I mean, he's proven himself in VCL so fast. He was a hot topic on the streets. He's shown it in the server, and this team is very exciting.
So that's why it's a bear with the next, because they're the sleeper picks, so the bear's just sleeping, waiting to wake up and upset everybody. And why the whole roster?
That has to be it.
Exactly, and when the whole roster is also wearing black t-shirts because they're the dark horse, so you gotta camouflage yourself and sneak through all these games,
we
right?
got Shakespeare in here with us.
I just know the SAD Esports owner who watches these games on stream every single time is muting us right now. But let's talk about Zaj.
No, he loves
here.
it, bro.
I think you hit on this, Roy. So I'm gonna go back to you for this. If you were to look at his stats, you look at VLR, you would see him at the bottom every single time. That's just what it is. But when you watch him, you watch his games, like you are saying, the stats do not tell the full story of Zaj.
Okay, I mean, first of all, I think these stats are doing him dirty because the sample size is really, really small. Okay, so we cannot judge him for it. But if you look at his last split stats, dude, he was one of the top performing players in the league. Like he's so insane. He is mechanically very, very strong. He's flexed into so many different roles, and it kind of makes sense. Like he's transitioning roles, and these things take time, guys. Like it's not easy to go from a very instinctual duelist player to a cerebral sentinel player. Like a lot of these things, it take time. It takes a little bit of effort, and I have no doubt that he'll find his form. He'll find his play style, and I mean, his Viper looked cold on the Lotus as well, so I got faith.
That's exactly it. If you're looking at the highlight reel so far, it's him always playing a duelist role. But this stage, again, just very similar to Energy Academy. Some of the players have always been, you know, switching roles. Now they have a chance to really stick to one singular role, which is going to be the Senti / Viper, which will be exactly the same thing on the other side with Shondex, right? Because Shondex was also playing a lot of Waylay, playing some duelists here and there. But now he's also playing that Viper / Senti. So they have a chance now to really put the practice in, to really get to the best of their capabilities to play these agents. And also, because if you're looking at just bringing Cypher back right now in this current meta, it's an actual ass agent, to be honest with you, right? It's so hard to play a Cypher these days where the best thing that you have in your kit, in my eyes, is currently an active camera. So it's a lot more of a role player that you have right now for a Senti, because you're trying to gather active information for your IGL more than trying to be like a fragging anchor of the Cyphers of the past. That's why I think those numbers are skewed.
And sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles, which is why you have to be here and watch the streams, y'all. I keep on telling you this. And you get to watch NRG Academy today, who has always been such a treat to watch. They, formerly still kind of Maryville University, but partnering with NRG Vansili, and a new look with Hayode coming in here, but already looking better, even better, than last year, last split.
Agreed. Again, I think Hayode made a lot of doubters and proved them wrong, rather. He's put some insane numbers in the past 2 weeks as well. And also has won a lot in my book when I was able to witness his post-game interview with MCE that you conducted, Liz. And it was like, man, I like rooting for this kid. I like rooting for MCE. I like rooting for NRG, although I didn't predict for them, unfortunately. Sorry, MCE. But I just think that it brings a lot of character as well to the team, and to see somebody who's so young and willing to learn and hungry to win in Hayode is kind of nice overall. But this is the same, really the same thing that we're facing right now for NRG Academy, with Net now stepping away from the plate. Now Renz is going to be the one picking up that role. And it's quite interesting because now you're looking at Renz and Welly, who had somebody else IGL in the past. Now they have to pick up the mantle, and they're both also playing like a Phoenix slash initiator to the team as well. So it's a lot to ask for right now in this stage for both of those IGLs.
And dude, I think it kind of goes under the radar, but Renz is like one of the most experienced players in this league, and not just in Valorant. Like he's been competing for so long, even back in CS. Like it makes sense for why he's stepping up to the plate. But it kind of circle back on the Hayode topic. Like I think I've never seen so many haters and doubters of like such a controversial player in VCL before. It's honestly pretty crazy. But I think his performance in VCL has made a lot of people very quiet. I think his playstyle, many people were curious to see if his playstyle would succeed in VCL. But teams like Rankers and teams like FlagWest, they've proven that this style works even at a super high level. And I think he's very confident. He's a very mechanical player, and I think it makes sense for why he's on this team. And I think he's that extra flavor that this team needed to top off players like Shondex and Giza, who are also mechanically strong. So I think overall it's definitely a shift in style, but hey, these guys have a lot of firepower now.
Well, let's talk about Shondex, because this is someone who has been on the team, had that role originally for Hayode, that entry, and now he's on that Viper, right? He's someone who's kind of had to, like, fancily, I would say, switch gears in a way, but it still makes so much sense for him when you watch him play.
Yeah, I think actually when he was forced to play a couple of duelist roles depending on the maps, and because of the role issues with NRG Academy, I think those numbers actually went down. But now that he has a chance to just play Viper slash Senti, this is probably the stage where he's going to have that glow up, where he's going to be on the radar for a lot of players and a lot of teams looking into 2027. If it's not going to be like last minute for champs, for example, if there's not going to be another roster opening for potential trades, because this guy as a Senti player is insane. And keep an eye on that in this matchup today. If you have to do a head-to-head comparison between these two Sentis that we just talked about, both Shondex and Zaj, Shondex is like not miles ahead, but I still think that he's definitely the talk of the town when it comes down to the best Sentis that we currently have in the stage.
Yeah, and I think for me, the one thing with Shondex is he's very flexible, not really in terms of roles, which he is obviously, but in terms of the way he gets kills. Like, he's able to rifle very cleanly. His op is pretty good. Like, he's able to find value in so many different ways. And I feel like in this current meta where like a lot of the guns are balanced and there's so many ways to play the video game, like it's good to have players like Shondex who can kind of match people on different levels.
I'm so excited for this match. We are like, the more I hear you guys talk about this, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be so good. It's gonna be such a good match between Zad and NRG Academy. But for our Philips Norelco head-to-head, you heard us talk about them earlier. We did not highlight them individually, but let's talk about the duelist of the moment, Roy. It is Vito. We hyped him up. It is Hayday. We hyped him up. I think, both kind of younger in the challenger scene, finding their way in here, and both kind of a similar kind of story in a way with that.
Yeah, here's a fun fact for you guys. Okay, Vito's first name is actually Vita. His middle name is The, and his last name is actually Delita, which is pretty sick. So he's actually
Dumbest thing you could have said.
When I believed it for a second, I was like, yo, he's a deleter?
Yeah,
That's
he
awesome.
actually is a deleter, bro. You see him on your screen and you're deleted, man. It's wild. It's like magic in the server. It's absolutely bonkers.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, he's such a beast, man. I think as soon as he was on the Darkest roster, it was immediately obvious why he was picked up. He's so mechanically strong. He's so mechanically consistent. And I think both of these players are very stylistically similar. And I think that's why I personally love this head-to-head. I think there's a lot of mechanics. There's a lot of firepower. And I think when you have players like these in the server, it puts that extra pressure on players to be like, you know, crisp with their mechanics. Because there's not a lot of downtime, right? Like you see these players and it's like, it's being resolved almost instantly. Like you're either getting the kill or you're being killed. So there's a lot of mechanical pressure here in this server right now.
There's a lot of reason why too, like even if it's where you have a smaller sample size, that these two are actually currently at the very top of the stats for the ratings here on VLR. Just the amount of firepower that they bring. We just talked about Hayode proving a lot of doubters wrong, but Vito also being able to join within his team currently has actually surpassed a little bit of the expectations already going into 2 matches. And also you haven't, I know it says Neon here, but if you see Vito on a Jet, man, he's going to be dangerous there too. So keep an eye on him. I think he's definitely going to be another. He's definitely been another one of those hungry duelists that's looking to make it up to the stage right now, to the big guns. And yeah, he's trying to prove us as well.
I love to give a shout out to the person in chat that went, I'm so excited for another Welly Sean Dex head-to-head. You were close, not quite. But we wanted to highlight our duelists for the day. And let's see where our duelists are going to go, where they make their highlight reels with our map picks and bans. This could make or break the series, as we know. Ooh, okay. I'm going to go to you for this, Vansili. We're starting with Sad picking Fracture, NRG Academy picking Haven. Then, if necessary, we will go to Split.
Yeah, I think Fracture is one of those rare maps where you could actually probably still see a Neon, despite with the nerfs that's going on right now, that could still get a lot of value for the team. The thing is that's difficult right now, that they still make it work though for the SAT Esports, is that they don't have real utility around to support like a Neon Open. It's more going to be on the secondary and third followers, because you play a Phoenix, Neon, and a Fade usually here for the SAT Esports. So if you don't play a Breach or you don't play a Tejo to really try to create space for that Neon, you're really just trying to make sure that you're getting value off the Phoenix flashes and the people fragging out the trade with it.
And I don't know if this is a hot take, okay? I don't know if it is, but I think Breach is very overrated on this map, okay? I used to think he was necessary, and more I see this map play out, I think he's a bait. He's an extremely bait agent. I actually prefer the no Breach compositions these days. I think the map has a lot of viable lanes to use. You don't need to brute force anything off the freeze time. And I think the fact that they have the Phoenix on a map that has 4 ult orbs every single round makes it an incredibly strong pick. I can see why they've chosen this map. Obviously, for the side of NRG Academy, we're not really quite sure what they're cooking up, but I'm also imagining some type of double duelist.
My counterpoint of that one as well, though, is because you're just playing a Neon and a Phoenix as well. Yes, granted, it's double duelist. There's still some speed with Neon, but you're lacking a lot of that elevation that a Jet could really have, or even a Whaley when you're trying to, or even a Raze, for example, when you're one, trying to clear space, or 2, trying to get to move to areas into high elevations, for example, dashing up onto B Heaven side. So if you don't have like any type of initiator util to really help you gain that momentum in that space for a Phoenix running at regular speed and a Neon not having the elevation, then I feel like sometimes you need those initiators in. But again, they still make it work with the Fade.
Yeah, but counterpoint to the counterpoint, whenever you updraft dash into vents, you just get judged. So is it really worth it? Who knows, man?
Counterpoint to the counterpoint to the counterpoint too. We've actually had most recently the shotgun changes. So actually, if I did have a stun onto a judge, maybe the first hit is going to take me low on HP, but I could probably still survive.
Enough. Production, back to me. Thank you so much.
I could have one.
Boys, settle down. I will turn this car around, boys. I will turn this car around.
I won.
But here we are. Those are map picks.
+1, I won.
Vansili. Let's talk about our predictions right now. I think we're actually pretty varied in predictions today, which I usually it's either like just one person or we all go the same way, but I think we're pretty, it's just me on the desk. Okay, that's okay. We're 3-2, Ash and me going for NRG Academy, but Roy, you and Vansili went for SAT Esports. I mean, this is to be fair, this was your dark horse, you said.
Yes, that is my dark horse. I'm sticking with it. That's my thesis, okay? It's not any more deep than that. I think this roster is underrated. I think that they found players who are kind of, make sense, and it looks like they kind of gel well from the outside. And yeah, I just think there's a tiny little edge for SAT Esports. By no means do I think this is an easy SAT Esports win. I think this is going to be a hard matchup against NRG Academy. It could go either way for sure.
100% if this is a 50-50.
It was your 50-50, is that what you just said?
Yeah, there's no way that it skews strongly for either team so far. But
Yeah.
I think like, just again, for me, like the win con right now is the space making around Vita versus Hayode.
Do you
Even
wanna
those numbers are close.
It's true, but I mean, we're going to having this conversation earlier. Does your prediction, Roy, even though this is your dark horse, change if there is a breach or is there a neon agents that you are not fond of seeing on Fracture?
But I don't think it would have changed. And also, I made this prediction before I saw the map select, so it's kind of hard to say. But no, I think overall, I like how SAT Esports is approaching the game, and I think they're in a really good spot in the meta. I think because the players are really flexible and everyone's mechanically strong, and they have 2 duelist players, and they also have players that can flex into double initiators if they so wish. And I think there's a ton of options, and I think teams that have options right now in this current meta are in a slightly better spot.
I'm gonna telepathically communicate and Ash and decide why we chose NRG Academy, because we are both really, really smart and correct at everything we do. Amazing. Love that for us. But I think I went for yes, Fancily?
Did you put
I
your
said
hand up?
period.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I know that's right. I do want to echo your point about Neon though, and the breach has given. I wrote breach versus no breach for to think about it, because it's a very interesting point. It looks like we're gonna be able to directly compare.
Oh my
it
God,
with
Roy's
this
gonna hit
agent
NRG
select.
Academy. Oh, they're playing a breach. Roy, what do you have to say about this? Breach, ew.
Okay, that's all right. Listen, I don't think breach is the worst thing in the world. Okay, it's not a sin to pick breach. I think he's just a little overrated on the map. I don't think the map needs to be brute force, and I think the stun lanes are a little bit overrated. And I think SAT Esports Beyond Gap kind of fills that niche where you want the counter util in a main, and you have it via Neon, and you don't necessarily need the breach for it.
Counterpoint to that.
Okay, no. Cut him off,
but
production.
honestly, like the combination that we've seen throughout this team in the past, in terms of like droning to stun to getting like ultimates on top of that, we've seen that combination from Flyer's team with Derek in the past.
Sick.
I think that is so good on a map like Fracture. And also, if you're looking at how Leviton's currently playing, how they push lanes, how they have set plays on a defense, is also very strong and suffocating. So if SAT Esports is having a plan against that type of aggression off the barrier on their attack side, then they're in for a tough match.
Well, thank God I got confirmation for production. I can send this to the casters. I'm sending over to your
Counterpoint
wonderful casters.
1.
Shift and Ash, take it, run, go.
Think you're safe here, Liz? Nah, this is gonna be fun, man. Let's get this thing going. And I really just want to kind of jump into your thoughts here, because obviously the desk are, well, they're on one today. But what are your thoughts kind of looking at what are your thoughts looking at how different these two comps are, Ash?
I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, SAT Esports, they've really been leaning into these Phoenix compositions. For the side of NRG Academy, though, I think they really love to leverage how good Hayode is on that Waylay. They're one of the few teams that is still running the Waylay. I think that she's still such a strong agent. It's kind of surprising to see a little bit of that fall off, but I think because, you know, Neon has fallen out of the favor a bit, it's the fact that, you know, people aren't running those Mosquito comps anymore. But I do agree with Roy's points about that breach. I don't necessarily love it, but I think it makes a lot of sense for the NRG Academy composition, though, when you're thinking about the fact that they're really just trying to, again, leverage Hayode's comfort on that Waylay pick. The utility from that breach is going to be so good. Being able to set him up for success in those moments, I think this is a bit of a fun strat here on defense to start things off for NRG Academy. They want to go for a fast flood on the pistol.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it feels like just a lot of just hit the site with a ton of utility, let the Waylay do whatever they want to do. Hey, O'Day for the first blood. Vita responds though, so again, kind of aggression for aggression. Nice little stall out as SAT Esports will be able to get the spike planted, but the defense is of course still knocking at the door and waiting to figure out where exactly they want to use their utility for this retake.
They have a lot of work with still. Giza still with one flash in hand.
Ooh, they get the read on Vita inside the smoke. Instantly gonna hop for the defuse, and that won't work. Little crossfire setup here between the backside at tree and up top at tower has Ange by themselves. Yeah, halfway, gonna have to check an easy shoulder, no problems there, and this classic will not get the job done. SAT Esports, great opening attack.
It really was. I think I like the idea from NRG Academy trying to go for one of those fast floods, but it gets uncomfortable when you're really only retaking from CT, right? There was no contention for that tower control, no pushback, and it allowed SAT Esports to be really comfortable, I think, into that post plant and be able to play out those trades as they were very confident in where NRG Academy were fully trying to flood through. Now, of course, you got the buy coming in. I think that, again, it's going to be really interesting to see as this series kind of goes on, how this is going to continue to fare in this head-to-head. I feel like NRG Academy's composition works a little bit better on the attacking side when you're thinking about the post-plant potential there from Rens. There's obviously possibility for some of these like trap plays to come in once those rifles do come out a little bit later on, though.
Yeah, that is the thing, is like as we start to get in the midst of this half, I think we're really going to start to see that identity come to fruition. But for now, it's just about feeling each other out, and Paint is just going to walk his way through door up in towards ropes. Problem is, defense is largely stacked for this setup. There is the fault line. Heyo able to find one. Vita responds, one of their own, make it two. Outlaw doing the job, and Pain will keep things safe. Rents us go where to go. And even the defense will find a couple of openers. It's just not enough to deal with the full force of SAD Esports and their weapons.
Hey, I mean, decent enough damage when you're considering how quickly that Sam's control was taken there by SAD Esports. The refrags being really nice for Vita there. It's just cycling very quickly into that overdrive ultimate there for the Neon player. Now, NRG Academy, this is where we're expecting them to shine a little bit more. They're going to have those full buys coming in and have all of that utility at the helm. I'm curious to see how NRG Academy are going to look to use and combine a lot of that Tejo and Breach utility. I think that you see both initiators playing alongside Hayode over towards A main, trying to get control of this space early.
Oh, here we go, full gun round here for NRG Academy, just trying to take away space through A main. That'll work out nicely. SAD Esports will back off. Now it's the focus over towards where Sean and Ange will be playing. Again, the setup will allow them to play offsite if they choose to. Quick rotation from Giza as well will really assist in terms of either flashing or, say more importantly, possibly even using the aftershock to block a line of entrance. But Hayode gets caught on the cross over through A main, and now all of a sudden SAD can just track backwards.
Yeah, that was a really important pick there for SAD Esports and an unfortunate loss for NRG Academy. All of that space taken from A main now given up. The Prowler to try and sell that fake, rotating back over towards the side. Shondex about to show through tower, but the timing is good here for SAD.
Well, see if there's going to be a crunch on to B, or are we going to wait for Gianna to possibly make their way over through drop? They deal with the trap. Sean in position to find the first. Actually uses the fast lane against Vita there. Outlaw not going to hit either, so maybe an opportunity here for the defense in the 3v3. A lot of time remaining. Quick rotation though back to A. Zagiana is in a pretty decent spot to at least try to get one, but won't happen. And now we're on a foot race to see if we can even get the spike planted in time. Giza's going to step up around the smoke. Flash comes through. Ange able to find the first, and the last into Pain will find nothing. So NRG Academy get on the board, but a little testy considering it was a bonus.
A little too close for comfort, it felt like in those moments. I think, you know, we saw the idea that they had with Hayode looking to walk up over towards A main, overextending a little bit there when the hit wasn't confirmed over at B quite yet. And I'm curious to see what depth we're going to see from NRG Academy with this defense. Now, they've shown their hand with the early salvo over towards A main, trying to cut off that early peak from SAD Esports, as well as the follow-up with a late fault line coming in just to ensure that some sort of pick could get carried off. What will be the depth and timing? Because for SAD Esports, they know that one of those salvos is going to get used basically early on every single round for that pressure. Good protocol with the Prowler to go and clear on through here as well. But how much depth are we going to see with those timings?
Find out soon. Here comes Paint. Off the running back. Ooh, Hayode with a nice first blood. Follow-up is going to be great on top of that behind onto Zagiana. Paint able to find one and make that two on the backside of the play. So it keeps this alive, but Paint can't quite find Ange up top. The trade is in. Mixy battle, 2v2, and Shondex not going to be able to get into the picture. So now it's just down to Hayode. And honestly, there is a world here where if you get one, you could throw the paths out and try to really overwhelm the last member, whoever it happens to be. But I love that. SAD just kind of jump out and take the wide swing. Welly will fall, but Pain will capitalize, and the first gun round goes to SAD Esports.
Things got really scrappy there. I think nicely done with the recovery for SAD Esports and a good call to double up over into Sands. Overall, now taking a look at what NRG Academy have to work with into this round, it will be an eco. There is potential here though. You got 4 orbs on Fracture and could get that orbital strike online. There's the convergent pass here as well for the Waylay on the side of NRG. Meanwhile, for SAD Esports, we saw that Phoenix ultimate already pop, that run it back. That's something that we're going to have to continue to keep our eyes on here for the attacking side. With how many orbs you're able to farm, there should be a lot of impact that Paint's going to be able to find them with that ultimate as this map carries on.
Yeah. Well, for now, it's Sheriffs with a classic for the defensive NRG Academy. SAD Esports looking largely just to walk their way on quickly to be not much contest here, so should lead to a very quick 5v5 post plant. Gianna just kind of watching the cross from one side at tree, everyone else pulling over towards arcade. And we're spraying down Canteen, seeing if we can find any damage there. Nothing to find yet. Here comes the defensive retake utility. Vita will be affected by the outlaw, so won't be able to take away that line of sight, at least to start. Paint, one curve ball out. The pressure coming through onto the spike itself, though, will force SAD to have to peek into these Sheriffs. But here we go. Last curveball pops out. Not the cleanest shots, though, from Paint, but that's all the information that you need. Yeah, you toss the molly at your feet, reset back up top. This is a lot of confidence that SAD are thinking that they're not actually on for the defuse, but you got to be a little bit cautious here. And finally, the crunch back comes through, and Paint's able to find 3 for the win.
Yeah, 2 away from that run it back that was just used in the previous round there as well. SAD Esports, they've been doing well with their positioning. I think NRG Academy, especially not having the weaponry in that round, it just felt too uncomfortable to even try to get that stick through with the pressure with that B main plant that was coming in. I like how disciplined that we're seeing SAD Esports play into these post plants as well. They're not needlessly looking to fight into the eco here from NRG Academy, but Operator now online for Hayode will be shifting over towards this B tower peak and straight into this 4-1 split.
Back in a flash.
Ayo just going to try to avoid the Prowler line of sight. And going to call in the pads here. But Ayo's going to take a ton of damage. You do set up, though, Ange beautifully with the orbital strike behind the play. Finds 2, and now all of a sudden has SAD a little bit stuck here inside of his arcade position, but no foul ball from NRG Academy will keep us in a 3v4.
This is such an important fight here between Zaj.
Well, we really don't need that Rolling Thunder, I feel like, in a 4v2, but it was considered for a moment by Giza, and Hayode dropping. Now has the defense a bit spread. Vita carrying the spike is looking towards A, and looks like Paint will try to track back and take through main.
It's getting awkward. Both these players split, but 40 seconds still on the clock. Lots of time to look to regroup. Still, though, we'll be taking the 1v1s with a player drop in 1A main. Vita's been spotted.
One enemy remaining.
That's all you need.
Spike down A.
Spike down up top at drop. We'll send Shondex on the long route to make sure it stays there. And for Paint, run it back available, but what can you do from this position with 15 seconds? Here comes the first part of the play. Finds the opener. Not going to do anything more than that, though. Had to give it a try, and Shondex is right there making sure that, again, that spike stayed nice and safe. Good response, NRG Academy now just down 2.
Overall, I think that that was just tough over in tower. Honestly, Zaj is also someone we're going to have to continue to keep our eyes on. Even though he doesn't end up winning that fight up against Giza, just the space that he's able to take on that A main pick. But NRG Academy, they do recover nicely into that round. The Rolling Thunder doesn't end up being expended either, like we were kind of thinking might get popped. I feel like Giza was just expecting a more fast flood to have come through on that A rotation. Now, you got Zaj still on the lurk. A bit of an unconventional 4-1 split over towards arcade. Usually you see the cavalry on the arcade side.
Shans is going to sit right in the middle of this fast lane. Keeps him safe for a moment, but only a moment. Execute on the way here first. SAD Paint able to find the first 2 with the run it back. Will reset himself all the way back over towards tree, but that's fine post plant 5v3. And honestly, if you're NRG Academy, you may need to consider just giving this up and playing for next round.
Yeah, you gotta go for a save in this situation. Shondex and Giza don't have the money to work with. If Hayode can go and pick up that weapon over in spawn there and be able to save those 3 rifles into the next round, sure. A bit more of a solid buy can come in there for round 8. You also consider the fact that for SAD Esports, they do have that Orbital Strike and Nightfall to work with into the next round there as well. But overall, I think that SAD Esports, they've really been doing well with the space that Paint's able to take. Typically, you look over at that Neon player to be the one to cause all of that disruption, and Vita is definitely doing that. You know, the fast lane that you called out, just being able to cut off those line sites and then being able to, you know, take a bit more space on that site. But with how much Paint has been farming into that run it back, they've gotten so much value from that Phoenix pick, especially being able to flash through the fast lane as well on those takes. It's been really nice to see. He's been getting, you know, 2Ks here and there. Very comfortable here on the attacking side for SAD.
Yeah, and it's a lot of, like you call, you block off one side, you heavy hit either through and into the isolation, or you try to fight on the outside of the site and keep the defenders on this inside a little bit further out of the play. But also on top of that, it just kind of feels like SAD Esports have been able to bait out some decent utility early from NRGA Academy. Like, we really haven't seen Rens have much of an impact yet with their utility, like sensor drone as well. It's just you're never in a position to use it. But here in this round, after the save, NRGA Academy come away with the first 2 kills, blocking off that approach towards tree. Neuraled up to follow. Zagiana gets one before being traded. And that will likely be the outcome of the round there. So, yeah, I like that as well from NRGA Academy. Like, don't just stay passive and let yourself get blocked off. Let's take some space away and take the fight to them. And that time it works out.
Yeah, it did feel like they're being a little bit too passive, like you're just shouting out in some of those previous rounds. So, nice adjustment here for NRG Academy. I think before this, we really only saw early fights over on that A side trying to contest for that A main control, where Hayode did still go and walk through A main to try and take that space and cut off the rotation if it were shifting over towards that side of the map. But kind of want to see if NRG Academy will continue forward with these different looks of control. It looks like they are still posturing for that A main pressure, but SAD Esports have seldom visited that side of the map other than maybe a lurk here and there from Zaj. Otherwise, I think that we might even see a bit of a, I was going to say a fake scenario coming in from that dish pressure, but not even. They're still going to show over at B main.
No, it's only a show. We're not seeing anything in particular coming through fruition, though. It looks like the defense is getting a little bit antsy about it. Yeah, going to rotate back over towards the front. Hayode in some trouble, trying to stay away from the Nightfall, but is not finding an exit. No way, no how. Vita locking them off. Rolling Thunder Armageddon way too late from NRG Academy. It will give maybe an opportunity to try to play things over towards door. Shondex has a 1v1 on the flank towards Paint. That's fine, but everything else is all been over towards the A side of the map. And it's really just down to if Vita can find info onto Rens. If that happens, then you have a free sight. And more than that, it's more than info. The kill comes through and SAD will have a 3v1.
Yeah, really nice distraction being played there by Paint, just keeping Shondex over at that B side of the map. But 1v3, tall task to ask for here from this Cypher player. It's going to have to be a save. He's looking to back off.
May not be able to, though. Oh, Vita takes the fight, but loses their life. That'd be fine. Gonna have plenty to afford. And Shondex, yep, we'll just walk away from this one. So 6-3 the count, and that's the first time we've really seen SAD Esports try to fake on towards B and then go the other direction. Honestly, for me, that was just NRG get the read a little bit too late, and then they had a design in mind in terms of rolling Thunder and Armageddon, but they were just too slow.
Yeah, that Armageddon timing was questionable. That is for certain. But a nice call overall here for SAD Esports coming out from Welly after the conditioning that they had done over at B main in the previous rounds. Now for NRG Academy, I'd like to see them get aggressive maybe on a different area of the map. It doesn't feel like that A main aggression has been terribly impactful. I think in this past round, a bit of a different story there, right? Because Hayode does manage to get that information. He's got that operator now online into this next round here as well. NRG Academy, they look to call this timeout, maybe a bit of a conversation of where they want to post that op up and if that aggression will come through on a different side of the map.
Yeah, because, I mean, we've had the op in one round so far, and Hayode was just trying to play kind of isolated over towards A main and then gets picked out. So it needs to be part of an early contest, you feel like. But you also need to have somebody there in case Heo decides to dash out. You don't just give away that position for free. Maybe that could just be replaced by things like a smoke, by things like a fault line, something of the nature. So you don't necessarily need to put somebody like immediately in position to deal with that same angle. But it does feel like there are some things after the last time we saw NRG on this op that didn't go well that made them feel a little bit more susceptible to floods than you'd like. So see if they decide to do something a little bit different here in terms of how they set things up and how they try to get this gun round through, which would be extremely important considering that if they lose this, they're likely on a save.
Yeah, I feel like that tower position that we saw him in last time around is out of the question at this point because the orbital strike is in play here for Pain.
True, yep.
So a bit more of a passive angle that we're looking at over at B main. Still the same kind of utility being conditioned, immediately countered here by the Prowler here from Welly to ensure the space is clear.
Yep. Well, Renz is throwing little shoulders. Maybe a little flash to come through. Renz will give up the angle, back off just a touch. No immediate information given, though, off that curveball, nor the haunt. So Renz is actually in a pretty solid spot here to help out on his defense. Yeah, he's going to stall out a little bit more over towards ropes, but orbital strike will be used to clear out more of this site. Here comes the crunch, and Renz is stuck, but is able to stay alive. He's it for one from inside the site, and able to turn over for to find two. Vita in trouble, doesn't have the gun up, so all of a sudden, what looked to be a crunch play that was going to successfully come through for Sad is stopped right in its tracks. Great stuff from the defense.
How often is Ange going to get away with that position? I feel like that's been 2 or 3 times now that we've seen multi-kills from Ange, just really locking down that A site in that drop position on top of the little ledge there. And the impact in those rounds is insane because they got ready for that fast flood. And if Ange falls, that's a site taken there for SAD Esports. Like there was not much that Renz could do in that situation. So heroics from the Brimstone here on NRG Academy. Now taking a look at SAD, definitely a tough round for them with the eco coming in.
Nice shots from Giza. Really enjoying this Guardian by the look of it. A broken by situation for SAD. Has them reeling for the first time this half, really. Looking for a flood over towards A main. Giza in the way. Dealing damage to him, though, are SAD Esports, but Heo is able to find Welly. And that will likely be enough to convert the round, especially with Ange spamming things out. Vita's doing a nice job of trying to keep this competitive. In 2v3, it's not done yet, but you got to find this win at Ange. Not going to happen, and it's just down to Pain with the Sheriff.
Yeah, this one's gonna be tough, that's for certain. You have a Molly to work with here to try and delay a little bit more, but with this position underneath Hell, everything's really got to go wrong here for NRG Academy to not come out with this retake.
That feels like an overinvestment. Okay. Feels like we could have done that in a lot of different ways, but Orbital Strike is spent in round 11 when you've got a full gun round essentially coming up next. So interesting.
Yeah, 3v1 against the Sheriff. I've got some questions there. That's for certain. Maybe NRG Academy just really felt like they needed to get the round. I don't really have the answers for you, Shift, on that one. There is the world where Convergent Paths does come online here for Heode. And on the side of SAD Esports, they're not too close at cycling into any of these ultimates other than if they really focus on maybe shopping for some of these orbs here for Paint.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look to see what SAD want to try to pull in this round after a couple have gone awry. A little spam from Renz doesn't do much of anything at all. But it's just going to be a full-on flood to A. Just trying to take the defense out of the picture. The smoke is out. Heode is not in a position to have the scope to block this position at A main. So Spike will get planted, and wouldn't you love an orbital strike here to clear out one of the 2 places that you need to try to clear this post plant through?
I do like this flank that's incoming, though. You got 3 players, which I do not think Sag is going to expect.
Well, they've got 4 in main, so maybe they will. There's the barrel scene. Zagiana's going to be able to take away the first. Spam doesn't come through for the second. Decent flash, but Vita finds 2 no matter what. And now it's just down to what Heode can do with an operator on this retake. And that's just too fast to track. Heyo's able to find one more over towards ropes, but Welly will find the trade, and Heyo's got nowhere to go. Yeah, it's just one of those things, like, you would have loved to have had an orbital strike there, but regardless, NA Esports take the first half 7-5.
Yeah, it really didn't make that much sense. I think some of the utility usage here for NRG Academy has definitely been questionable. I think even, honestly, the salvo being used off rip at the beginning of A main, it hasn't really found any value other than the first couple of rounds that we saw. But swapping sides now, like you had mentioned, Vita has had a standout performance on the attacking side, definitely assisted by Paint on a lot of those entries, but he's been lights out thus far. Now on the defense, we'll have the opportunity to play a little bit more of like that stall, some of that aggression here on that neon pick. On top of that, side of NRG Academy, a lot of I think the expectations for their attacking side is going to be, a lot of those set plays, a lot of those fast hits here for Hayode.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the recipe is built into the composition, it feels like. It's almost like a tale of as old as time. It's just all about blocking off and getting dissection around the site. Shondex gets one before dropping. That pulls all the defensive attention over towards Arcade while the hit is coming through Tree. But a 3-man pull up through ropes has Hayode in some trouble, tries to play the counter flash, not going to work out. Secondary flash also affecting most of the members of NRG Academy, and that is about as clean as it gets in terms of bullying out tower. It'll just be Ange left 1v4, no spike.
It's gonna be tough to isolate these ones. You have like 3 players playing contact on site and in tower, and then you've got Zaj just watching the flank here. I think red flag for me, Shift, is the fact that I feel like in a lot of these rounds, even on defense, it seemed like the plan was, okay, let's get Hayode set up into some sort of position and then not support him anymore. Like, I feel like we really haven't seen that synergy in the fundamentals coming through here for NRG Academy, and SAD Esports have shown a lot more consistency in their ability to fight together. Like, a lot of those rounds from NRG Academy in the previous half, even though it ends up being, a 5-7 half for them, it came down to a lot of heroics.
Smoke's down.
Could not agree more with you, my friend. Could not agree more. This feels like things are just a little bit out of sort right now for NRG Academy. For one way or another, or one thing or another. But this next offensive round is just trying to make things as punishing as possible. A couple of orb collection moments for sure. Walk in through tunnel and see if they can, well, find their way on towards the site. But it's going to be 2 traps and the spy cam in their way. Plus, you still have Pain holding and watching. So, yeah, we're just going to farm some orbs. And eventually go 3-2-1 hit and see if we can find a way to bully out this defense.
Yeah, an interesting smoke just to try and cut off the sight line. Nice timing here with the molly from Pain.
Yeah, that's fine. They get 2, but a couple of weapons are down. Ooh, that's a big one, though. Sean comes in late and is able to find Pain lurking over through Canteen. So now it's a 3v2. Should be some weapons to collect here. But based on Barracks, Renz hasn't picked any of it up. He's still got the classic out. Interesting. Vita, shoulders, working with Paint. And how did nobody pick up a weapon right there?
It's just where the weapons fell. It may have been, a 3v3, but the weapons all fell over towards spawn. I think nobody on NRG Academy really wanted to overextend. They weren't sure where the rotation was going to come back in for the retake here from SAD Esports, so they opted to play it safe instead.
Well, there's the one up top of tower, though, that Renz just, doesn't choose to take. Very odd. Well, regardless of it, apparently classics work out fine for Vita against low health pools. But we got our full gun round here, and for NRG Academy, you hate to say that there's a must-win at round 3 of a half, but going up against a bonus that has just classics and a couple of specters, this is a must-win, and you would love to do it cleanly while also getting orbs just to set up, an opportunity to bring back this game.
Yeah, that's for sure. Actually, I don't think that Zaj had a weapon in that situation. I think he had a bandit. Yeah. I think he had a pistol. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he had a pistol when I remember seeing him kill somebody. But free sight for the taking here on the A side here for NRG Academy. SAD Esports looking to play that fast flood. If Paint gets a pick early on into this retake, there is that run it back that could be possibly utilized into this round.
Well, Sean gets flashed beyond recognition. Good follow-up for Pange. Ren's still holding this angle as well. Run it back is coming through. Ren's is in trouble. He's got to get out of there. And he is able to get around the corner, but Welly's able to find one. Hot hands down low. Run it back will be stifled. Ren's follows up into Welly over towards ropes, and that will likely put most of this retake effort out of question. Pending that Ren's doesn't give away one for free and no one scams on site. And it looks like nobody will, so. NRG are able to take the round. Just comes down to, can Sad take these weapons out of hand? And, well, maybe they get Giza's. No, he's gonna be fine. And now it's down 3, and opportunity for NRG to get this thing right back into the picture again.
Yeah, decently played exit there here for SAD Esports. Even though they weren't able to get as much as they probably wanted into it, still get 3 weapons out of the hands of NRG Academy. Got Orbital Strike available into this coming round here as well. And again, I think that this run it back is just going to continue to be so important on the side of SAD. The fact that Paint was able to use it into their bonus, now cycle into it again. Definitely huge stuff there.
Well, this looks like it's going to set up to be a pretty heavy hit up towards tower. Trapwire does come through. Zagiano's going to have the gun up ready to go. Opening shoulder, has him kind of wiggling just a touch and runs right back into Shondex, who was never checked over through tree. Again, the isolation on the site is beautiful with these smokes. And able to see the defense rotating quickly behind this play at Arcade. Orbital Strike on the site, not going to affect too much. NRG Academy are still trying to get their feet under them on this post-plant setup, and they are able to find some ground to work with now. Giza just holding the ropes. Vita somehow able to find one Orbital Strike. That may actually deal some significant damage, and yeah, you got 2 players at half health. But Welly still gets 1. Paint trying to heal himself up off the hot hands. Firewall will also come through, trying to put some pressure on the spike as Welly finds a second. Over the top, Welly gets 3, just down to 1. It's just Shondex left for the 1v3. Able to find the first. Opening shoulder comes out, but it's Vita who holds the angle. Plenty of time for the defuse. What a play from Welly.
He got way more than he should have in that moment. Like, honestly, he should have been dead to rights in one of those first engagements that we saw coming out from him. But the fact that he's able to follow up with 2 afterwards, such low HP, really nicely done by the IGL here for SAD Esports. And a bit of a heartbreaking round for NRG Academy, for that's for certain, especially with how they were able to completely overwhelm Zaj on site over at B. You had, I think it was double trips, maybe on the Arcade side. If not, there was a trip over at B main, but just the overwhelming presence of that tower control there for NRG Academy left him on a complete island from the rest of the team. NRG Academy now slow things down a bit, right? You've got pistols in hand here. And I say that, of course, Shondex is going to fall. The only one without a pistol, but that is totally okay. For the rest of NRG Academy, though, they're just trying to play these numbers, a bit of a solo venture on the B side of the map. I think Ren's probably just trying to listen for some information, and everybody's going to look to regroup.
Gonna go back over towards where the weapon has been dropped. Give yourself some firepower, and ooh, the timing there is not ideal, as Welly was looking to possibly use utility instead. Will not have a chance to hit the outlaw. So back over towards A we go. And with 45 on the clock here, NRG Academy look like they do want to try to hit this all together. It's going to be all over towards the backside at ropes. Really good curveball from Paint. Follow-up also going to come through. Spamming, spraying. Paint there to help, and everyone will drop 11-6.
And it just looks so comfortable here for SAD Esports. I think NRG Academy scratching their heads a little bit in some of those moments. Granted, that was an eco round, but I think despite it being an eco round, it still was a display of the difference in how SAD and NRG Academy are handling those fundamental moments.
Yeah.
Like SAD Esports, they're consistently fighting together. You have multiple people peeking off the flash of Paint. Sure, he's gone on some solo adventures here and there with that run it back, but you know, that's kind of part of like the ultimate gameplay with your Phoenix trying to take as much space as possible with that ult up. Second timeout and final timeout of regulation to be used here for NRG Academy now. Still looking for some of those answers. Honestly, part of me would have liked to see it used a bit earlier on, to be honest. Like, Satter 1 away from match point at this point, but that may be a conversation about these ultimates that they could combine here between Giza and Renz.
I think so. I think it's partly the combination of those two. I think there's also probably some conversations surrounding, like, if we can get through the round without having to dump everything into it, let's see if we can manifest that. Because, yeah, you're absolutely right. You have to be efficient here. Down 5 near the end of the game. Gotta say, you know, you talked about it kind of briefly in the first half, but you're absolutely right. Between Paint and Vita, they have been undeniable so far. I mean, Vita is 23 and 10. The efficiency, though, from the Phoenix, 12 assists is unreal. That just goes to show you your curveball's hitting often, and it's finding a lot. So, really good stuff for both the duelists. And Renz is considering dropping the Armageddon right off the get-go here. So there's no reason to, but that was just in case Shondex catches some information off the shoulder, and now we're on our walk up towards A.
Yeah, I think with the lurks that we've seen from Shondex previously too, a nice attempt on the jump over, but they knew that if the A main space was taken, it was going to be off the Prowler, so felt pretty confident that no one was going to be holding that. Now though, with the lack of presence, expecting a pretty hefty flank with that cam information.
Okay, Armageddon comes through. Nightfall though for the defense on this takeover towards A main, and NRGA Academy have done well to separate this out nicely. Oh yeah, that will work. Sean, well, hold on a second. Well, he's still alive. This would be a 1v3 for them. Oh my goodness, through the wall. Now to the 1v1 with AOD, the only player you haven't seen. Time is gonna be running out, and of course, based on where this spike is planted, you need to clear a lot of space. AOD gonna play up close and personal. There's the tap. Here comes the check. Oh, the timing there was unfortunate. Welly is gonna run out of time here. Heyo just playing in the corner, trying to kill off the time. And a little bit of an opportunity to possibly tally another elimination closer towards the paths. But Heyo will drop. It will go 11-7.
Yeah, nice recovery there from NRGA Academy, but much more costly than I think they would have wanted to see into this round. I think it was a good response with the Armageddon and the Rolling Thunder into A main, understanding that that flank was so heavily contested with 4 players with the camera that Shondex had placed on the flank to get that information. Regardless, though, there was a little bit of friendly fire. I'm pretty sure Giza hit. I don't know who was sitting in the corner there, but they got hit by that breach ultimate, unfortunately, was the reason that they did fall to Zaj. Now, Vita has the Outlaw available. Should be pretty potent into this round. All players on light armor.
Yeah, and that's actually a tag that does hit Ange. Finger guns out. Vita, good prediction. Finds the first on the Ange. And that's a lot of info that, yep, this is a hit that's on the way. Paths come through, forces Vita out way into the open. No problem there. Pain on the cross, not able to connect. The NRG Academy will find themselves into a 4v2 situation. Welly the backside of drop. Zaz trying to make their way in quickly. Heyo is kind of stuck behind the smoke, but just as soon as they pop, they will find one, leaving it just down to Welly 1v3 remaining. And there will not be a chance at this one with how they're set up.
Definitely not. No money to spare either to go hunting in this situation, so it's got to be a save to come through. Overall, since that timeout that we saw from NRG Academy, we've seen the success coming out from them. Still haven't been, you know, necessarily the absolute cleanest of rounds, but this is momentum that NRG Academy can look to build now here on Fracture on Sad's map pick.
Very clean, very important round right there. Okay. Round 20 coming up. And it looks like Sad will be on what should be a save. Maybe another rifle to be added to the mix to try to make this a little bit more potent. But it's going to be, yeah, it looks like a half-buy situation here. Okay, so now you start to consider things like, again, Paint's going to have to run it back. If he finds something, maybe there's a chance to try to commit on some sort of a push through. We may get a 5v5 right off the rip here outside tree based on how everyone's set up.
Yeah, honestly, I like this. Just playing the numbers alongside the utility that could come to fruition here.
Well, I don't think Sad Esports expected NRG to be that close. 2-for-1 exchange. Paint will still be up and active with the Phantom, but yeah, NRG are saying, all right, if they're all over towards B, let's just sprint our way on for a post-play today.
Yeah, it's a quick rotation to meet them here as well. Shondex taking that Sands control alongside Hayode. Now the plant does go down. That's the call for Welly to join the rest of the team over at this A site.
All right, well, SAD Esports will have to wait for some of this offensive smoke to fade and then try to burst on and see if they can catch anyone off guard. Prowler will be right there onto Sean, but Ange is there to help.
One enemy
Same with Giza watching the cross, and that will work. Everyone gets a kill, and we're 9-11 going into 21.
I feel like since those timeouts, I know that I had called out that, you know, maybe the first / even the round before this past one weren't necessarily crazy clean coming out from NRG Academy. We have seen those improvements when it comes down to those fundamentals that we were talking about earlier. Shift, looking to ensure that they're playing contact together, playing together, just being able to trade each other a lot better than we were seeing earlier on in this initial map. Now forcing a timeout from SAD Esports as well. 2 away from tying things up here for NRG Academy. They're 1 away from that rolling thunder on top of that. And for SAD Esports, their backs are constantly up against the wall now. NRG Academy essentially have a very healthy economy up until, you know, overtime, if we even get there. And then for SAD, they're kind of in that back and forth battle of not quite having enough for a super comfortable buy, but they do have the alt economy that is ramping up now into the later portion of the second half.
Yeah, that's key. That's super key. It gives you a little bit of a bailout tool thanks to the significant lead you had if you're SAD. But at the same point, you don't want to be stuck in this buy-save cycle, as NRG Academy are starting to put it together here 3 in a row. Also, the longer this goes, the more ults NRG Academy will have as well. So what I'm saying is it's getting tight, it's getting close. And it looks like it's going to be a bit of a crunch onto A through drop, which we haven't seen much of really on this map at all since it's been re-added to the pool.
Yeah, I like this. I imagine maybe like a drone coming in, and it will be on the other side of A to just draw those eyes towards A main. Very heads up though. Welly is very aware of it, calling for everyone on SAD Esports to actually look to back off. I don't know. Okay. I thought at first that they were going to make some sort of rotation over towards the B site, but I'm just looking to play that retake.
And why not? You run it back to do that. Actually, they're going to try to contest the exit and the post plant here. Paint going quickly. Little follow-up through the fast lane works out. 2 kills come through. Paint able to find 1, and he'll eventually reset back over towards the defensive spawn. Now it's just down to, do you get a read onto Ange? And it looks like maybe Vita has gotten that read maybe from a barrel or something, and instead, SAD Esports are just going to try to stack over towards where the spike is planted. They find the trade onto Sean. Red's able to find 1 through the firewall. Paint stepping up. No, not able to, because they did lose track of Ange. That's enough to spam things through with the orbital strike. Also on top of it, Welly by themselves. Finds the first, goes quickly, knows the last one's on the corner. But you also have to play for the defuse. You don't have a chance. So Renz is just going to run up, and Welly will find the kill, and it gets to halfway. I didn't realize it got to halfway. Oh, maybe, I don't know if NRG did either. And that's a 1v2 clutch for Welly.
Really nicely done. Welly, he hasn't necessarily been fragging out like crazy, but the impact in these moments here has been insane from the IGL of SAD Esports. That was heartbreaking for NRG Academy. The timing, not quite there when it came down to how they were staggering that Brimstone Molly alongside the Salvo. The first one being used really early, honestly, before that first Brimstone Molly was even fully finished on that spike. So just not being able to buy enough time, those micro mistakes there for NRG Academy might have just caused them this map.
They may just not have noticed that it got all the way to half. They thought maybe the orbital strike had stopped it. Ooh, that's a critical piece of timing right there. So 12-9, full purchase still available for NRG Academy. They also have the Rolling Thunder. Kane.
There.
First point of contact here. Smoke will just be put through, trying to stall out this attack, but it really doesn't do too much. In fact, if anything, it makes it a little bit safer for NRG Academy to get the spike down. Orbital strike comes out late, but Sagiata up top with the judge. Didn't expect that if you're Ange. Now that Earl, that's going to come through. Paint finds 1 more. Hayode taken down to at least marginal health for a moment, but this Nightfall is not really working out, at least initially, the way you would have liked, but eventually they find the kills they need. Leaving Sean by themselves can only do so much, and SAD Esports took a little bit more effort than maybe we would have thought with them up 6 at one point, but they get the job done on their map pick, 13-9.
And a really solid timeout to be called at the end of that second half for SAD Esports to turn things around. I would be curious to see what that conversation was like for SAD Esports to get themselves back into their map pick. But overall, I think that it was a nice attempt at a comeback there from NRGA Academy. Outside of that, though, it really did feel like SAD Esports were in the driver's seat most of the time.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just one of those situations that I felt like on the first half, took a little bit for NRGA Academy to figure out how they wanted to respond to SAD Esports defensively. You know, we kind of talked a little bit about, you know, could they be in a spot of trying to contest better rather than play reactive and get blocked apart? And then honestly, you start to get things going on the offensive front 3 rounds in a row, but then you run into all the ultimates and the full weapons, and that's just one of those things that the composition for SAD Esports can win rounds just based on hitting the alt button. So good first map overall, 13-9. SAD Esports up 1-0, but we head to NRG's pick right after this.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foray taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, SAD Esports, that is how you take your map pick of Fracture. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Vince Silly and Roy on the desk. And if you're just joining us, let me spell it out for you. Let me explain how this went. It was SAD Esports map pick, 7-5 half, right? And then SAD Esports just start taking away. There's a really awesome timeout. And then NRG Academy make it extremely competitive. But Vans, in the end, SAD Esports take home Fracture.
Yeah, it was a nice little game at the end of the day. And although we kind of went back and forth between Roy and I about the discussion of breach and stuff like that too, I feel that for NRGA Academy, they needed to have a strong game plan coming out of it as well. When you're playing with the double initiator with the Waylay, I felt like, unfortunately, I haven't seen too much aggression coming out on the defensive side, with the exception of maybe like that nice little combination of the Waylay and the breach ultimate from a couple rounds ago when they were able to hold back the arcade side. But outside of that, I felt like the game plan around NRGA Academy was trying to get that off up on Hayode as soon as possible and trying to get value out of that. But if you're trying to do that, then yes, those aggressive lines are super important. And I think the thing that was good about it to counter that was, one, avoiding it in the first place, but also when it comes down to like side execs, there's just so much good util around brimstone smokes, double slices with a neon and Phoenix wall, and Phoenix flashes. You cannot get any value for first picks, and making it even harder for NRGA Academy to retake with an off. So game plan was really nice for SAD Esports today.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, dude, there's so many walls and flashes to get through if you're Hayode. Like, it is not easy. And I think the tempo that SAD Esports were playing on was just awkward to find precision and timing with the breach util, right? Like the push and pull constantly in the mains. Like, it almost never felt like SAD Esports were committing to the first idea, but sometimes they were, where they would just walk up and then just use the Phoenix wall to just, you know, pop out with 3 or 4 people. Like, the timings were just made obscure by the way that SAD Esports were approaching the map. And then you add that to the fact that there was a lot of individual pop-offs, you know, specifically from Vita, and also Welly's clutches, and then a lot of the value that you got from the Phoenix ults, just a ton of pressure. And it really felt like SAD Esports had a very clear identity with how they wanted to approach this map. And it's starting to make sense why they like this map and why they're approaching it with this composition.
I mean, you can see it here with this timeline. I mean, I also, both sides having 11 first kills, I think just is emblematic of the way they play this game. 5 out of 6 post plants for SAD on the side of SAD Esports. I just said that. But I think when you, looking at that map, kind of going back to your point, Vansili, it seemed like no matter what NRG did, yes, they obviously towards the end, they started getting those rounds that they were looking for. They took that time out. There was that difference. It just, their game plan wasn't quite enough, especially like you're saying with Hayode and that op plan.
Yeah. And I think they also extra layer to it as well, where I feel like that's going to change for NRGA Academy for the better going into the next time they want to play Fracture, is that at least they're able to get on sites well in their attack side, because again, you're playing double initiator with Breach Tejo meta. Remember how impressive that was back then last year with the Yoru, exactly, with Yoru on top of that. But now you have a Waylay dashing up on it too, so you do add a lot of oppression as well. The thing is right now is that on those post plant scenarios, I feel like NRGA Academy are counting too much on protocols and post plant util and trying to make sure that, you know, they're playing the time to their favor, which is why you saw a lot of these moments where SAD Esports just walk contact, or even in separate lanes, or still winning individual fights without even getting traded out, even when NRGA Academy are at a numbers advantage. So I think trying to delay too much on the spike instead of fighting, when you're looking at the roster, they have such good firepower across the team that I feel like sometimes you gotta throw some of those plans out the window and just say, screw it, guys. Let's just fight them, because we know we could disrespect a team like SAD as well as we can, as well as we know we can, because we are able to shoot back with the roster we have.
Yeah, I mean, if you're listening to this NRG Academy, you are just as mechanically good as the folks on the side of SAD Esports. And so it was, when you, I mean, we're going to talk about him in like 2 seconds, but we just talked about him now, Roy. Vita, 27-14, 4 first kills, 311 ACS. I'm at lost words, because some of the shots he pulled off
Dude.
were, if you told me this man was cheating, I'd be like, yeah.
Yep. I mean, dude, I'm literally thinking back on a round where he was going up the rope and he hit the side spray jump off.
That's what I was thinking about. Exactly
2
that round.
times in a row. I'm like, dude,
is that Asuna playing?
Literally,
no,
right?
legit.
Shades of Asuna.
And I think the thing with Vita that I really enjoy watching is he's not even just really mechanical. He's also really smart with the way he approaches things, and like he knows when, oh, their HP's low, I'm gonna swap the classic instead of my scope weapon. And like there's so many aspects of the gameplay. And he's patient. He's jiggling a lot, and he's really taking advantage of the speed from Neon. And I think overall, just the value that he got from the Neon kit in this map was just outstanding.
I agree, and especially on the attack side. Look at that in the highlight reel. He's dashing forward or sliding forward with an outlaw and getting space on top of that. So when you're looking at the game plan and know what you're facing up against from round to round, right? So on the attack side, you look at what's on the other side. Okay, there's a breach, there's a Teo, there's a Whaley. They should try to get some forward lines. Let me just try to op against them, and then he should be able to win those. But on defense, he wasn't opping as much because he knew, again, because of that same type of style. If there's going to be a lot of utility that's going to push me off some lines, I need to be in a winning position with my team so that whenever we're going to get the paint flash out and we need to flood out with util, I'm going to be able to just come out and trade with my team because they need me to get that space first. So it's a nice little approach as how he understands his role in this team, his role on this map. And then if he's going to play a Neon on a different map, for example, with Haven coming up, then I wouldn't be surprised to see him with an op and start owning with that as well.
I'm so glad you brought up Haven because that is our next map. That is NRG Academy's map pick moving on. I think this is prime Hayode op territory, right? I think it's one of the reasons why it'd be so good for NRG Academy. And also, I think sometimes when you have, Hayode literally at the bottom of the leaderboard, that's not a bad thing. That just sometimes just happens. For anyone who's crucifies me in chat, having him activate on your map choice, that could be a very, very dangerous Hayode, Roy. It's something I'd maybe sad are probably preparing for.
Yeah, okay. Yes, on the Hayode thing, but also NRG Academy historically has been a really good Haven team.
Yes.
Like they really understand that map, and the coach understands the map as well. I think I've never really seen a poor approach to the map. They've gotten countered before, yes, but I mean, that's possible with every single team in the world, right? Like, I think for the kind of the weird thing though is now with the fracture kind of going Sad's direction, we're going into a map that SAD Esports are not really slouches on, guys. Like they're really good on Haven too. So it's not going to be like a freebie for NRG by any means. They're very similar compositions. They're going for one team has the Chamber and the Waylay versus the Neon and the Cypher, but there's the Phoenix in the mix here as well. And we've seen what Phoenix can do on this map. He's extremely meta right now, and the ult's very oppressive. So if Paint's feeling it, there's going to be a lot thrown at NRG Academy to throw off this potential 2-0 for SAD Esports.
Agreed. I think for NRG Academy on one side, when Roy's mentioned it, that they're very good and sound on this map and historically understands the map quite well. It was also, understanding how to play like a double controller meta because we were playing the Omen and Viper a lot. Now you're also playing to the meta because you had most recently Paper X pulling out Phoenix. Well, yeah, exactly. So Paper X bringing out like the Phoenix and stuff like that too, and they started playing it within the stage. They got some good success out of it, but they're also putting a lot of value on Hayode on a Jet this time around too, instead of Oile. I think that's the biggest swap, and maybe even, was there a Chamber swap in here as well? So they are trying to bring a lot more maybe up firepower, but I think at the same time, this is also going to be a fun, real head-to-head matchup, Roy, between, the two Hayode and Vita with the off map on different agents.
Absolutely, and I think the Jet gives Hayode just a little bit more comfort when it comes down to those walkdowns. Like, yeah, it's possible with Waylay, but it's a little bit more clunky, right? Where you have to be really precise, whereas Jet is a lot more free-flowing. So my eyes are on to see how Hayode and how NRG Academy are going to disrupt SAD Esports' game plan, because you cannot allow the Phoenix to farm ults and get a lot of those ults up on the attack side. That's typically where we see a lot of teams get ran over. So a lot of pressure on this first half for NRG Academy.
Double duelist meets double duelist. Can SAD Esports make this a very clean 2-0, or will NRG Academy bring us to a map 3? I'm going to send over to your casters, Ash and Shift.
Well, my head just goes to the fact that Paint and Vita are on the same agents they just dominated with. So you just have to slow them down first and foremost. And that means that you just have to outplay them if you're Hayode and Renz, in my mind. I mean, the Chamber is what the Chamber is. It's an extra scope more often than you normally would get out of an operator. But outside of that, the ability to early peak doesn't really feel like that much of an advantage when you've got Vita and Pain who can still just run at you even if you teleport back.
Yeah, I think especially when you're kind of thinking about, okay, how Paint's been utilizing those flashes, and then Vita being so precise with his utility, like the desk was shouting out as well, ensuring that those relay bolts are going to have purchase there as well. I think for NRG Academy, again, just kind of echoing what the desk was saying, I do prefer seeing Hayode on that Jet. I think it does provide that extra flexibility here for NRG Academy, allowing him to float around the map a little bit more comfortably there. Overall, though, I think you kind of expect, a little bit more of an aggressive take on the defense, considering NRG Academy's composition, all things considered, and SAD Esports already walking up short and Hayode with the first.
Yeah, just trying to get them with some bit of aggression. NRG Academy say not so fast. Hayode for 3 over through the back, looking for more, but it's going to be a very swift round. SAD Esports just tried to go with some aggression, but they ran right into Hayode, who was fragging.
Yeah, really strong start here for NRG Academy. I think winning out this pistol round on their map pick, as well as good of a map as it is for SAD Esports, is imperative when you're thinking about, you know, last map on Fracture. I believe SAD picked up both pistols in our first map of this best of 3. And this sets NRG Academy up really nicely when we were having that conversation about the operators, the sniper rifles coming in a little bit later.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Okay, so round 2. Huge advantage for NRG Academy. SAD Esports just going to try to flood something eventually. Giza just a couple of taps with the Guardian, and it does actually connect onto Vita and Pain, who are down to half HP, a little less than that. That makes this even more difficult to try to crack through. Shock Dart trying to get there. Orb collected first, and that's all that SAD Esports were interested in. Whoa.
Nice little wallbang shot there. And look how much space Shondex has gotten now with that Marshall pushed up C-Long.
Yeah, this could be bad. Yeah, there's just no exit. Oh, and the collab. A little bit more. And now all of a sudden, Paint, last one left. Nowhere to go through mid. 2 flawless rounds in a row for NRG Academy. That's one way to start.
Hey, I mean, for NRG Academy, it's looking good. I think that we're also maybe seeing a little bit more comfort on Haven here as well. This was a last map of Fracture was a map that we hadn't seen NRG Academy on in an official yet this split, and Haven, again, like the desk was shouting out, a map that they're very comfortable on. And I think that in those moments, I was kind of talking about it with Roy yesterday in the green room. Even when you're, you know, generally a pretty good team when it comes down to those fundamentals, sometimes just being on a map that you aren't necessarily as comfy on can kind of take those away. Little contact play over towards Garage, though. Here might see the flash be popped through to get a pick or some sort of information, but instead Ren's going to continue to play a little passive.
Lots of opening damage starting to come through, though. NRG Academy continuing to keep the pressure on early. And for SAD Esports, with this trap set over towards C, this very well may be a B execute here, which you look over towards who's in position, and honestly, it's just kind of playing off stars. So see how things go. Well, no, actually looks like SAD's going to make their way over towards Ange's direction, and well, Ange has a judge, so you got to be careful here. Get on the way, Nova Pulse out. Ange stepping up, but ooh, affected by the paranoia just enough to keep him out of the line of sight. Pain for first blood. Spike will be planted 5v4 post plant.
Look at the space that's already been taken. NRG Academy, they're consistently walking up on the opposite line to ensure that that space can be contested, clearing out any sort of kind of re-wrap around in those post plants.
Well, looks like SAD Esports are fine staying on site, though, with these Phantoms and 1 Vandal. And honestly, for NRG Academy, you got to start making a move here soon. This is a lot of firepower you have to work through. And they're not really able to set up the pinches the way that they intended to. So the bunker on the site's going to work out what looks to be pretty nicely. Headhunter does connect for Shondex, who's now just looking to play for exits, and there won't be any more to find. So SAD Esports will drop 1 in what was a very good counter bonus.
Yeah, not able to get anything else here. So Ren's just not going to look to give them an alt orb here and die to that spike. Overall, comfortable round into the buy-up of the side of SAD Esports. Now, taking a look at the ultimate economy, you also have, again, with Phoenixes on both sides, those run-it-backs can cycle up so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Paint, they've been, you know, really focusing on trying to get him to get that spike planted, if not farming some of those orbs and whatever it may be to ensure that that can cycle up as quickly as possible. Operator that we talked about, though, Shift, finally online here for the side of NRG Academy. Hayode is going to look for an early peek outside of Garage. No one will be home on the side of SAD Esports, but look how they're already protocoling with that brick smoke, just understanding what NRG Academy want to be doing, even though Hayode is not necessarily posted in that position.
Yeah, a round 4 operator just gives you the immediate action of NRG are going to be trying to get this thing online as much as possible. But kind of like you called, holding over towards Garage will not allow the line of sight of defense towards A. Aldrone out. Giza will destroy it, but honestly, it gets all the information that you could possibly need if you are SAD Esports. There's the relay bolts followed up by the plant, and a 5v4 retake can be required here with that operator. Then that makes life very difficult.
Yeah, it definitely does, but Giza's been able to hold on to all of his utility into this round, kind of expecting to be playing this retake scenario, so you do have drone as well as the recon bolt to work with.
It's just going to take so much time. So Heyo will swap with Shondex to try to be the entryman, but ooh, opening spam will work out really nicely. Flash is really not going to connect for too much, and if we're going to go, we got to go now. Vita, a little slide out, able to find one with Welly. 2v1 situation, but now it's down to just the raw numbers, and it's just taking too long. It's just taking way too much time, and Shondex will have to back away. That retake really never even got on site.
No, it didn't. All of those bodies essentially just dying in that choke into CT. Definitely tough there. NRGA Academy hesitating a little bit into that retake. I think there was good stall from SAD Esports as well with the hot hands and no pressure on that flank coming out either. Overall, the timing is going to be something that we're going to have to continue to kind of keep in mind as this map goes forward. Operator being saved means that a lot of this round is going to fall on the back of Heode finding some sort of pick at minimum one here in C-Long with this SAD Esports posturing outside of that long push.
Yeah, I was surprised that they took the op in the first round. It comes to the field towards Garage. Usually we see it doing something like this at C or even taking an aggressive angle through A main, but we'll see. Can it connect? It does.
Spike down.
That's enough for Heyo to get the information that this will be a C play. But still, it's a 5v4 with mostly just Sheriffs to play with. So as long as SAD Esports kind of cross their T's and dot their I's, they should get onto site without too much cause for concern. But Heyo finds a second on the lurk over to Garage, so this is a tough 3v5 hold now on this post plan.
Yeah, it definitely is. Drone coming in here as well to clear out the close corners. I'm just waiting for the rest of the team to kind of get in line to be able to take this retake together.
But again, we don't want to wait too long here, especially with Sheriffs that are coming through. You still have a hot hand second block. Counter over the top has Vita very low. So now here comes the play forward. Heyo is going to drop the knives into the play. Ren's able to find the opener. Vita still on site, but low. Last one to stand. And not going to hang for much longer. A nice retake there for NRGA Academy, only dropping one in the process, and we'll have a 3-2 game.
Yeah, solidly overwhelming with numbers there. And it's nice to see also Heode kind of warming up into that operator as well. I think the sniper on Fracture just didn't look as comfortable, and now he's definitely hitting his shots. Overall, really nice reposition into Garage as well, understanding that there's a bit of a hole there, consistently expecting for that flank / lurk to come in from the side of Zaj as well. So consistently being heads up about it. Now both run it backs are up into this upcoming round tier shift. Gonna see how the magic happens, because Paint's been really good at taking that space with the run it back, being able to push NRGA Academy back on their defense.
Yep. I'll drone early here for SAD up the middle of the map. And a quick from the shadows commit potentially for the plant, but no. Ange is there to stop. It's a bold call to put it plainly, but everything resets 5v5, minute 20 on the clock.
We only have one smoke to work with now for Pain for the time being. And you can see Heode's kind of slowly creeping up over towards Breaks, not looking to overextend too far towards a lobby, while SAD Esports fully cut noise in mid. But that means they also, aside from those tripwires, they have no information on the other side of the map.
Run it back and be used to clear Garage. And then also through window. Paint's able to find Ange like right in front of him. Oh my. Run it back on the other side now. Ren's trying to get back in for the retake. Not going to find anything as Vita shuts that down after the slide. Unreal. But now Shondex on the exit, able to find two. Giza on the crossfire for two of their own. Leaves it now just down to Vita. And that's not, I think, how SAD Esports were expecting that defensive setup to go after they find the first two kills. But nonetheless, NRGA Academy set up a perfect breakdown of that plan at B.
Yeah, that was great reaction from Shondex being able to push outside of Garage, understanding the call from the rest of his team that SAD were looking to fall off of that space, and as well as hearing those sound cues coming out as well. I'm still not over that shot from Vita though, Ship. That was disgusting.
Yeah.
The desk has been really singing his praises today, and for definitely good reason. SAD Esports might not have crazy money going into this round, but Vita has consistently been able to pop off with that overdrive. So the Neon ult, definitely something to keep our eyes on here into this round. But Giza has also been so good with those Hunter Furies historically. Excited to see what happens.
Yeah, quick hit here. Smoke in the backside of the site. Vita with the overdrive out, but Renz will shut that down quickly. trying to stay alive behind the site, not going to happen as Pain connects. So the quick hit here for SAD Esports gives them the space early. Huntersphere going to come across this site. Countered now all of a sudden on the other side by Welly. And that's enough for Welly to actually find Shondux and a tag onto Hayode. So, wow, quick aggression. Finally, the plant coming through, and SAD Esports have the advantage.
Planted. One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do there. A nice thrifty round, though, from SAD Esports to find their third. Overall, I think that, you know, the crunches are really nice. SAD Esports, they scaled really well together on that C side, utilizing the walls to get onto site and then ensuring that they're crunching those backside players as well. Very nicely done, working in tandem. A timeout to be called here from NRGA Academy as SAD Esports are one from tying things up.
Clean. Okay, so it's been a very back and forth affair here, really, since we've gotten into the gun rounds in particular. Most importantly, though, SAD Esports have found success with the spike. That's, I think, the biggest part, at least getting it down. Now, of course, you see the double defuse that came through for NRGA Academy, but you have to think that with, what is this, the third round that we've had an operator out for Hayode, you would like to stop those plays before they get on site. It just makes these retakes a little bit more roll of the dice. So I think if you are looking at this from NRGA Academy, it's about how do we actually get value out of not just the operator, but also possibly the tour de force here. It should choke off the outsides of the map. At least that's what you think.
Yeah, for sure. I think it has been a little bit unlucky for a couple of those rounds, though, for NRG Academy. You know, just not having the operator posted up wherever SAD was reading into their hit. Just not being able to capitalize on it early. And then, you know, when you're going for that retake, we all know how it is. Retaking with the op, unless you're smoke, definitely usually pretty tough. Smoke somehow always makes it work, though, but it is a tall order to ask of any player in those kinds of situations, especially when you are down numbers there as well.
Oh, Heyo can't get back into garage. Interesting. Another call that just gets punished immediately. Tour de Force has taken away C long, and there's not a lot of info here for SAD Esports, so they'll use the owl drone to get some info over towards A long. That will be where they set themselves up for their approach.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see some sort of early pick coming in from Giza and Renz. If not, just having an insane timing up short could be enough.
Here comes the fast lane dive into sight. Smoke to block the B link. He's on the flank, though. That puts immediate pressure onto SAD Esports, who now all of a sudden kind of have to work for, whoa. How did that curveball not hit? Nice counter flash position for Giza. Shoulder comes through, but Vita eventually puts it down. But do you know that Renz is here? It may not matter because Zagiano's able to find a rotation pivot point with that kill through link.
30 seconds
Spike
left.
can make its way over to B.
I liked that call at the beginning, but I think it was a big... Okay, that's a little awkward. But regardless, back to what I was saying, I think it was a big mistake for Renz and Giza to split up in that moment. You're kind of expecting them to look for a re-clear on that long control. Now, Shondux has the opportunity to put this round in the bag.
Oh, saw Vita for a moment. Able to find one off the exit over to the Hunter. Not going to work out. Vita's for the 1v1 now. Renz able to get the info with that little jump peek through the dark cover, and that will give NRG Academy their 5th round.
Nice timeout to be called here for NRG Academy. A little close for comfort nonetheless, but I think huge heroics definitely from Giza on that short push alongside Renz to get those 2 picks to completely cancel that A push that we saw coming in.
Yeah, that's so awkward. Sachi in the middle switching for what he found on the ground. He's just sitting there with no weapon in hand like, uh-oh. Don't look at me.
I know.
Don't look at me.
He had a rifle out, and then all of a sudden it was hands up.
Yeah,
hands
for real.
up, caught out.
Yikes. Okay, a little bit of a financial decision to come through here for SAD Esports. Not everybody can afford, so it's going to be one of those buy what you can, have enough to buy in the next round. And a different look here for NRG Academy, playing with some aggression through A long. First time we've seen Hayode in this position. Dash is queued, able to find the first, standing for a little bit more, but the smokes will allow the exit. We'll go 5v4. Paint getting a little bit of damage, and ooh, Zagiano somehow able to connect through sewers onto Heyo, plus the follow-up on the flash from Paint is brilliant. But do they expect Renz in this corner? They've spammed it, but they haven't spammed it correctly, and Welly will make sure they find the kills they need. Ange looking to find some early angles on this connection play through Link, but the firewall in the way makes this entry point pretty difficult to get through. And yeah, the spy cam behind that will also reveal. And in a 2v4, yeah, you're going to back away and save the op.
Yeah, 100%. Got a Cosmic Divide to work with into the next round there as well. Paint has worked up to that run it back though. Overall, I think that it was a nice initial pick from the side of NRG Academy, but unfortunately, a bit of greed, I think, with that updraft, just really not being prepared for the positioning of that short player, with Zaj having gotten that timing up while the pressure was really being made over in A long. I do like how NRG Academy, though, you know, they looked to initially disrespect that A long smoke. I was trying to deny that kind of push, but really cool combos on the side of SAD Esports in that regard as well, with the Omen smoke over towards that choke point, and then you have the flash out to catch whoever was maybe pushed a bit more aggressively over to that brick side, coming out from Paint. Really nicely done to just force NRGA to back off with some of those lines.
Well, this is an important round here. Cash is starting to get a little bit low for NRG Academy with this back and forth. SAD Esports, again, reestablishing good control over the objective has got them finding a lot of post-plant opportunities. Run it back, maybe used immediately here for Paint on the approach. Renz does not have his yet. He's looking for timing. Steps past one, but Paint will still find the trade. Hey, O'Day trying to get into cover, but not going to work out as Paint finds the elimination. And, ooh, a little cold feet here for SAD Esports, expecting the quick retake attempt from NRG Academy.
Yeah, tapping to see if NRG Academy would bite off anything else more that they could chew, but securing that plant now here for Paint. Paint will get caught out and run it back of their own here for Renz.
Ooh, but Renz will be shut down. Has to go back and try again behind this Cosmic Divide. Sean is still waiting to see if he can find some sort of a shoulder, but Zagiana is just playing the clock more than anything else right now. Will drop. Spam up top is decent. Pain. Oh, can't quite pull the trigger. Renz is dancing with him. So now it's on to just Welly, who's stuck in front of the Cosmic Divide. And that is a retake that you just wouldn't have thought was going to happen. That was a 3v4. And the only player to drop is Shondek.
Yeah, it definitely got a little bit awkward there, but I think that Ange and Renz working in tandem there, their synergy was really nice when it came down to their spacing, the trades that they were looking to take here as well. And again, I think that Giza has been such an impactful player for NRG Academy. He might only just be, you know, 8-6 right now, but overall, I feel like the picks that he has been getting, I say that even though, like, you know, everyone's like pretty damn even across the board, if we're going to be honest, but the picks that he's been getting have been so important to ensure that SAD Esports haven't found any really crazy advantages early into these rounds.
Okay. Well, full purchase still available here for SAD Esports, but they use a lot of their ultimate power with that Paint ult in that last round. Ooh, and Heyo, a little stuck. No one checks the corner, though, for Ange, who's got one for free. Follows up onto the second, but there's a response here from SAD. Hunter's Fury cutting across the site, finding one. Zachiana trying to take away the space, but Shondex is holding. And Vito will be the last one left and is going to set themselves up for a potential 1v3 with this plan. Finds the first cleanly. Slides out. Oh my God. Nearly. But Renz puts away the heroics. And it'll be 7-4, one more to play in the half.
I saw the vision there. It's actually crazy, even though Vita's not able to close it out, but the fact that he makes it that close in a 3v1 is so impressive. Final round of this first half, though, and just positioning, like you were shouting out, Shift, was so important. I think the cover that you had for Giza as well while he's ripping that Hunter's Fury, massive from Shondex on top of everything. It just really nicely done. This map has been so close overall, and I think we were really all expecting it to kind of come down to this, with Haven and Split having been so strong for both of these teams.
Agreed. Wow. I thought they were about to undo it. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
Can't blame you.
Yep. Hunter's Fury out. Ooh, some trouble on the backside of the site here. Separation's coming through. And just got nowhere to go. But Heyo, I was going to say Heyo's able to find one. Almost stay alive for more, but the shutdown comes through. Spike making its way on for the plant. We'll go 4v3. No big ults to play with here if you are the defensive NRG, but some of the shock darts do chunk away some damage. So Vita and Pain are low. From the Shadow's going to be used to see if Pain can just get back to safety and play a clutch up spot. Well, yeah, Zaj is just going to wait to make sure nobody hits through Garage. So NRG's going to have to play this one heavy-handed. Firewall expires. Here comes the walk down. Shoulders on one side from Welly. Vita sees the barrel on the other, but Gee's able to find the first two. Pain now has to be called upon. Smoke comes out, but he's so low on health. Bazagiana goes unexpected for 2. And that will likely mean the round will come to an end. Gets to halfway. Pain finishes it off, and it'll be a 7-5 half.
Really clean round there from SAD Esports. A great combination with Welly using that Hunter's Fury for that zoning into backside, making it that much easier for Vita to find purchase in the site take and just be able to kind of take over with the rest of the team. Now, as we swap sides here, things are going to look a little bit different. I think for SAD Esports, there still is going to be a little bit of that push and pull that we kind of expected, a little bit of what we saw from NRG Academy as well. It kind of setting up for a bit more of like heavier B control to kick things off. Might go for an early peek into mid. NRG Academy, though, kind of curious to see if they are going to have that A lean or if it's going to be, looks like a little bit more of a default situation.
Let's see where we go. Ghost purchase pretty much all the way through. 1 Sheriff for Welly. Ed Hunter, of course, for Shondex. And Sad's going to just stack the box here at B. Smoke and a tripwire to try to block off the entryway through Garage. This contact could potentially determine the round, and ooh. With that flank now covered, SAD Esports kind of feel like they have to be proactive somewhere else, and they're trying to take care of Sean inside the window. It's a huge trade. Now back to a 4v4.
This could be a 3v3 into the mid peak, but SAD Esports fully backing away. No one's looking.
Didn't expect that. Vita not quite able to stay alive through cover. Paint. Curveball up and over. Doesn't affect Day, even though the Giza drop does come through 2v3. But a post plant that comes out. Pain backs out of the site. Possible for more. Here comes the crunch. Heyo able to find one. Keep their life. Pain. Whoa. Gets tagged in the face, but still alive and kicking for now. Gravity Vortex not able to affect or pull Pain into the mix, but Heyo covers the angle and NRG Academy take the offense.
Nice little recovery there for NRG Academy. A bit of a mistake there from SAD Esports. They're fully expecting that garage control to have been maintained by NRG, and the fact that nobody's looking in B main for some sort of a re-push or re-aggression from NRG, definitely a tough mistake to have made there. Overall, I think, though, it's a pretty solid round here for NRG.
Yeah. Okay. A couple of blessed timings, I think, really just changed that pistol for sure. Nice reveal. That's enough to say, all right, we see everything towards C. Let's just pull out the knives and sprint our way back. SAD Esports and maybe a spot to, cut the difference here and walk their way through that smoke, which I don't know if NRG Academy are fully going to expect, but the trademark will reveal at least some of this. Welly by themselves will have to just value their lives as best as possible. Spike plant already underway, but can you bully anyone out over here? There's the flash, and Ange just spamming at nothing, but Shondex has got the angle covered. Outlaw will work. He's there to help cover. Pain with 1 on the trade, but it's only a Guardian that's been picked up. Vita will drop immediately, and there's just nowhere to go for Pain. So good read, good response. NRG Academy clean in the anti-eco.
Decent enough damage as well. I mean, you dropped 2 guns, you got quite a bit of HP chunked off of 2 players there. Side of NRG Academy, it was a nice effort there from SAD Esports, but overall, very solid from NRG Academy, having that immediate rotation back to the A side of the map. Now taking a look at what we're going to be seeing from the side of SAD Esports. Welly's going to pull out that Odin, something that we know him to be very solid on that Sova, but a very aggressive look here on the defensive side of SAD Esports, looking to scale up immediately into A lobby.
Joke's over. Running back already going to be called into the play. Zajiana, ooh, revealed. That's not what you want. Yeah, try to play the counter flash. Does at least stop Renz with the Nova Pulse. Ooh, you thought maybe it was going to be enough, but a really solid follow-up there from Giza. Gets an opportunity for the plant to come through, but is that pick enough from Zajiana? Run it back now on the other side for Paint. Clearing out the initial space with this Spectre. Sean holding. Ren's able to find the shutdown. Welly for one with the Odin. But NRGA are still holding pretty nicely. Paint on the pinch, able to find one, but a quick switch from Sean Dex may give him an opportunity for more, and it does. Welly, the last one left. It's not gonna get through Sean Dex either. NRG Academy steal away a crucial round 10.
Insane 3K coming out from Sean Dex to be able to get double digits for this team in that post plant. Things are starting to fall apart with the sad retake coming in hot, but Sean Dex with heroics to be able to recover that round for the team, and a huge one to take away as well. When you're looking at the economy for SAD Esports, they are going to be into a safe situation. Like, that weapon swap was so cleanly done, and then being able to take down Welly as well in the 2v1, very clean here.
Oof. Okay. Makes this map look very, very scary for SAD Esports. Down 10-5 on a broken bye. Someone be a hero here and possibly try to bring this thing a little bit closer to level. Aldrone for the offensive NRG, just trying to scout things out over towards B. Doesn't get all the way through the threshold though, so this little crossfire for Paint and Vita is going to be very safe.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
No, that was not supposed to happen.
This position for Zaj could definitely be a make or break here, as long as he's able to get one pick.
Did they get it? Nah, just a little bit too wide of a peak from Ange. Doesn't really benefit the pre-aim of Zajiana. And oh man, Hayoday's got so much information behind this rotation. There shouldn't be a world where NRG Academy lose this round in a 4v4. But it is a very quick retake on the way. I mean, really, the play is not going to be here yet. Double curveball already being spent, and that will be enough. Okay, defense completely stuck, nowhere to go. Renz and Giza get it done themselves. 11-5, must-win round upcoming for SAD.
Yeah, no reveal on that lurking jet either. Had it come to fruition for a couple of picks, nobody would have really expected that, because you see the rest of the team on the other side of the map, and there's just no way you anticipate it. But really nice heads up to be able to speed things up over towards that seaside. Now timeout to be called here from SAD Esports. It's been 4 rounds in a row for NRG Academy ever since we swapped sides. They stole away that bonus round for themselves as well. Things are looking really solid here. You take a look at the ultimates that they have to play with as on top of everything. I think Giza's done a great job when it comes down to, you know, ensuring that Hunter's Fury is connecting, trying to zone these players to make it a bit easier for Hayode and Renz to scale up onto site. Meanwhile, for SAD Esports, I think this is the first time we're really seeing Vita get that opportunity to pull the operator out, and it's gotta find value here.
Yeah, absolutely. Without question. Okay. So we find ourselves in this weird conversation point of SAD Esports down 6, fighting up against ultimates. Things have not gone well in any form yet defensively. It's so tall of an ask to come off of a timeout and know what your reads are going to even be right here, because you haven't found success anywhere. I mean, it's 2 flawless rounds to start for NRG Academy, and the last 2 rounds have been very comfortable as well. So you have to find something immediately to change the narrative around here, and it's going to be Renz to start things off, running through the hot hands, everything in their way. Hunter's Fury comes through, but honestly, the combination with the run it back doesn't really do what it is intended to. So that's a good first start here for SAD's defense.
I don't know if they're going to be expecting 2 players back plat either here on the seaside. Historically, it has mostly been Zaj, I think, playing on an island at sea, but rotation's actually going to get called off here while we see the scale up into mid.
Here.
Well, is it comfortable enough to plant yet? That star placement may make it be. Well, he trying for some spam, not going to work out. Paint looking to go quickly on this retake attempt. And we'll find in Astral form of all things, interestingly enough. Smoke blocks off over towards the front. Zaji unable to find one alert, but do you expect a second? May not matter, though. Renz is so far away from this play at the moment. But it has enough time been killed. There's one, but now you know where everybody is. Through the cyber cage, a little bit too messy, and Sad Esports only dropped one. That is a beautiful response, especially considering that's a run it back and a Hunter's Fury off the table.
100%, and being able to carry over 4 of these weapons into the following round, and 2 of them being that Odin and that Operator, is definitely, honestly, perfect for the side of Sad Esports. A little bit of a fumble there from Ange. I don't know where he thought he was gonna have time, honestly, with Paint scaling so quickly back into sight, but one of those split-second decisions, hoping that he could get some sort of star down, maybe to provide some cover or delay. Now, Sad Esports Operator will be looking for that short peek. 3 players on the side of NRGA Academy will look to contest.
Big reveal, looking for some spam, some damage comes through, plus an angle, but Vita, whoa, rare miss from Vita. That would have been a huge first blood to get you an early 5v4 defensively, but all it will be is a little bit of damage onto Renz. Blades are out for Heyo. And this is going to be a quick hit over to Zajiana's direction, and they've already lost their trap wire at the front, so it's just a cyber cage to play in. Hot hands right in the middle of it. Zajiana not able to get over onto the angles. Heyo finds the opener. Paint trying to get back into the site, trying to contest this to Sad Esports. Vita will hit the second shot. Knives not quite connecting though for Heyo. Still has a rifle to play with, but it may not matter. Paint able to find 2. Over the top of that little backside heady is Paint for another, and it's all down to Sean with the tour de force. Still doable, especially with the freebie here in the corner. But you don't know where Paint has moved over to. Paint has no reason to peek this initially. First shot not there, but the second one is. Now down to the 1v1. Welly's got the big boy gun, and that's enough for Welly to find Sean Dex on the sprint. The other big round for Sad Esports. That's now Knives and Tour de Force off the table.
I don't know where he thought Welly was. I know he got like the timing towards front sight, but I think we're a little too gung-ho trying to pick up the spike in that moment there. Sad Esports, though, finding success 2 rounds in a row off the back of the timeout that they had called previously, ahead of getting that Operator online. I think it was a nice attempt there from Sean Dex in the 1v3, but now you've also got a Sad Esports who have a very healthy ultimate economy heading into this next round. Welly's been spot on with those Hunter Furies, and Vita has been a terror on the overdrive if he does need to use it, if he ends up getting caught off with that Operator. Sean Dex looking to scale up. This pick onto Pain could be a huge difference maker. As I say, that Renz falls.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. Another blind shot to the smoke nearly lands, but it's Pain who finds another. And the read for Sad Esports is perfect here on this play over through A long. NRGA Academy are looking for some sort of a reset, but they don't really have an exit available to them, especially Zajiana trying to play the backside on the rotation, but Pain drops. And NRGA Academy, well, they think they're being sneaky by killing the noise here, but of course, Zajiana knows there's been no exit, so Sad can stick around.
Yeah, it's tough. They're like completely sardined into A lobby as well, with Zaja's positioning, like you were talking about, having this under window control. You get those sound cues if you hear the steps in the rotation. On top of that, NRGA Academy seem aware of the gap, though, looking to re-clear into mid.
You have to check this, and they do. Ooh, Zajiana maybe a little bit more focused on someone coming over through the grass side, not through window, not in position to find the kill. So now this becomes very doable. And just gonna plan. That's a cosmic divide that'll be earned with this. Hunter's Fury coming out. Oh, quick. How about that from Vita? And that's enough to shred things away. Lots of damage. It'll have Paint with an easy finisher. And that will get Sad Esports on a bit of a heater here defensively. Now only down 3.
Yeah, you can really tell that the momentum has swung into their favor. I don't know what was, talked about in that past timeout. I think that the timeouts in general have been very impactful for both of these teams so far in this series, both on Fracture and now on our second map of Haven. And NRGA Academy, speaking of which, will be using the last timeout that they have in their bank as well. I think a bit of a conversation to be had, knowing that they're facing up against several of those ultimates on the side of SAD Esports. Operator as well has been something that has been a bit more difficult for them to deal with. Not necessarily in the sense that, you know, Vita's been shutting them down consistently with the op, but it's been a looming threat. It's definitely changed the plan of attack here for how NRG Academy are approaching their splits and their defaults here on the attacking side. It's also an important round win here, Shift. Like, they're investing into this. They need to win it, or else SAD Esports are going to be able to tie things up if NRG Academy get placed onto an eco if SAD come away with this one.
Very true. Very true. Okay. This is huge. So NRG off the timeout. We'll have enough to put together a bit of an arsenal, but not a great one. And like you call, you drop this round, it's 11-9. You're likely on a full save, or at least another half, at most another half buy. And it looks like they're going to remanage their economy. Yeah, so they've sell off a couple of the weapons to make sure everyone can afford in the round next. So now it's about, can SAD Esports take this defense cleanly, build up a little bit of a bank of their own? Ooh, shot from Vita just a fraction too early. And what would have been an easy first blood. Welly trying to hold the corner over towards Sewer, has a shock dart out, has a little bit of help around there too, but Heo Day able to dash on in for one. Payne realizes that he's got to try to play his life and will reset just on the inside portion of this A main choke point, and we'll go 4v4, but 2 weapons are still in hand here for NRG.
Yeah, it's so early into the round. NRG Academy, they look to re-clear mid, run over towards the C side of the map, understanding that SAD Esports have had this tendency of having Zaj walk up during those heavy-handed A showings. A bit of a reveal now with that camera going down here for Zaj, who's going to take the timing to get back onto site.
Zaj still alive and kicking. Good timing on the curveball. Has Ange set up for both. So Vita, operator, has to go quickly, has to try to find somebody, and no, going to get blindsided by Ange. NRG Academy, in what was a limited purchase, just 2 rifles, is going to come away with 4 players at the moment still surviving a 12th round win. And Paint, I mean, you have to go for this. But how can you? It looks like instead just trying to play for a bit of a exit kill situation here and then try to save. But this is a round gone wrong for SAD Esports. And, well, a couple of repurchases will be forced, but that'll be it. So, op grabbed. Paint will be able to at least save that.
Yeah, solid enough at least. And then also just, you know, trying to whittle down that economy here for NRG Academy. Just little by little. But match point here for NRG Academy to try and take us to our final map of Split. Now, for SAD Esports, again, they haven't had to invest that run it back yet, or had the opportunity, as well as that Hunter's Fury into this round, expecting to see those come out for certain into this one. A bit of a reposition here for Vita as well. I think the first time we're really seeing him post up for C-Long with this operator.
Well, that will own the angle. Run it back could be spent, but uh-oh. You lose Paint immediately trying to play with some aggression. Hunter's Fury across to B. Hits once, but not a second time. NRG Academy find a secondary elimination on site. And that just may be the map right there, honestly. I just don't know how you retake this unless someone's able to pop off. It'll be Welly from one side. It'll be Zaj on the other, but only one can find the kill. Now it's just down to Welly with a noted. Decent reveal, but it can't do much with it. Vita's also not able to respond by getting back into sight. And in a 1v4, it's going to have to be just an absolute mishap here for NRG Academy. That will not happen. Good response from NRG here in map number 2. 13-8. We're tied at 1 apiece.
Really nicely done here for NRG Academy. It was a back and forth affair in that first half between both of these teams. I think we've seen a lot of the different strengths that both these squads have here on Haven, taking us to Split, another map where both these teams have been very confident on thus far. Overall, though, I think that we definitely have to shout out how well Heo Day performed on this map. It felt like he was doing, you know, his job on Fracture, that is for certain, but it felt a lot more comfortable seeing him on that jet, moving away from the waylay here, allowing him to be a little bit more dynamic in that positioning, and I think at times a little more aggressive as well, with the differences in the get out of jail free cards between the waylay and the jet.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a little peculiar to kind of frame up what happened in that first half, where you had so much success getting the spike down if you're SAD Esports, but could not quite hold the post plants. So it's just one of those things of, again, entry, great. Holds, not as much. Maybe the same could be said on the flip side on that second half. But good stuff nonetheless from NRGA Academy. Good response gets us all the way to map number 3, which we'll break down with the desk when we come back.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds, and now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, Jennifer Lopez once said, "We just can't get enough." Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Van Silly and Roy. And I feel like let's be simple, Roy. Let's talk about the game very, very simply. I thought I was very boop boop. I thought for a second we were going like to map 3, and then for a while NRGA Academy was making it look like this was a possible comeback, and then the comeback was fake. So it was like
Oh yeah, I think the last part specifically kind of sums it all up. It was definitely a lot of back and forth between these two teams, but I mean, in the first map, we were talking about why it's very obvious why SAD Esports picked Fracture, but here we're kind of seeing why NRG likes this map, right? With the Hayode swap from the Waylay to the Jet has paid off so well. I think just Jet offers a little bit more flexibility. It's a lot more simple to play. There's less going on mentally, and it kind of just allows Hayday to to have those moments that we kind of got to see. And for NA Esports side, I don't even feel like they played the map poorly, to be honest. I think it's just the double pistol losses really hurt them in that regard. But overall, I feel like both of these teams had a lot of really good strats, and they had a lot of good showings. And I mean, so many rounds were just so sick. Like, there's just so many pop-off plays.
Agreed. I think not only double pistol, but even on the second half, you had a conversion of a bonus from NRGA Academy. So it was a very tough hill for NA Esports to come back from. And yeah, exactly. I'd like to even define it maybe as like 2 thrifties, because one of them was like that op save from Shandex that allowed Hayode to get 2 op kills, a Blade Storm kill, and a round conversion, right? So all that on Hayode. And then the second one was 2 rifles and 3 pistols that was converted by NRGA Academy, which I would still like to define that as a thrifty. So you know, the economy was mad low on the side of NA Esports on the second half, and you know, they put up some sort of a fight here for a couple of rounds, but at the end of the day, it's a lot to take over. Especially on the other side when you still have Ren's calling, not only calling, but calling as a Phoenix as well. So they're going to have the same type of win con where you can get the ult up as soon as possible. But just to refrain on what you were saying, or retract on what you were saying here, Roy, when you were mentioning here the power of Hayode on the op is the flexibility, but I also think Shandex also in the chamber was really good. It really allowed here NRGA Academy to lock both extremities in the first place and provide them a lot of first bloods and at least some good fights in their advantage that doesn't allow here for NA Esports to really activate on their attack side.
Yeah, and I'm just really happy to see NRG taking on a more like aggressive style on the defensive side. Here. Yeah, I just feel like the very defensive kind of like passive style on defense Haven hasn't worked for a long time now, and I feel like the pivot with the kind of players that you have if you're NRG makes so much sense, right? Like you have Shandex, who's mechanically really good and he's good at finding opening kills, but you also have the new gun Hayode, who's kind of in the same boat. It just feels like a lot of the the key conditions for successful sides for NRG Academy are there, so it kind of makes sense why they've pivoted. But I mean, yeah, dude, 2 pistol rounds. There's a thrifty for SAD, but there's also I guess a partial throw. I don't even know how the thrifties work in terms of
there's 2. There's 2. Okay, there's 2 in my mind. There's definitely 2. Yeah, in my mind too. And everybody's fine. Everybody's watching this game. There's 2.
Exactly. Like, dude, you win 2 pistols, you win 2 thrifties. Like mathematically, like the game is already in your hands. So I think NRG Academy, they just capitalized off a lot of those rounds, and NA Esports, they just too many mistakes made and they just couldn't catch up.
I mean, let's talk about the tone that NRG Academy immediately set. That first pistol round was flawless, and it was over quickly, right? I think, they went into there. I think I talked about before the map, what we were looking for from NRG, kind of that movement from both Hayday on top, right? That transfer from the first map to the second map, excuse me. 8 first kills on the side of Hayday. Vansily, we were looking for him. We were looking at him to get active. We were looking at him to hit these shots that we know he can hit, and he delivered.
Yeah, exactly. When you're looking at the previous map of Fracture, you kind of had to guess pretty much and be at the right spot if you're trying to get any type of kills on your or attempts on your first blood to convert here on your side. So you had to guess towards tree side. You have to guess towards arcade. If you're not in the right place, you're not going to win that fire. You're not going to be able to see that fight at all. This time was a little bit more simple, right? Because you have on one side Shandex that's locking down the C site that could disrespect any type of like top C smoke when you're trying to form Phoenix Orb, so that everybody tries to move towards the line of set of Hayode. So he doesn't need to look behind his back every single time at the beginning of these rounds. And you're starting to see here too that allows him to be a little bit more flowy and more comfortable moving around the map, and it definitely showed in the kill feed. But I think across the board overall, though, it was a lot of Hayode. Giza played amazing as an initiator as well, and I think Ren's having to call and play as Phoenix while calling is kind of nice too, because I also believe that for me, Phoenix is kind of more of like a initiator in some sense because of the quick flashes he can do to assist your team coming out through smokes. Any information that you get off the run it backs. So it's a nice little pseudo of aggressive initiator play here from Reds into the IGL.
And I think a lot of what you said is kind of be categorized as like that is the NRG identity, right? It's like a lot of these players can pop off. They're all mechanically really good players. They're all very experienced players, minus Hayday, who's a little bit more new to the competitive circuit, but he's been playing Valorant for a long time. But I mean, dude, it's a lot. It's a lot of firepower. It's a lot of IQ on that roster, and I think they don't really need that like the person on the team to drop 30, because all of them can contribute in different ways and at different points in time. And I think that is like the NRG trademark, if you will.
It's been really exciting to see Hayode like slot into NRG Academy pretty seamlessly. You know, I think there's a lot of people who I think had a lot of questions about him, and a lot of eyes were on him, and it's been such a seamless transition for him. And, going from map 1 to map 2, especially. We're going to map 3 next, which is split Vincely, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm about to ask you a stat about NRG's split. I believe they are very good in this map and they have a very good record on this map. Am I correct?
You're asking an Asian guy about math problems, but I'm a fake Asian when it comes down to that one. But no, jokes aside, no, I think they're pretty consistent on this map as well. But I also feel that this is more of like a compositional thing. If I want to think about the clashes, there is definitely a lot of comfort going into NRG Academy's compositional effort going into this one. But it wasn't the cleanest of games that they had versus EG last week, right? It was what, a 15-13 overtime. So it really went back and forth. I think it was due to the fact that you're trying to play a little bit with like the Waylay and the Vise that didn't really allow Shondex to really shine as much as he could, because he really had to stay anchored up in a lot of these spots. That said, though, I still believe that this map is still strong for a team like SAD Esports, who should be coming out with a strong double duelist in the Jet and Raze, and that's where it's gonna maybe keep the AOD's hands kind of busy.
Yeah, we've been seeing the return to the Jet Rays on this map, and it makes a lot of sense, to be honest. But kind of just looking briefly at SAD Esports' history on this map, they have it played, I mean, both teams have it played one time, but for SAD Esports specifically, their last match wasn't even 5 days ago, and they took down FlyQuest 13-5 with a double duelist comp. I mean, that alone is a statement. Like to defeat FlyQuest that handedly on a map that they've been historically pretty decent on, it's crazy. That's crazy.
Something I really am looking forward to. I think this is a prime Vita map. I feel like Vita can go absolutely crazy, and seeing him on that Jet and paint on that Raze on the side of SAD Esports, Roy, that is something I'm super looking forward to.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really fun map, that's for sure. Like there's just so much happening here. I think for me though, for NRG Academy's side, the Waylay is still really strong on this map. It's just a little bit more I want to say like almost like it's kind of raw when it comes down to the sight hits, right? Because you really only have the Omen Paranoia when it comes down to the attack side. So in terms of the attack side, it's gonna be a little bit harder for NRG to get value. But defensively speaking, NRG's Academy has so much to work with, a lot of stopping power and a lot of play potential. So for SAD Esports, try to get as many rounds on this half, because when it comes down to the defense side, it should be a little bit more controlled in terms of tempo.
Yeah, I agree. I think I was expecting maybe Hayode to switch out from the Waylay to the Jet, just because I saw that switch out from Haven. I was like, oh, maybe you're just going to go through comfort picks and just keep Jet overall. But I think there's a little bit of utility that you want to stay into the playbook, because you have lack of utility coming into your attack side with a Jet instead of a Waylay. So I think it just mathematically sound. This time the math connects here, Liz.
When we go into map 3, this is a reminder that both of these teams are looking to keep their perfect streak of the Swiss stage alive, looking to be 3-0. Will it be NRG Academy or SAD Esports? Let's send over to your casters, Ash and Shift.
Yeah, two really different ideas here about how these teams want to approach split. But I think the desk is right to obviously call out Vita, especially knowing that Paint is going to be right there with them the entire way. Do you kind of prefer that over the solo Waylay, or where's your headspace at considering these two comps?
I think I am leaning towards the double duelist on split. We've seen a lot of success with it within Challengers, and overall for NRG Academy, I think it's, you know, it makes a lot of sense what the desk has been breaking down. Hayode wanting to keep a little bit more of that utility, because if you do swap off onto that Jet, that makes you even more reliant on Ange and Renz, and you don't have as much that you can throw out there for yourself like the Saturate provides. I think it's going to be an interesting split, that is for certain. Both teams have found success, like the desk was talking about, but SAD Esports Shift, they had a very dominant win up against FlyQuest, and meanwhile, the win for NRG Academy, it was close versus Evil Geniuses Academy, 15-13, overtime situation. I think that these pistol rounds are going to be so important that I think both teams in this series thus far, winning out their pistols, have won their map picks.
Good call. We'll see how things unfold here as we jump on into the opening pistol. Action ensuing over towards B Tower, and that will work out. Shondex able to find the first blood. Ren's taking damage, but keeping themselves up. Follow-up is coming through behind this guiding light, but Shondex and Hayode are right in position to deal with it before the bird can flash.
One enemy remaining.
So now it's just down to Welly after the exchange through B main, and Welly is stuck at mid-map with no spike.
Yeah, 1v4 is a tall order to ask of anyone. Maybe a potential to isolate one, but not going to happen. Hayode puts the round in the bag here for NRG Academy. I think that's what's going to be kind of fun, too, to see from NRG Academy on the defensive side. I feel like I really want to see them racking up these rounds on defense with the trap play potential that Waylay also provides with that saturate to kick things off. I think that overall, though, it's been really solid. I think I also have my eyes on Shondex for this map as well. He had a great performance on that chamber. He's been such a flexible player with the different playstyles that he's able to pull out agent for agent.
Like that call. Okay. Here we go. Round number 2. Attack on the way towards A immediately. Razorvine's in the way. Ren's able to find the first blood. Razorvine's causing a bit of an issue here for Sad, and yeah, Vita's got nowhere to go. Tries for the wider peak, not going to happen. And then as soon as the vines expire, NRG will just swipe their way on through for an easy anti-eco.
I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. Like, they kind of just run into your judge. It's a move on kind of moment here for SAD Esports. And now taking a look at maybe the approach that we can see from this double duelist. SAD Esports kind of kicking things off over on the left side of the map instead, leaning over towards B, but overall, very solid holds here. You just run through that toxic screen, you get that vulnerability, that decay applied, it's done and dusted.
Yep. Clean, easy, breezy, beautiful cover girl, one of those things. Chilling. Loving it. All right. Next round up. This one going to be, you would think, a little bit more methodical for SAD Esports, just knowing that they just need to clear out some tight spaces away from things like stingers and judges in particular. But so far, it's just a little bit of a vie for position up towards mid. Shondex shows presence. Sajiana lurking over towards A, also kind of showing themselves the defense as something else that they have to consider. And this, well, yeah, NRG Academy is perfectly set up. And not only did they get the setup from And, they also get a pick down the middle of the map. So SAD Esports are struggling to get anything going right now.
Yeah, this is really tough. I mean, it's a relatively solid bonus, though, on the side of NRG Academy, right? When you're thinking about the weapons that they have to work with, essentially almost feeling nearly like a full buy round, but really struggling to, I think, decipher how to approach this double smokes and vice composition from NRG Academy. It's only been 3 rounds so far, Shift, but we really haven't seen SAD looking to pressure Giza's side of the map whatsoever. And that just makes it that much more comfortable for them to stack into these crossfires in mid, stack into holding that A main control as well, and playing a little bit more heavy-handed and a bit more passively there on B.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, when you struggle to get through choke points, I think it just completely messes with your mind of what are we doing executable wise? And it's really tough to do that against an eco, or pardon me, a bonus round that you don't even find really a single pick on until it's the round's pretty much out of the question. So SAD Esports already finding some difficulty here with this double duelist, cracking through the heavy control setup that we're getting out of NRG. And honestly, that just kind of leads my mind to being like, okay, well, next time we've got weapons, let's just try to hit and flood and just work our way past some of this utility, because you know they're going to spread the map. So why not take just the more superior numbers, try to bully our way on instead of trying to get cute with it.
A little bit of fake pressure over at B here as well. Interesting that the fake TP goes out without that one way.
Yeah. Well, here comes the paranoia and the quick burst here from SAD Esports, but yeah, really nice strategic back off here by NRG Academy. They have the perfect crossfire. The Razorvines come out late to split off this SAD approach. And it's not just sad because it's esports, it's sad because it's not finding much pressure. Nice shot from Hayode to finish things off at a 4-0 count.
And I think we talked about, and so did the desk, about how Hayode is really ramped up into this series. And didn't have a bad performance on Fracture by any means, but on Haven definitely looked lights out, and now heading into Split, even more comfortable, starting this map off 7-0. Renz also has yet to die thus far, with NRG getting 4 rounds. SAD Esports, they pull out their first time out. And I think overall, we're seeing also a lot of dynamicism in the setups here from NRG Academy. Giza has been swapping from that A side to the B side, making it a little bit harder, I think, for Sad also to read into what site might be a little bit weaker on these hits.
Yeah, very true. Well, so far, again, it's just NRG Academy have had everything in front of them. That's the other part about this, especially when you're dealing with double duelists. No one's getting through you. No one's getting behind you. They really haven't lost any convincing positions either. Like, not even the opening approach towards B tower really generated much. So I think if you are Sad, it's not just trying to get on site. It's also trying to take away those positions and making sure that the players on site feel a little bit more stretched in terms of what they have to watch. So we'll see if there's any sort of an indication here as far as Sad Esports trying to take one of the 2 tower positions away to start. But at the moment, I think if you're NRG Academy, you're feeling super comfy. You're like, we're dominated. This there's nothing to talk about here. Let's just enjoy this little timeout and just keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, for sure. Or if anything, maybe trying to read into what Sad Esports wanted to, but not really changing much of their own game plan. That's for certain. Bit of that presence to be shown early on over towards the B side of the map, but a Trailblazer will reveal your Sad Esports looking for this ramp's control. Cover provided.
Spike down.
Again, yeah, it's like you get that first step, and then right after that, you have no follow-up. So your spike is down. The paths are being considered, not that they're needed. I think especially concerned that Welly's off the table. So you've got no Trailblazers, no guiding lights.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, these double duelists have to essentially enter with no assistance, besides a paranoia maybe. Oh my.
The scap.
Ooh. Well, thought for a moment that Andrew's going to get a freebie. Not the case. And that paths, maybe it was a little premature. It affects paint, but doesn't really stop Sad Esports from getting their setup at B main.
Nice smoke for reposition here for Giza. Does have a flash available, long as well as the thorns. Good timing on that pop.
Yeah, great timing. Vita will get into sight. It's being watched, though, by Ange. That will work. Giza will lose their life, though, teleporting to the other side of it. Nice. Really nicely done right there from HeyOday. Nowhere to go on site. And that will lead Paint to backing off and saving. A flawless start here for NRG.
Yeah, that was gorgeous. I think the saturate going out and just ensuring that Ange was going to be able to complete that shrouded step to backside, so they had that crossfire. I saw the vision from Sad Esports, you know, with Welly going down, they didn't have those flashes like you were talking about to push that operator off of any angle, so they shift away completely, not wanting to deal with it whatsoever on that A side of the map. But then also a bit of a reveal with Paint lurking up into mid by himself. That's also not something that you typically want to see from your Raze player, kind of playing away from the pact. Maybe it could have been a call from conditioning that they've done in that timeout, saying, okay, well, we've consistently been having like the duelists playing alongside Welly. They won't really, maybe if like Paint reveals himself here and whatnot, they might expect a bit of a different play to be coming through, but it just doesn't work out.
I'll find you.
It's been really good. I mean, just about as good as you could possibly want right now if you're NRG Academy. Opening pressure through ramps again already, finding some damage, plus the blind shot will connect for HeyOday. They can just do no wrong. Oh, and how about that little dance? Up and over, does find a lot of damage from the Paint shells, but still alive and kicking. Ange on the corner, Prowler to assist for one. Snap over to Paint, not going to work, and the trades up top still benefit that of NRG Academy. 6-0, this is a rout right now.
It really feels like Sad Esports are kind of scratching their heads. We are seeing some adjustments in the macro plays on this map, you know, trying to go for some splits, a bit more of a head forward attempts here on that A site. I think HeyOday definitely gets lucky with that one. On top of that, I think he got a second as well with the Sheriff after getting whittled down to just 18 HP, but it's hard to find answers up against a Waylay that's popping off at 10-1.
Yeah, it's yes. That's about all you can say is it's yes. Giza deals with the boom bot, opening pressure for Sad Esports. Looks like the old-fashioned, let's just run at something and see if it works. But again, the vines are down. The Arc Rose is connecting. HeyOday is watching the cross up top with an operator. Trailblazer for some secondary info, but there's nowhere to go. I mean, this is just absolute congestion from NRG Academy. Dark cover, trying to be danced with. Pain will find the pick, Pain another. So hold on. Sad Esports are still alive and kicking, but nice shots from Sean Dex. Get us back to a 3v3. No one expecting Zagiana on the pinch, though. And this is a little bit more like it if you're SAD Esports. Hayode, last one left, and he's just trying to get something done. And knows maybe there's an opportunity to isolate. We'll drop into the play. Welly ball just runs and guns with the stinger. And finally, SAD Esports on the board.
A huge round for them to be taking away there. I think that, you know, being able to change up the tempo on that B site works out well for them. Overall, though, still comes right down to the wire, realistically. SAD Esports, though, with that win, they've also got quite a few ultimates that they get to work with here into round 8. Renz is the only one who's going to be able to really respond with the Nightfall. So, Welly, good information with that, with a... whatchamacallit? Damn. It's one of those days, huh? With the Sky Ultimate, I'm for some reason absolutely forgetting the name of that one.
Seekers.
And then you had that follow-up with the showstopper there from Paint, which could be really nice.
Oh, that's funny. All right, here we go. Nightfall already in. Showstopper will land, but it's actually a trade, even trade right there between both players. So we'll stay 4v4. Hayode looking for some information off the dashes. We'll refract back to safety. Knives would love to try to get up towards tower, but the saturate holds it back. Hayode, another opportunity with the scope, and there's help to make sure he can get away. And it's just down to Vita and Pain. Nothing there. I'm telling you, Hayode is getting it done. 3 in the round, 7-1 the count.
Nah, he is the truth. Like, the op was not looking hot on Fracture, and the second they go to Haven, he's just been unstoppable with it. Like, a lot of those quick scopes have just been landing here for Hayode. It's been absolutely insane to see nobody in the server near the amount of kills he's able to pull off right now.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. Okay. It's been clean so far for NRG Academy. And it is one of those things when you've got a player who's 14-2, sometimes you look at the scoreboard on the other side and say, well, what do we do about that? Some days people just come off and play a little different. Hard run up immediately in towards A. Giza dealing with all the pressure of what once more has the flash to play off of. It's just so many layers. There's so many layers. And SAD Esports will once more be thwarted at the front gates of a spike site. And there's just nowhere to go from here.
Yeah, this is tough. It's really gonna come down to maybe like Kane finding some sort of pick with the rifle, trying to bring down these numbers, but realistically, they don't really have anywhere to go either. You have like a full stack watching you for that A main push, and then you have another player stuck over in ramps there as well. Might try to take a timing with the wall being popped up, but they're fully contained.
Yeah. This has just been so good for NRG Academy. Really I can't pick apart one thing they've done incorrectly. Yes, you lose the round on that approach towards B, but honestly, that was just better play for SAD Esports, and it was a great start for NRG Academy. This has been perfect. So 23 on the clock. Here comes the feel out for the remaining picks. And it'll be both of them going to Shondex, who Viper's Pit cooking here late in the round is going to be a problem for SAD Esports. Yeah,
Flawless here for NRG Academy. And Hayode's been so good with these openers. I think on Haven, he went 8-3 when it came down to first bloods and first deaths. And right now, he's up at minimum 5-0, I'm pretty sure, on this map of Split, consistently winning those out and being able to shut down SAD Esports on their pushes and being able to pick out, you know, such pivotal players in those moments as well.
Well, it's going to be, again, a burst up top. This time, there's not a lot of utility in the way of this. And look at NRG. They just say, well, let's just get the heck out of here. But they're not able to get Ange out. Hayode in some trouble. Wow, what a reveal that is. And Arens will take good benefit of it, at least for one. Sean trying to work their way back in with Giza. They're going to find another, but Hayode will drop, leaving it to the 2v3. Pain's going to opt to take the operator up from inside the site. Not going to make a difference because Steel Garden will be called. Giza now moving in. Right click already finding some damage. Dancing around the site, at least that's the attempt, is SAD Esports, but Vita, last one left, just has the stinger to try to recover with it. Oh, they line up for him. Vita's gonna get the 1v2 with the stinger as soon as the Steel Garden apply starts to come off of the effect. And it's an 8-2 count, big round for SAD to try to save the half.
Huge clutch coming in for Vita there, picking up that operator here as well to punish some of the aggression on the defense that we've seen from NRG Academy. That's going to change the pacing a little bit, though, Shift. The last couple of rounds, we've seen very high-octane, aggressive pushes towards this A site. I like the combinations to take that A heaven control in that previous round, but with the op in play now, things are going to slow down. The conditioning will still be done on the A side of the map.
Oh, Pain caught.
Yeah.
That was a teleport, I believe, straight up top, trying to get it past the choke point, but little do you know, NRG have 2 players up top at ramps ready for that. So 5v4 early, and with an operator out, I mean, this is one of those things that Vita has to connect onto somebody.
Oh, yeah. You also have to give a lot of credit to Renz, too. Elbow spotted there for Vita. Shondek's going to back off. Has Thorns to play off of for a little bit more delay here.
And just continually setting up that poison cloud. Paint going to try to work their way in. And the vines will pop. So already, SAD Esports kind of getting through a couple of obstacles here. The heal will also make sure Vita gets back to 100 HP. And still has a paranoia to play with. Flash, Cloudburst, Paint Shells, and Sondex can't find much, but Ange is perfect on the timing for the pinch in the backside. You also see the operator barrel from Vita, but can't quite find the shot initially. Vita's able to connect onto a second. But Renz is solid, seen the drop down. And of course, here's the dash. There's nowhere to go from there. NRG get their 9th.
Really nicely done here. NRG Academy. And again, Renz just has so much impact. I feel like nearly every haunt that we've seen has landed on a minimum 1 to 2 players.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, the amount of information he's able to glean for NRG Academy, even if it's not followed up by a kill, it just does so much for how they're maneuvering around the map in response.
Great stuff. This has been a dominant first half. And more importantly, again, just, yeah, 9-2 is dominant, but it's, again, into the face of double duelists who have been ineffective to this point. That is so huge. Viper's pick going to get called out here in round 12. Because, of course, you're not going to save it for the next half. So it's going to be, instead of approach over towards A, they're going to try to get through the middle of B. And there are double razors and an arc rose at the backside of the site, plus a paranoia. This is going to be a really hard push. Nearsightedness comes through. Guiding light doesn't give Ange a chance to find the first blood. Shoulder seen, trying to force it. And eventually it's going to be Hayode from up top to find the benefit of the kills. Now back over towards main. There's just nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. 10-2 half NRG Academy.
Incredibly dominant here for NRG Academy. It feels like there's no slowing them down. As we swap sides, though, we're going to see if Hayode is going to be able to carry forward with the insane performance that we've seen from him this far. I think on defense, it's a little bit of a different story, right? Especially having that operator online. He's really just waiting for the likes of SAD Esports to, you know, come into his crosshair with a little bit of support from the team, you know, on some of those retakes. But attacking side is quite different. NRG do have a huge lead to work with, though, at the very least, but Hayode is going to be a lot more reliant into these next following rounds on his team to be able to set him up for those aggressive pushes to get into the faces of SAD.
Yeah. Great stuff. So if this pistol goes the way of NRG Academy, we're going to be talking about force buy territory for SAD the rest of the way through. I'm going to get aggressive off this pistol. Paint gets one little bit of info, and that's enough to say, nope, they are watching for this play through mid, so we got to back off and play a little safer. Meanwhile, Shondek says, you want to show some force? How about I get myself a little 1v1 with the other Viper, but not going to work out. And that's enough to pull the defense to A and allow the Spike to get free control of tower at B.
What great bait. Like, this is a crazy read coming out from Renz. Now, that B site, like you were saying, completely free for the taking. It is expected to be a 5v5 retake into this. You take a look at Shondex's positioning into sewers. This is going to be super important into the post plant.
And just the first one to find contact. That will likely be enough for Shondex to start working their way up. Don't want to go too far, especially if Paint's still watching. Zagiana finds the first. Shondex's timing is perfect. Can you find anything off this paranoia? No, you can't. Hold on a second. 5v3 in the retake. Got to go quickly and make good on this if you're Shondex and they're able to find 2. 3v2 situation now as Giza finds another in the site. And they can't find Renz initially, who eventually makes themselves known, finds another pop pick. Paint last one left, cannot connect. and it's a pistol round for NRG Academy that has SAD Esports pretty much down and out.
Yeah, the last 4 pistol rounds of this series picked up by NRG Academy, and it is such an important round here for SAD Esports to be able to pick up for themselves. It comes down to the wire in that 1v2, but great reactions. I mentioned how important Shondek's backstab was going to be. Being able to pick up 2 absolutely saved that moment there for NRG Academy when SAD Esports initially found themselves with the advantage.
Clean, 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 clean. Wow, this has been something else. I'll tell you what, man. Yeah, it's been a clinic for sure. So here comes the forced purchase for SAD Esports. It's a Stinger and a Outlaw, at least for 2. Nothing crazy, but this just feels so bad. Especially if Vita drops. Nope, instead finds first blood. That's big. So, NRG Academy will have to consider what they want to do in this 4v5, not having their Omen, which is actually pretty critical.
Yeah, it changes the pacing a lot here. That's why you see both kind of pairings activating on the extremities. Trying to find some sort of pick.
Oh, too much shoulder there from Shondek. So Vita connects again. Ren's looking to follow. Snaps will work out. Heyo finds one. Giza gets 2 from the Guardian position at B main. Ooh, how quickly things change. So now Heyo Day is going to return back over through vent side. Not the weapon you want if you're Zagiana, so now it's up to Vita. Can you connect onto this hit? Has the right angle, able to find the first, but can you really get onto sight? Heyo Day makes himself known from around the back. Vita's able to find one, over to the pistol now. It's just down to can you connect? And oh, it's a full ace in the 1v2 for Vita. Huge response for SAD Esports.
An absolutely worthwhile investment into that Outlaw there for Vita for the ace. Being able to, I think, take down at least 3 of those players were on light shield, so it had a lot of impact into this round, and you calling out that initial pick on Pain was massive for changing the pacing here for NRG Academy. Absolute heroics from the Jet player to bring things back here for SAD Esports, but they still have an absolute mountain to climb. They've got to make this next one clean as possible, though, considering the investments into the last round.
Well, here we go. Quick hit right through as Vita has to give up the space, and it looks like for SAD Esports, they're going to likely have to play a retake here. They got the weapons, obviously, for it, but if Welly gets caught, that might be a valuable weapon to grab, and Giza able to connect right before the dark cover gets him out of there. Paint up close and personal. Cannot stop the Ares from being grabbed, though. Dark cover fades, and Giza just oversteps just a touch too much. But these sheriffs, this sheriff singular, could potentially pack a punch if it lands, and maybe there's a chance for more, but no, not going to happen. SAD Esports pretty perfect on their retake. We'll only drop Welling initially, and we'll get to 11-4.
Yeah, definitely comfortable there, carrying away 4 of those weapons into the following round. And then with the defuse going into the hands of Vita as well, depending on what the buy ends up looking like, because I know that Welly doesn't have too much cash in the bank, there is the knives that he can fall back on. Yeah, the Outlaw will be thrown over into Welly's hands, and expecting the blades to be popped. For the side of NRG Academy, though, you got Giza 1 away from the Steel Garden here, so definitely potential to go for some sort of burst execution. I think that's why you're seeing that 4-player push over into B main, maybe a bit of lurking presence here from Ange into mid, and I'm lying. It's just going to be a little bit of a default peak here from this team.
All right. Action quickly across the map, and it's going to be Renz who finds first blood on the Pain. Backside of the site. Through that screen's position. You just don't often see that, but huge first blood. As Vita now in a position to have to make a choice. And honestly, SAD Esports, they're just going to bank on this being a B hit. They would be correct for now, but there's just so much time on the clock that NRG Academy can really manipulate and possibly show force elsewhere to get SAD Esports a little bit more spread out.
Yeah, I like how they initially cut noise, just forcing a bit more of that utility out from SAD Esports early on. Tucking from the Prowler, though.
Oh,
it's still going to be punished there. That is looking tough.
Yeah, this rotation call is just so free now. Just, you haven't seen much over here yet, so just make sure you, cross your T's, dot your I's, get yourself to match point. And that'll be a 5v3 post plant. Zajiana playing through screens. Welly will be up top, has the operator. Paint will actually join on this play over towards screen side, but Zajiana will drop. Crossfire set up there. Just don't expect Shondex to be here. They don't even need him. Aodage is just taking over in map number 3, and Welly can do nothing besides keep the op.
Yeah, having to save that series point here for NRG. And again, you got a couple big ultimates on the cusp of coming to fruition for Haeode. It's the Convergent Pass, the Steel Garden, as well for Giza that didn't end up being procced into this round. SAD Esports, nothing to really answer with. Again, it's just the Blade Storm that they're going to have into their back pocket. So there will be a purchase that gets to be thrown over to another member on the team, but this op might not even get saved into this round.
Yeah, facts. Well, Welly will take a couple, but nothing more. That's now match point to NRG Academy. What has been a quick map number 3. And the purchase for SAD Esports will contain rifles, but there will be at least 1 light armor. And yeah, you've got another timeout, so why not use it? You're going to have knives for Vita, Seekers available for Welly, but Steel Garden and Convergent Paths are 2 massive ultimates. If you just decide to, let's just say as an example, hit B, you can Divergent Path off one side through screens, Steel Garden across towards tower, and you should have a free sight. I mean, at least with a huge advantage to take.
Yeah, that is for sure. I think what's tough here, Shift, is it being a 10-2 half, we haven't even really seen SAD have the opportunity to get started on this defensive side, right? I think when it came down to this composition, we're expecting a bit more of that aggression to be coming through, trying to, deny NRG Academy from these opportunities to walk up, whether it was going to be Shondex on those lurks on the A side, or even just pressuring one of the extremities, or even into mid. I think we've seen some very passive looks over at B main, maybe some late retakes and repushes into mid as well, but it hasn't really been anything that has felt super measured, I think, as far as some sort of set play that's come through. And I feel like that respect that they're giving to NRG on their attacking side right now is definitely contributing to the downfall here for SAD.
I like to use the word measured. It just, everything feels like, well, based on how the map started, everything feels like it's just kind of forced. And to be honest, I think when your set plays are just not working out, you kind of feel an obligation to do something crazy. But Vita will at least connect with the opening knives. Has a Bucky in the back pocket. Welly just watching the cross through screens, and looks like NRG Academy will wait for this dark cover and then go ahead and hit the go call and see if they can get onto the site quickly.
Has to get off. Yeah, gotta save the Seekers for a retake with the team, especially with the numbers advantage.
Well, the paths will come through onto the back screen's position. Razors also to block. Steel Garden will come through to follow behind that. And SAD Esports, well, honestly, don't really get affected too much by any of that utility. So now they have a chance to retake, but the problem is you just don't have a lot of utility to do it. Paranoia already threw paint shells into the corner. Giza gonna take a lot of damage from that. Still alive, though, can still hold this crossfire position. Walking up is Zajiana. Heyo for the trade. Shots onto Ange are starting to land. His pain feigns not just 2, but gets all 3. So retake comes through successful. SAD Esports still alive.
Yeah, really nicely done into that retake, but definitely got down to the wire, even though it ends up being, 3 players alive on the side of SAD Esports. Absolute heroics from Pain there. I think some great flashes as well coming through from Welly to just make it really uncomfortable for that post plant to continue to be held. And the NRG Academy weren't exactly 100% sure about their positions and being able to, tuck a bit more safely in that situation. Stay alive for now, but again, still tall hill to climb. I think that an important round, obviously, for SAD Esports to win, not just because it's match point, but they're able to, break the economy of NRG Academy a little bit at the very least.
It's got to start somewhere. It's got to start somewhere. Well, Welly will get the opener. It's still on the way, though, for NRG Academy. It should lead to a plant situation, so retake could be required. It's Stingers, 2 Guardians, and the classic for Heyo. And I like this idea. Just stack back screens and see if you can get some trades. Trailblazer shut down, but does get a lot of information. That will pause the retake for a moment, knowing there are players at this front door. Now it's just down to blocking things off. Ooh, Vita right into the mix. That's bold. Ayode's going to say thank you very much, but the follow-up from Sad Esports, just too many members to deal with. Or is it? How about another from Renz? Now it's just down to Ant. The corner stinger out, and they're just going to flood through. No problems to finish it, and Sad Esports get to 6.
A nice satchels from Paint to disrupt the positioning there for Ange as well. But again, really nicely done. The fast floods here seem to be the answer for the side of Sad Esports. 6 rounds to try and take us to overtime. NRG Academy, they were on the half buy into the last one. We'll have rifles back into play. Nothing crazy when it comes to ults for either side. Maybe a world where you see Showstopper come to fruition here for the side of Sad Esports, but it has been a tough match for Paint, at least here on Split. It hasn't really been able to get too much going. I think he has had good impact though, at the very least, with a lot of those nades. Clearing out corners has definitely been a difference maker in some of these rounds here for Sad.
Well, opening a little battle here has Sad Esports actually taking care of Shondex, and Pain on the other side connects. So this forward position's going to work out. Trades eventually do come through, though. Allows NRG Academy to get through the threshold and get the spike on site. It would be a 2v3. Vita does have an op, though. And this position on the post plant can allow Heyo to play forward and allow Ange to play the secondary contact. Our cover about to expire, and yeah, it's just unfortunate timing for Heyo Day, leaving Ange now to the 1v3. All in already in play for Welly. Up top, though, it's Zajiana in a perfect position. And all of a sudden, Sad Esports are throwing their weight around in this defensive half.
Yeah, I think conversation that was had during that timeout has made a difference. We've talked so much about how these timeouts have been impeccable for both of these teams as far as the impact that you're seeing after they get called. And I think as well, the last 3 rounds, Shift, we saw what we were wanting to see from Sad Esports. A bit of that adjustment on that aggression, fighting forward a bit earlier into the round. They've caught NRG Academy, I think, off guard because of that more passive conditioning that we saw at the beginning of this second half, and not respecting NRG as much has yielded them a couple of those early picks that have made the key differences. But now NRG Academy, they call the first timeout of their own here on Split, back into an eco round, looking to have a conversation of how they want to, I guess, adjust to what has changed on the side of Sad Esports, being a little bit more prepared for those early peaks, which, to be fair, I doubt we will see into this particular round because it is an anti-eco. But as the second half carries on, I think that NRG Academy, I definitely have to be more aware and prepared for some of that aggression coming out from Sad.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, it's the opening first bloods that have really turned the tides in these last 3 rounds. Hasn't allowed NRG Academy to do much of anything, and they're back onto a save all of a sudden. Okay. Well, off the timeout, see what Sad Esports wants to try to put together to get this thing over the finish line. But Sad Esports, like you call, is just finding great early success in the first 45 seconds of these rounds before the executes can even come to play. So, what breaks first? The spirit of NRG Academy or the defensive pressure of Sad Esports?
Cute idea there with the lurking smoke over in B main, but the angle that's being held really not going to have the impact that they're looking for. Zaj could get caught out here. 4 players in mid.
But finds 2. Renz gets a trade. That's a weapon picked up. Vita cannot challenge that. Prowler pushes them off the angle on top of that. So that's good positioning now. Ange looking to try to hold over towards B main. Paranoia, I don't believe actually connects. Oh, it does, but Ange is told to go 1 for 1. Renz finds Vita over the top of the play, but Pain, perfect timing, stops Renz from getting into sight. But do they know that Giza is here? I don't believe so. So Pain will reset. Giza will take the time to grab a weapon. We'll go to the 1v2.
I think there is definitely awareness that Giza could be there, maybe not 100% certain, but I really love that reposition, from the shadows coming out from Pain to ensure that he wouldn't be putting Welly into a 1v1 scenario. Left. Both players, though, still split. Information will be garnered by Welly on this push, but Giza's ready for it.
Sure is.
Timing
Kind of. Yeah, I was going to say. Now stuck in the corner. Giza, first shots are perfect. Flash comes through. Giza able to find the shake off the effects of the flash for a moment, but Payne does the same. Turns, finds the pick. And SAD Esports are looking at an 8-12 tally. Operator save. Purchase will still be fine. Trending. They're trending.
They really are. I also got to give a lot of credit for Payne here. He's been such a hero for SAD Esports in so many of these rounds, getting those multi-kills. Yes, Zaj was definitely huge for, getting the 2K into mid, but really the impact of the kills that we've seen from Payne, so much credit has to be given to him to be able to have SAD Esports coming back in the way that they are. And I feel like he's a player that we don't get to talk about nearly as often, but when you have players like Payne and Vita normally in that server popping off.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, especially on this defensive half. Showstopper Seekers available for SAD Esports with the operator in play. Full purchase for NRGA Academy. Also have the conversion pass and the Nightfall, one away from a Steel Garden. And if Shondex plants or finds a pick, there would be a Viper's Pit to consider on the back end of it. Back pause could not have been in a more inopportunistic moment to come through. I was ready for this one. A
little momentum killer here. Well, we'll get word to you guys as soon as we know what the tech pause is for. Unfortunately, it seems like a water on keyboard moment. And got a little too ecstatic. Yeah, you don't want to be playing with a wet keyboard. We definitely got to salt that up.
No soggy keys for me. Thank you very much.
We'll wait to get that sorted though. Hopefully it
How?
won't take too long.
How?
I also just hope, looking to take a sip of your water. It's an intense game.
But like,
I'm clumsy, so I get it.
Like,
maybe, or maybe it could be like a accidentally knocked it over kind of moment. I'm very clumsy. I can't say anything.
That's fair.
I can't say anything.
I'm just saying, like, put a lid on that thing.
Even then, sometimes things happen. I've been there. Hopefully the keyboard's not damaged. I think that's my main concern because I've also been there where I sold water on my keyboard and it was cooked for a couple keys, so I had to look to replace it. It do be like that sometimes.
It do be like that.
Not everyone's as elegant as you, Chef. I'm sorry.
The tough life.
Really is.
Not that elegant. Very inelegant. Is that what's the counter of elegant? What's the counter word? Is it inelegant? Just sloppy? You could say it was just sloppy.
You could say sloppy, I guess. I think there's multiple antonyms.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for, an antonym. Thank you.
No problem.
I'm sitting here trying to make opposite happen. Like, what's the opposite of it? What's the antonym? Who's the anti-hero?
Not you. Not you. Well, I guess, you know what? I think Liz is your anti-hero. You guys like to squabble a lot on the broadcast.
There's a phrase that we use in the elegant world that thou shall not bark at dogs, meaning like if someone is below you, just don't talk to them type deal.
Mm-hmm.
I should really use that when Liz starts to get sassy. Just, like, ignore.
Well, you work on that. You work on that in the moment. I hope that you remember in the moment.
I won't. I'm petty that too. It's Italian. It's just us Italians are just petty like that.
You guys got a lot of fire in your souls. That is for certain. The both of you. Very passionate people.
Appreciate that, I think.
It was a good thing. That was not necessarily a bad thing. If anything,
sounded like
it was
compliment.
like good/neutral. I think.
Perfect. Okay.
Passion is great.
Like
Where would we be without
character,
passion in the world? Let's be honest.
Love that. Here we go. We're back off tech pause. 12-8 to count. Again, NRGA Academy was so much to work with here, and Vita's just trying to get aggressive to get something to start, but not this time. Paint following just to make sure that mid steps is held. Also, the timing of that wall from the Viper is good. So defensively, SAD Esports hold on to mid, but it is a little expensive.
Yeah, it is. Nice Seekers to come out, though, for the early information here for SAD Esports. Getting a little bit of a read. And looking to just TP up into mid here as well. Operator's still postured on the B side of the map, and that is a huge pick on Heode as he's trying to dash away.
Oh my gosh, I thought he was just about to do it to him, but Shondex follows up. That's a huge trade considering the play is not on this side of the map. Vita a chance, but does come up short. Paranoia effects. Giza, Renz trying to isolate. Vita staying alive. Payne here to help. That's the spike down. Rens cannot find the defense. What an escape from SAD Esports. 4-3 the count. Big win through mid-map, shutting down Shondex on the rotation back to the play. And so it's going to have to be a 2v4 hold for NRG Academy. Zaj playing along the backside through dirt. Rens sees the elbow, finds the kill. Now the tension back up top, has a head in front of him, but can't find the connection. Ange flash, backs off, Vita able to connect. 1v3 for Ange. Vita putting pressure on the spike, holding the angle with the scope. But oh, I thought for a second maybe put it down a little bit too early. No, not the case. Quick scope comes through, and it's the 12-9 count.
These retakes have been crazy for SAD Esports. They've been so consistent with them, and it all really comes down again to those opening picks. The fact that they're constantly in these numbers advantages in the post-plant situations, therefore NRG Academy, makes it so difficult for NRG to try and find anything in the post. No opportunity to really even get aggressive, to fight forward a little earlier on with how quick SAD Esports are to deny those choke points and make the rotation over to the desired site. Now, NRG Academy, though, still got to buy into this. They have the convergent paths available, Steel Garden up. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, that is the big thing. They use Nightfall, but they don't use much else. So NRG Academy with weapons and ultimates has a bit of an advantage in this round. Vita still sniping. Outlaw this time, though. There are low health or pretty low armor pools in the mix. Visage from inside the sights able to find one. Still staying alive. Finds another. That is so critical from Zaj. Gets 3 before eventually being traded, but that is definitely job well done. Ease up Hayode. Last one's left. Once again, going to give it a go in the 2v4, but oof. Footsteps heard, doesn't make a difference. Shot lands, Hayo gets affected by the paranoia. Easy finish, and all of a sudden it's 12-10.
You cannot ask for anything more from your Viper player anchoring the A site there. Really nicely done maneuvering around mid-map from Zaj and being able to get 3. That carried, that honestly, that won the round there for SAD Esports. Now 2 away from overtime. The investment not too crazy since it was just the convergent pass there from Hayode. You still have the Steel Garden that Giza has hung on to at the very least. Forcing, though, this last timeout from the side of NRG Academy. This is a far cry from the 10-2 half that kicked things off here on Split.
Wow, this has been something different, man, I'll tell you. Okay. Last time out. Got to make good on it. NRG Academy will still have full purchase in this round with the Steel Garden. No operator this time, at least for now, from SAD Esports. Instead, it's a rifle and knives for Vita. So that's something that's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, I think that what's kind of been tough here for NRG Academy on the attacking side is with the fact that they're running the solo duelist, you don't have, crazy support like you do from, a Sky on the side of SAD Esports. For Hayode to make those entries in, we've seen a lot of those like fast, high tempo hits just trying to burst execute onto site. And there are worlds where they, could have slowed it down, but with Vita having pulled out that operator, it just makes it near impossible to try and find those gaps in those moments because you need to be pushing that off of whichever sight line it is. And they'd rather just, full execute together, ensure that they can use the utility to take that site control. It's really hard to find the necessary answers because of that here for NRG Academy.
So true, so true. Well, Vita will have the outlaw up. The dash is immediately refracted back. And NRG Academy will instead try to walk behind Rens and this smoke to get some ropes and maybe mail control here. Interesting. Is this just trying to pull the defense with some sort of a fake towards main and then jump up in towards vent? But no, instead it's going to be a crunch out over towards top tower. And honestly, SAD Esports is pretty set up for this.
Yeah, Welly not being revealed there as well and still having that ramps control really gives it all away. Not seeing any of that A Heaven presence. Steel Garden out.
Vita's not affected. Has the knives. Okay. How about that? 2 insane knife connections for Vita, plus the support that was never affected by the Steel Garden. Lock things down, and we're 1 away from OT.
Yeah, he's absolutely heated up into this second half here for SAD Esports. Really nicely done. The Blade Storm, like, it was just so clean. The dash back into the updraft was crazy from Vita. Now 1 away from taking us to overtime. Both of these teams thus far had only been able to find 2 rounds each on their attacking sides. If we go to OT, it's really going to come down to those attacking sided rounds. It's going to be crazy.
El Heyo gonna jump himself right up in towards ropes. Flash from Welly pushes him back for the refract. Nothing but a show of force as you still have Ange floating at mid. Giza with a Guardian towards the B main push through, but this purchase for NRG Academy to try to close this map out is less than comfortable. Trying to get on and maybe get a plant in so that way this Viper's pick could actually be effective, but easier said than done. And instead, it's going to be trying to control top tower where you're watching the cross of your paint with a Phantom on the rope.
Oh, this timing could be crazy. Retaking the space here for Welly in A heaven. No flashes to work with yet.
Good delayed poison cloud. How about this? Are they going to try to re-wrap back over? This could give Paint a big chance, but now they've given it away. So now you have to commit on towards A. Smoke to block off screens. Haunt tries to go into the site. Zagiano trying to create space for themselves to work with. He is the only one on the site at the moment. Trying to play through elbow, finds the first blood. Hayode cannot connect. And then Vita just spamming through smoke, gets another. Oh, man. Ange gives you one in response. That'll be a weapon upgrade. Spike also being planted. Sean can immediately pop the Viper's Pit right after this. There it goes. Giza trying to hold the cross. SAD Esports, though, are blocked off by the Vice Wall. And as it falls, Giza sees a barrel, finds the first. Can't get more than that, though. 2v3 situation. Phantom and Stinger taking on 3 rifles. Ange the one responsible for holding onto the backside of this elbow. Sean Dex playing a little bit deeper.
There's no
Spam
bullets.
shots are not landing. So you got to do this the old-fashioned way. Here comes the first effort. And Welly's able to find Ange. Paranoia also coming through, but Sean's able to find one, not the second. Paint immediately hops on for the defuse, and we're going extra.
Absolutely insane. A retake into the Viper's Pit here for SAD Esports in a round where it seemed like NRG Academy might just find their 3rd attacking one. Again, this overtime really relies on these attacking rounds. Whoever is going to find the one first is likely to be the one to take this map home. Defense has looked solid for both of these teams. The operator has definitely been a pain point for both, but in OT, Hayode is actually going to opt not to go glass cannon this time around. It will be the rifle for him. And for SAD Esports, they're heavily leaning outside of this B side of the map where you do have that delay here from the Vice setup in Giza. Curious to see if we are going to see that kind of fast tempo hit that we've seen previously with the dash out onto site from Vita, with the rest of the team looking to follow up.
Well, Ange will throw the early smoke and fake the teleport, but fakes nobody because SAD Esports have already taken B main. The big issue on these hits have been the vines and the rows. This time, we just don't care about it. We're just going to run through. Flash comes out. Giza's got no way to get back to safety. Ange also being spammed away over to the backside of SAD Esports will find the opener. Shondex up top cannot find the angle and will retreat back to safety. So clean take, 5v3. And Heyo gets shut down. Knives are going to be earned here for Vita, who just floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee. Ren's the last one left. And Vita is on for the potential ace. Finds it. What an opening to this extra time as Vita gets all 5.
A second ace for Vita here on split. And now it's in the hands of NRG Academy if they can find that attacking side round that was so difficult for them to break through on in that second half of regulation. They had no problem getting onto site, but it was those retakes that were an insane pain point for them. So good on the side of SAD Esports, and I think the way that NRG Academy were previously forced to try and clear out that operator with the fast hits, it also allowed Welly to consistently have those flashes up and available into these retake scenarios as well. Different story though. Now this time here for SAD Esports, as everyone will be on that rifle. But Pain really the only one to delay.
Zaj trying to get themselves involved. Paranoia stalls it for just long enough to get some isolation onto Hayode. Counter flash though comes through. NRGA Academy are able to find the first kill. Zaj trying to force something, not going to work out. And apparently after both teams find 10 defenses essentially straight, now everyone decides they want to play attack.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Yeah, I feel like Shift, it's going to be one of these games where it's just like, hey, the funniest thing is going to happen. Nobody could win an attacking round in regulation. Now nobody can defend in OT. Like, it's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You go into overtime, it gets into a little bit of a different headspace for these teams here as well. And the whole narrative kind of changes. We'll see if that's going to be the way things go in this last map here between NRGA Academy and SAD Esports. Both these teams fighting to be at that 3-0 score line when it comes down to the Swiss stage.
Double flash initialization goodness towards the top side at ramps eventually comes through as Paint will find first blood. Hayode who drops. So no waylay here for the defensive NRG. And it makes you kind of wonder, like, is the op just that strong on the defensive side for both these two teams? Because that has been so far what seems to be the missing piece.
Yeah, it really has. A little bit of a gentleman's agreement not to glass cannon up here in overtime from both sides, but now we've cut noise all across the map here for SAD Esports. Diligently clearing these corners just in case NRGA Academy has crept up. And they are going to be showing their hand at B, trying to draw these rotations. It's going to work out. It's Shondex alone, able to get one, but not much more with the trade coming through.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's enough. It's only on Davida, and yeah, Renz is trying to get in to find timing. Will also fall, and that will be what looks to be another offensive round tallied, unless NRGA have something to say about it. 2v4, and they have to fight into the pit, which is the bigger problem.
Last player standing.
Yeah, not going to happen.
Clinical, clean attacking side. Something that was missing during the regulation earlier. I'm like kind of mentally boomed watching this because I'm like, guys,
same.
We could have done this earlier. But again, the operator being out of the equation has been such a difference maker, I think, for both of these teams. And it has also definitely felt a lot scrappier in these overtime rounds, it feels like, as well, with how high tempo a lot of these executions have been. Just really like firefights coming on through. I know we kind of paused mid around there earlier, but nice delay. And a heavy lean outside of A that time around there for SAD Esports on the defense, having to pull rotations to cover a lot of these gaps now.
Well, NRG aren't showing much, doing a little bit of late round investigating through mid with that Prowler. Vita just going to commit to playing in sight. Taking the position at B tower will be Welly. And it looks like SAD Esports are either predicting a B hit or they're trying to bully out some B main presence of their own to isolate the map late. And that's exactly what the case is. So now you've gotten control of B main. You're on the chase for Ange, who's out of there. And honestly, this might be a little bit too far for SAD Esports, but no, instead they do connect onto Ange just barely through the smoke somehow. So numbers
lucky.
will be there for SAD Esports. Shondex looking to try to catch one on the cross, able to find one. Zagiana is stuck, but Pain may have saved a life. No, not fully. Giza gets the trade, and we're going to go 3v3 in the post plant.
Repositions here. Opportunity to take a one. The haunt to delay the push back in from heaven just a little longer. You have the wall into CT as well.
Paint will trigger it. Time is becoming an issue here. And there's nowhere to get in. No way to jump through this. How about it? I almost wonder if it's not even just like the fact that there's no op on the table, or that there's no op that's connecting, but the fact that both teams seem to know that no op is in play is allowing them to play with more aggression, a little more freely. But that pick from Vita is such a difference maker.
That was disgusting. Like, yeah, that was disgusting. We got the operator coming out now, though, but on the other side of things, SAD Esports going for the attacker-sided op here for Vita. Looking to punish some of the aggression that we've seen from Hayode, going for those early peaks to try to find the first blood.
Well, Zagiana going to get punished, or at least pressured, I should say. But not much to come of it. Just a quick dash and refract. It looks like Vita with that op is going to head up towards mid. Uh-oh, Sean takes a headshot through the poison cloud, is down low and really cannot hang out here at mid anymore. Easy will rotate over to tower to help out just in case, but that is a lot of damage onto a very key player here.
Okay, this fight in mid is going to get a little awkward. A rare miss there from Vita. And Shontek's just able to get out.
Giza just pushed into a weird spot with that flash. Ange in the site. Paranoia is able to cut across the site, but Pain's able to find him. And that will be likely another attacking round to come through. Sean, Hayo, and Ren's last 3 left, and I mean, you're hoping someone makes a mistake here for this post plan.
Where are you? Mark 2.
Ooh, good reveal. Hayo, Ren's able to find 2 off of that, but Pain connects onto one of his own. Now to the 3v2. Shontek's able to find one more, try to jump into the site, but cannot connect onto Pain, and the crossfire setup from Zaj is perfect. All attack, I mean, none of these rounds defensively have even been close.
No, they haven't. It's been a complete shift to the attacker side momentum here in overtime. Match point for SAD Esports, a timeout to be called by NRGA Academy, the singular one that you get extra in overtime now. It's tough. I do kind of wonder what the adjustments will be here for SAD Esports. I think NRGA Academy, they had, I think the last attacking round, they showed a little bit early on, had that pause outside of mid, then kind of like slowly crept up. Curious to see if they will take a little bit more of a slow and controlled approach here into the early round this time, or if they will continue forward with a lot of that aggression that we have been seeing. Again, big key to success for them are those set plays to help Hayode make that space. But I do wonder if it will be off rip or if it's going to be a bit of like a mid-round poke around and see what SAD Esports are willing to give them.
Yeah, I just hope that if you're an NRG Academy fan right now, you're sitting there thinking, gosh, let's not get in our heads too much and try to do something crazy because we feel like we're, into round 6 of the overtimes and you just are kind of second guessing if it ain't broke, don't fix it type mentality. And like maybe we just need to try to catch them off guard with something different. But I think you should trust the if it ain't broke, don't fix it approach. I mean, everything has worked out so well with these more burst style plays. SAD Esports going to set up a 3-man defensive look through mid to start. Put a lot of pressure onto Pain to try to delay any plays towards B. I mean, Zagiana is so far out from A. They're just going to play off of their own wall, and instead it's going to be a bit of a push through here. Isolation not going to work out. Trade does come through. Is there a follow-up? No, it's going to be a 4v4 instead. And yeah, for a moment, Hayo is thinking about it, but doesn't like what they see. We'll back away.
I think just good information to see if anybody was overstaying their welcome there from SAD Esports. Honestly, crazy that Renz was even able to get a 1 in that situation and take Paint down. Mid completely open here for NRG Academy to work. There is the Trailblazer trying to clear out front side of A. But now it's all about timing.
And Welly's going to peek. Stays alive. That's key. Smoke will try to block off the rest of the defense. It has isolated on the Zagiana. Pistol will work out, though, for Welly on the backside of the play. Oh, my goodness. And that will do it. It's a heroic play from Welly where there was meant to be a 3v1 isolation. It doesn't come through. You smoke it off, but so much damage tallied. The classic is what essentially gets the job done for Welly. And SAD Esports will take the match through 3 sets of overtime.
3 sets of overtimes to earn themselves a 3-0 scoreline here within the Swiss stage. SAD Esports just 1 win away from qualifying to the playoffs here for VCL Stage 3. Overall, it was a back and forth map. Such a crazy way for Split to go. How heavily favored it was for NRG Academy, 10-2 to start things out here on Split. The same story once we swap sides there for SAD Esports, and then somehow it's turning into a game of nobody being able to defend
For real.
in overtime. Really wild stuff here, Shift, but it was a fun match to watch.
Wild that's the way it comes through as Welly with the classic for what was essentially a 1v3. Insane. But SAD Esports, as mentioned, stay perfect in the Swiss stage to this point. NRGA Academy still looking strong, still looking good. But that's it for our first match of the day. We're heading to a break. Let's go break things down, and we'll set up our second game when we come back after this.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Vansili and Roy on the desk. And my dear friends, my dear viewers, I'm at a loss for words. I haven't seen a comeback like that, Roy, in a it's been 84 years, but like, I mean, let's talk about this. What I wrote down, I stopped taking notes, it was 12-4. It was 12-4 at a point. SAD Esports had to bring that back 9 straight rounds and then fight in the overtime. The tenacity of that team to get that done is remarkable, Roy.
Wait, Liz. Wait,
Yeah,
hold on, sorry.
No, I know what you're going to say.
So you took a whole page to write 12-4. How do you write notes around that?
Vintilli, it's called a notebook. It has multiple pages.
With this, bro.
Roy, please continue.
I was gonna say, I thought Vance was gonna gloat in the fact that I feel like I just won with SAD Esports. That's what I thought was wrong with that. But no, it is remarkable. I think that is definitely a word I would use. I mean, but we came into this game, we were talking about the fact that, you know, the NRG comp is very defensive, and when it comes down to the offense, they are lacking some tools, and they have to be really precise with the way they want to approach things. But I mean, dude, I didn't expect it. I mean, it was a 10-2 finish in the first half. They won the pistol. It's 11 to 2. Everything's going so swell. Rounds go by. It's 12-4 all of a sudden. I mean, at that point, yeah, you could talk about comps all you want, but mathematically, this game should have never happened unless it was the grit. On the what?
Can we start talking about mathematics around here?
Okay, dude.
Yeah. I mean, to Roy's point, like, there is something to be said that, like, when you look at what they had to do, it should have banned this. Like, it is genuinely remarkable what they did, but also at the same time, this is Roy's dark horse team, right, Vans? Like, if anyone could do it, it would be SAD Esports.
I agree. And also to just continue on the point with what Roy was saying, because you're talking about how, you know, NRG's composition is designed, it's going to miss a bit of aggression on the attack side, which is kind of true, but also from the same aspect, I believe that for SAD Esports composition, it was supposed to be a little bit more oppressive when you're going to take the attack side for any defenders. I thought that Gizo was going to have the hardest time of his life trying to defend over towards the A side, trying to anchor up, but he did an excellent job as a Vice against a double duelist. And then somehow you're seeing SAD Esports turn things around on their defensive sides. And if you're looking at the nature of the rounds on the second half, how many rounds did he win? I think 12, right? To make it 12-12, or sorry, 10 rounds to make it 12-12. So it was like, what? Yeah, so they won like 95% of those in defuses. So somehow the composition in itself allowed for them to have a strong retake capability from like flooding and fighting through teams through elevation. And speaking of elevation, man, that was Vita all along on that jet.
Vita.
On the map too. Oh my god, that was insane.
And then Welly with a classic. Like, this timeline is so tiny.
Is that not insane?
It is everything they had to do. And look at SAD winning 5 out of 5 post plans. That's right, guys. You do good work. But also, I mean, NRG did put up a fight at the end, right? Like, when it was brought to OT, they did make it competitive. It absolutely could have just been like, you know, 11 straight rounds, but straight up, you know, kudos to them. But also at the same time, NRG, you lost, with all due respect, a 12-4 lead. And I mean, it is really tough for NRG, but man, if I'm SAD, like, I'm celebrating. My whole apartment complex is hearing me, Roy, like, scream. Like, I just came back from a 12-4.
Well, they're not sad. They're glad. I'll say that for
that's
sure.
True. That's true.
You feel me, fam? Yeah, I think they're feeling really good right now. Obviously, SAD Esports still has holes to plug, right? They still have flaws in terms of, you know, growing like pains, in terms of. Well, I mean, they won 2 on the first map. They look nice and smooth. But I mean, yeah, like there's definitely some flaws still. There's some growing pains. For me, I guess the question and the story for SAD continuing on in the split is obviously they don't have the points to qualify via points, so they have to be really precise. Right. So what I'm looking at is for them to just have that exponential growth from here, use every one of these wins, use every one of these games as learning, and just continue to plug these holes. And in terms of talent, though, in terms of potential, I mean, this team definitely has that. There's no question about it.
I mean, let's talk about the man of the hour, Vita. At 17 years old, there's that one clip in Spawn that I'm so glad, little spoiler, he's in an interview, because I just have questions about that clip. Because he gets 2 aces this map. The amount of kills, it kind of sounds like Vintilli, like when you watch him play, he just wanted this over with. He was done. He was like, all right, that's it, I'm done, I gotta go. And just wanted this to end as quickly as possible. The way he was playing, the aggression and the aim behind that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it had to be a grinding series over on that, and he had to get an ace in one of those to keep the dream alive for the team. So as much as he wanted to finish this quickly, I think he just wanted to finish it, and thankfully he put a lot of the players, if not all of them, in his backpack to be able to push this into where they're able to do this so far here for SAD Esports. Think of that round. I'm pretty sure we're going to see it in one of these highlights, but that round we had Bladestorm, right? The shot, brilliant, and then the updraft to get the 2-1 heaven, and then controlling towards B main. Like, he was not only right over here. I think this is the one. Yeah, right over here. Triple K.
This was ridiculous.
He's playing tower defense in VALORANT, dude.
Literally, he's actually just playing a TD server, bro.
dude.
And this clip right here, look at this, is so nasty, bro.
That's Fracture all over again. This guy doesn't care, and that's for another ace.
That shot.
That shot check is PC. I don't care what anyone says.
That's insane, dude. That's insane.
Yeah,
this kid's insane.
It's wild. It's wild.
Vita the Delita,
dude. Vita the Delita, dude, is actually insane. But listen, I want to sing Vita's praises. He's definitely the MVP of this series. But on this third map, I also would like to give a shout out to Payne, who stepped up massively for this roster. He had so many pop-off moments. And also Zaj went 5-1 on openers, dude, on the Viper role. I mean, the kid's a beast. This team is very exciting. I feel like the talent here is going to get so much better with time. And I'm just excited to see how far they can get on this run.
Before they continue on the run, they have to be stopped here for the Philips Relco Game Face interview, and I have two of them. It is Vita and Welly. I don't even know what to say because you caught me and the everyone just watching you guys come back round after round after round. Vita, I'm gonna go to you for a question. When did it become a real possibility that you were going to make this comeback? Because you were down 12-4.
I think I was saying it a lot that we could come back. I was like trying to get the vibes up because everyone was like pretty tilted.
Yeah.
But when we hit like 8-12 or 9-12, I was like, yeah, this game's over because we were just
this game's over.
Them. Yeah, I just knew we were gonna win. I really did.
I mean, Welly, I'll get the same question to you, right? Because you're talking about someone. You're leading this team, right? It is your calls are going to bring this team back from a 12-4 to a 12-12 to, overtime, whatever it may be. What was your state? What did you say?
Yeah, definitely. I have to give credit to Payne, Vita, and Paint. They definitely carried the energy on that defense. But yeah, honestly, my teammates just made it really easy for us to have a great defense side. We didn't make that many mistakes, and I think we had a pretty good adjustments. We always knew when to change, and we didn't get too comfortable. So yeah, I think my teammates just made it really easy on me to call that half.
Did you feel nervous or anxious at any point that it wasn't going to work?
I think not really. I think when you're losing by such a big margin, you kind of have nothing to lose at that point, and we kind of just all momentum, just full energy.
When at overtime, you go to 12, you hit 13, right? It's looking like you're going to win 11 straight rounds in a row, but NRG Academy bring it to 13-13. How was the energy then? Because that's a stop in your tracks momentum kind of thing. Yeah,
it was definitely a little bit hard because that round we tried to. I made a last second call and it didn't work out, so I kind of had a little bit of regret there. But I knew I already had a plan for the next attack round, so. The energy, we just got the energy right back up, and I just went back into the call and just helped everyone stay focused.
I mean, Vita, you had an incredible series from you. 2 aces, a shot that literally had everyone wondering we needed to check your PC or not. Incredible things coming from you. I love to talk to duelists, and a lot of them have the raw mechanics like you do. Where do you think, and how do you think you find the most success as a duelist?
I think for this team, I've just trusted everyone way more. And I've just been able to play exactly how I want to. And I am not playing as much to the team as I am just playing myself, and then they're filling in the gaps around me. So it's felt super easy on this team the whole time. And yeah, I mean, they pick up where I leave in the comms and stuff. Today I was super sick, so I wasn't talking very much.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
They were they just kept the vibes up the whole time, and I just got to focus on my gun. That's why I'm able to do it.
Well, since you're sick, I'll let you go early from the interview so you can go rest up, because that was that was such an incredible game. I'll be talking about that for literally years. Congratulations, you guys. Go rest up.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone, guys, congratulations. He pulled that off while sick? I can't pull that off when I'm the healthiest I've ever been. So I'm going to go sulk about that, but stay right there because believe it or not, we have QOR versus FlyQuest next.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Y'all, I was not kidding. We do have another match today, and it is QOR versus FlyQuest. I think when you look at these teams and you look at the talent on these teams, just the raw mechanical aim, Roy, it is. Oh, I thought this was going to be the lights out game of the day, but after, the game we just had, this is about to be the most barn burner game known to man.
Yeah, I feel like the bar's been set by that first series, and now it's like, okay, this is a completely different narrative, right? Like we have a team that's very well founded. I mean, FlyQuest was an underdog at some point in the year, but now they've pretty much made a name for themselves, right? Like I don't think anyone considers them an underdog at this point. I think the talent is very clear. I think their potential is very much clear. For me, it's just whether QOR has gotten their act together, whether they found comfortable roles. It's going to be an absolute battle. These two teams have only played one time, and the last time was actually not too long ago, but about a month ago during the lower finals of. Oh, sorry, not lower finals, lower round one in last split, which was about a month ago. So there's definitely history between these two teams, and the last time they played was an absolute banger. I'm excited to see this again.
Agreed. And it was basically the last time that they faced against each other was also the conversation of FlyQuest not only trying to make a name for themselves, but also trying to beat the veterans in QOR too, right? When you have so many tier 1 players that had experience from EMEA, from America, joining in force, try to make sure that they've built this super team going into the VCL. Yet they've realized now that the VCL also is as competitive as the VCTs currently are. So it's cool to see that type of storyline, but also going into this rematch between these two teams, there's been a slight change in terms of rosters for two of them, right? Leo had to take a step down. You had Note that moved up actually to Cloud9 most recently, and they added a lot of our one side, a lot of firepower in Infiltrator, and then on one end for FlyQuest, sorry, a new IGL in Net from the team who just cast it before, previously in NRGA Academy.
Let's talk about QOR first before we go anywhere. I think, this was the roster. Did you say you're down?
Down.
Then you go first, Roy. All yours.
I mean, I think yeah, okay, get him out of here. This roster, I think, speaks for itself at this point, right? Like Flya is probably one of the more decorated IGLs in the league. We got Moose, who's one of the most experienced players in the league. Infiltrator has very much proven himself last year on Winthrop University. Akumi is probably the only, I would say, is sort of like the more of the newcomer into the mix, right, into the spotlight. We've seen him before in VCL. He's definitely not a stranger, but I think he's more recently gotten conversations surrounding his name. And of course, Derek, another one of the more decorated players in VCL, who's been an absolute beast. I mean, this roster is extremely well-rounded, guys. There's really nothing lacking here. They have a great IGL, they have great lurkers, they have great duelists. Everyone here is mechanically sharp. Everyone here has great comms. It's a formidable roster, and I think a win here for FlyQuest would be obviously the two-time was insane, and I think it would be a definite statement. But for QOR, this is going to be a battle for sure, mechanically speaking.
And it's definitely supposed to look better from now on too, with no disrespect to the previous iteration, of course, because Note had an opportunity to move up. But if you're looking at it, previously there was a lot of role issues, right? You had Derek and Flya being like main initiators, and then Derek had to have his start playing Jet on Breeze, which was all right, right? I'm gonna have to say it's all right, right? But it wasn't like the cracked out duelist that we kind of really know for, which is why we have Infiltrator now that's able to fill those shoes and as a great Jet player, a great race player. We saw he had a pretty decent Neon in the VCTs as well. And that allows now this QOR, no pun intended, to actually play double duelists if they want to, right? With Infiltrator and Kumi, or Kumi now switching over to the role from Sentis from time to time. But now you got it all. You got a great mind in Flya, you got a closer in Moose and a clutcher, you got a tip of the spear in Infiltrator, and then you got the great support cast around Kumi and Derek. This is looking like a good roster.
Well, let's talk about Derek. You know, the someone who has that experience that we were talking about. We're kind of giving all these accolades to everyone, and I think we would be remiss if we did not talk about Derek, someone who has been in Tier 1, someone who has played this game for, oh God, I don't know how long. I was a different woman when you started playing this game.
Okay.
Vans, I'm gonna go to you for this. And I'm gonna go to you for this, Vans, because you, I think when we saw the Runner show, you immediately went, oh yes, I want to talk about Derek, so go talk about Derek.
I love Derek. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Well, I just think something about when you look at these highlights, that when you see Derek here, like it's just you can see the experience, you can see the mechanics, you can see it all.
Liz, I was just kidding. You don't have to be an analyst. Now let me take it. No, Derek.
You're doing a really good job, though. I gotta say.
Yeah, what Liz just said plus his experience, because you actually did say how many years, how long has it been since he played? He played this game since the game first came out, right? And I think there was a lot of talk around Derek being such a cool superstar player as a clutch player, right? And then suddenly he just kind of fell off a bit. And then now I feel like he has had an opportunity to really come back here with this core team to show that he has what it takes. I felt like he had the short end of a stick when he had his opportunity here with EG. I think EG overall in the VCTs were still trying to figure out their form, figure out their identity and all that. And all that kind of stuff. And now you play with a team that allows a little bit more looseness, if I could put it that way, in terms of how Fly likes to call, how the team has a little bit more voice overall, and how they want to structure themselves around this whole approach of the stage. And on top of that, they add now finally Cody as a coach to help them out. They're not basically a team that's coachless anymore with, let's just figure it out because we have the experience. Now they actually do want to take this seriously with that coaching staff too.
And I guess a kind of like a final note for this core roster as well is the fact that like their story is just so interesting, right? Because 3 of their players are trying to reclaim their glory. Like it's going to be really interesting. They've had a lot of success throughout this year. They're looking for more success. And I think even headed into 2027, if they manage to stick together, it's going to be a roster that is really easy to follow, really easy to like. And I think overall this roster has a lot to offer. And I'm excited to see how far this journey goes.
A roster that's easy to like and has a lot to offer. That applies to core, but it also applies to our next team, FlyQuest. Absolutely 100%. This team, I mean, kudos to, I feel like we have so many orgs now coming in, 100 Thieves joining with YFP, another game changer side Sentinels joining Otters, and now FlyQuest just swooped up and took up Sleepers. And I mean, they have the addition of Net, Vans, as you were talking about, Net coming in for Leo, leading this team. And they are kind of like, the sky genuinely is the limit for these folks.
I agree. And like I said, I think we had an opportunity to speak with Net after the victory of FlyQuest as well.
Yeah.
He had his webcam phone mogging everybody as he was having the interview at the same time.
Oh yeah.
With Coach Hu. So no, I think right now, as Hu still trolls around and doesn't want to give us a secret sauce as to what is the winning condition of this team, they're gonna keep it behind closed doors. And to be fair, I'm okay with that because they're showing up every single week and they're showing some great looks and still showing a lot of confidence. It doesn't always have to be around protocols and whatnot too. Just think about how Source is just going to anchor up one spot. I think before, when we were just casting the previous game, there was a Viper that was stuck into the elbow, and we're like, no, this guy's like, nah, he's gonna play like Storix and then just win that round here for the team over for the side of SAD. So I gotta say, this roster is super impressive to watch and follow. I could only expect greater things from them.
And it's so blatantly obvious how talented this roster is when you watch them. Like, I think the gameplay could literally speak for itself. And they're that kind of team where, like, if you were to block out all the names and show me highlight reels, I'd probably tell you exactly who all these clips are from, because they're all just so mechanically sharp. Adding in Net really rounds out this roster as well. They're having a lot of like role issues and awkwardness with Leo, and I feel like Net kind of brings in a little bit more of that. It's a huge band-aid, right, to that problem. So I think it's a really good pickup. I think he kind of fits right in, and really this roster has a lot to offer, right? Like the mechanics are all there. There's a lot of rising stars. If I'm FlyQuest, I'm pretty much keeping all these players in contract jail for as long as I can, honestly, because these guys are definitely going to be at the top.
Don't give him ideas, Roy.
But it really is just it's a matter of time, right, before we see all these players at the top. So it's an exciting roster for sure.
Well, let's talk about part of the huge success that they're having, and it's from Duck, who is their initiator player. Let me be real with you guys. A lot of the times you see your duelists, you see these folks, have these incredible games, have these moments. It is not without their info. It's not without these folks like Duck fans coming in here and making it possible for these players to make those hero plays. The clips you all see comes from people like Duck supporting them.
The fun part about it too is like I kind of like to think that Duck is like my blows at home, blows from Leviathan, because the team always has such huge firepower from Leviathan and also from this roster for FlyQuest, so that the support cast, all they need to do is exactly that, try to help the team find information. But especially on a map like this, unfortunately Bind is not part of this map anymore, but I definitely think that Duck and blows would like go hand in hand in terms of how good they are as a star on this map, just because when it comes down to having your gun out and holding your angles and trying to anchor up a site, they definitely have what it takes. So it's not just on the util that he has, but when you need him to actually be there to shoot and to be there for when that trades, and when a duelist dies, it's like, it's okay, I'm allowed to actually push it, overheat, and die, because I know somebody like Duck could actually turn it around back in my favor and for the favor of the team. Like, I think it's him and Sorix really that are the pillars of this, the anchors of this team.
Yeah, and I think and kind of on another note as well, is he's had to IGL for a long time too, which I feel like has, I mean, everyone pays the IGL tax in some form or another, and I feel like Duck, it was slightly impacted by it. He's still a mechanically very strong player, but I feel like with Net coming in and probably taking on that role and alleviating a lot of that decision making that comes into like the processing and freeze times and all that, it's really going to free up Duck. And I guess for me, like the one thing that I'm wondering personally is, you know, how is this affected FlyQuest's playstyle? Like, are they going to lean into more of Net's calling style, which has been, you know, he's been on the guard and he's been on a lot of these like very structured teams, and is he going to be more of that kind of, are they trying to shift their style, or is he just trying to come in and play to this team strength? Because I feel like you got to play to the player strength. So I'm curious to see how the kind of the ebb and flow happens internally for this roster and where it's going.
And with the meta change also, it's asking a lot of these players. I think that is a really, really great question, that Roy is bringing up. But for our Philips Norelco head-to-head, we're doing a classic duelist head-to-head. It's Infiltrator versus Tanza on the side of a core versus FlyQuest respectively. I mean, we've seen Infiltrator on that waylay, Roy, kind of sticking to it. This is kind of one of those things like, where do we see a move off of it? But it has been working, so we don't, you know.
Yeah, I feel like it's really hard to say. A lot of people are experimenting with a lot of different stuff. Honestly, swapping out Jet for Waylay probably doesn't change too much strategically, I would say. So I wouldn't really be surprised if we saw any of those changes. But in terms of like this specific head-to-head, ignoring the agents, I mean, I feel like both of these players are so like different almost, right? Like Tanza, I feel like his IQ goes really under the radar because he's on such a mechanically strong team and he's such a mechanically strong player himself. But he's actually really like, he calms a lot. He has a lot of ideas of what he wants to do, and he's very vocal, and he's a very team-oriented player. Whereas like Infiltrator, obviously he still has all of those things, but Infiltrator is always in your face, man. Like he's always pressuring you. He's always like pushing the boundaries of every scenario, like late rounds, all that stuff. So it's going to be really interesting, Matt, like face-to-face or head-to-head.
Yeah, and Infiltrator is also hitting double time, right? Because he's playing currently with Core, but also with Winthrop University and Collegiate, where they just won the CVAL, right? So when it comes down to him having to play Waylay, but when he's playing other roles for Winthrop University, he's also actually playing a lot of Jet, a lot of Raze too. And I think this is perfect right now because it allows for somebody like Infiltrator and somebody like Flya, and for our team as well as Core to slowly, if it takes a while, actually, he could actually be the one that helps for that transition, right? Because if you're still used to playing that meta of the Neon and you want to call around that still, then Infiltrator could play it. But then slowly but surely, if you want to go back into the tried and true of like, okay, let's satchel, let's find some place with some space with the Raze instead, then you know Infiltrator is going to be able to play that role as well, because he's stayed in tune around those roles at the top level right now for both Collegiate and Tier 2.
Let's see, we're going to go for our map picks and bans as where series are won or lost or have insane overtimes like we saw last time. Friends, I'm going to go to a few of this bans. Core pick Breeze, FlyQuest pick Pearl, and if necessary, we go to Lotus.
Yeah, so we're going to see Derek back on Jet.
Yes.
All
right, dude.
No, I think jokes aside too, even if Derek put some insane numbers as his initial play as Jet on this map, I think it just fits it perfectly, right? You just switch back to a mole where everything works out. I didn't have a chance to talk about it before, but like if Derek's going to take more of the role of the scan initiator right now too, then Fly is also going to take a lot of the controller role that Note has left behind here, and that Note went up to Cloud9, and that's actually not an unfamiliar role either for somebody like Flya. So that's why I think like no matter what maps they're going to play right now, I think that they're going to be fine because of the experience that the team has overall. It's just going to have to be on FlyQuest's preparation now to just finish up 13-4.
Yeah, I guess a final point on this this map is the fact that Core is an unknown quantity for Core. We don't really know what they're doing on Breeze, and if like they've seen FlyQuest's composition, maybe they feel like they can test it. But of course, with FlyQuest, it's always a matter of, you know, we know what you're doing, but can we really shoot back when it comes down to it? Because that comp is really mechanical what FlyQuest is running.
Yes, I think that is, you know, something we can look forward to when we eventually see the agents. But we have to go through our preds really quickly. 3 for Core, 2 for Vansili. Vansili, I'm shaking your head. I'm dapping you up from here.
Boom.
My go, we're the same thing. But I think, Roy, you are having a particularly good streak today with getting SAT Esports. Right, but here we are in agent select. We see Infiltrator on that Neon and Solana on the Reyna. Roy.
Yes.
Roy, you see what I'm seeing?
Listen, I'm a huge fan of Phoenix on this map. I actually low-key thinks it's one of his best maps, even though it hasn't really been that popular. I feel like it will be. The orbs are very easy to farm on the attack side, so look towards that when it comes down to Core on the attack. But for the defensive side, it's really just the name of the game is figure out what FlyQuest is doing and cut off the map control. They're very snowbally on this team. They like to stick together. They like to fight as a unit. So for Core Gaming, the name of the game is just stall and take over the map as much as possible. And when it comes down to those site hits, hold on for your dear lives, because those FlyQuest players are coming right at you.
Well, let's see it. Let's wait no longer. I'm sending over to your casters, Shift and Ash.
Ooh, saucy indeed. I'm here for this. I just have a feeling, just like based on how these two teams have played in the past and kind of getting some assumptions on what kind of mentality they're taking into this season, I'm pumped to see these guys just get wild and just run and gun and see some of the fastest maps we've had, because everyone just wants to brawl in the first 45 seconds.
Yeah, you know it's going to get scrappy here on Breeze. I think that, you know, this is the FlyQuest special, right? They love to run the Reyna on this map. Historically, they haven't necessarily found the most success with it as far as like actual net map wins, but they've always come very close. Like they're always very close games, and Tanza and Solana, they go crazy together as far as that dynamic duo. I think for the side of Core Gaming, I feel like, you know, very typically we do see the double controller on this map, but when you have, you know, 2 wall agents in duelists, I should say, actually, an Infiltrator and Kumi with the Neon and the Phoenix, and then Moose being on that Cypher as well, it kind of makes up for that lack of secondary smokes, right? We're going to expect to see Moose on those lurking positions once we do get to the other side of things, and him being able to also just hold his own here on that B site. Yeah. FlyQuest, though, to start things off, they want to go for this heavy-handed hit over towards the B side.
Yeah, see if the Moose can get a little loose in the backside of B. Help on the way. Oh, actually avoids that recon dart. Gets a little bit of assistance of the defensive Sova. Duck up close and personal. That's your spike carrier automatically down. Harbor going to set their wall up, and the Moose is loose. Double for Moose. Off the reload. Sorax is looking to try to pop through here. And this will be awkward as Solana is able to just dive in and out. And timing is going to be everything as soon as this water wall falls. Sorax still holding for now. Patience starts to come through, and now the water starts to dry up just a touch around the site.
Yeah, just holding for a second here, seeing if Core will look to overextend, giving Solana an opportunity to work. Will find the one, no heal available.
Moose, oh my gosh. It was going to be a battle of who was going to get to their 4th elimination first. Now it's just down to Kumi. 1v2 has not been seen yet. Nets wall will drop. Solana low, taken down. Quick shot from Kumi.
One flash.
Still a curveball to play with, but doesn't need it. Headshot lands instead. It's a 1v2 clutch for Kumi, and Core start us off with the opening pistol.
Really nicely done there. Huge hold from the anchor on that B site there from Moose to get a 3K. Solana trying to make up for lost ground, but not just enough. I think being able to work his way around Pillar and survive on this site was absolutely massive to open up this pistol round here for Core. And really well done from Kumi to also isolate those 1v1s to close things out. Overall, now for FlyQuest, of course, Solana is going to be able to purchase into that Sheriff to try and make a bit of a difference into this eco, considering the 4 picks that he got in the last one. Moose, a much more passive setup this time around, expecting a bit more of a burst execution to play off these trips.
Well, the spam is going to land a bit onto Duck, who's down to low health. Moose trying to lock things down by holding down the trigger. Not going to happen. Derek, now the next one to be pressured, but this time his spam will work out. Will be taken down by the snake pit, but the snake bite, I should say, rather.
Enemy remaining.
Infiltrator, easy one there.
Down B.
And considering this has been an anti-eco, it's been pretty punishing, and ooh, maybe a chance for more, but Net not able to connect on to Kumi while the curveball was in hand, and Core will take the anti-eco relatively cleanly, 2-0 up.
No matter what.
Now that FlyQuest have guns in hand, it seems like they still do want to lean over to the B side of the map, try and, I guess, break through and deal with that Cypher utility early on, even if they don't end up, you know, fully taking the site into this next coming round. I'm gonna be curious to see how that continues to work as we move forward here from FlyQuest, because I think that Moose has always been one of the most consistent Sentinel players that we've seen in this Challengers League, and he's always very dynamic with the positioning of those trips. Infiltrator be punished with the first blood.
Try to connect onto something early, not going to work out. Not the end of the world, though. Moose has got the cage up, just hiding in this corner. Still has the spy cam behind him if he feels like he's got timing to pull that through. The leer does affect, but not enough to save Tanza. Flya able to find one up close and personal. Reveal comes through, but Duck has the immediate counter spray to take care of Flya. Derek, wall falls, connects, I believe, once, yeah, onto Salada, who already is at an Empress. I'm going to talk about quick duelist ults to be charged up. How about Salada in round 3? Trying to push through this wall. Duck will get the plant. 2v3, footsteps being heard. Salada in the corner. Perfect timing, gets one. Could go for more, and Duck will beat him to the punch. So, okay, bonus round comes up a touch short. FlyQuest on the board.
Then we talked about how scrappy we're expecting this matchup to be, right? Not necessarily in the sense that, you know, it's like scrappy in like a lack of macro sense, but just the firefights that we're expecting to see across the board from both of these teams with such high octane kind of gameplay, especially adding Infiltrator into the mix here for the side of Core. It really changing, I think, the pacing and comfort here for that Core team. And for FlyQuest, they were the new rankers is how we kind of touted them, right? At the beginning of this season, and that identity has definitely stuck around.
I love that call. Feels like we're in for a fun one, friends. Once more, FlyQuest just continuing to play over towards the B side of the map. Infiltrator in some trouble. Had an opportunity at one, but it's Derek who finds the connection onto Tanza for first blood. Defense holding strong for now, but still the test underway for FlyQuest. Lots of utility, blocking this next line of sight. Salada trying to get that Empress going. Not able to connect onto too much, and is actually going to take a lot of damage off that dart. Whoa! Infiltrator just sliding right over to Salada, allows the overheal to come through. Secondary shock dart lands again out of Derek.
Planted.
And the spike will be planted 4v3.
Snakebite still to work with here to cut off one of these choke points. Not even going to need it, though. Cleaned up here by FlyQuest and very nicely done into that post plant. But again, the scrappiness of these rounds, like, it feels like you can't even see half the time with the amount of walls that go up between the fast lane. You've got a harbor wall. Well, you got 2 harbor walls, actually. You have a Viper's toxic screen, and then like you have the blaze wall on top of that. Like, so many opportunities, I think, for these players to reposition and try to catch each other off guard.
Unreal. Okay, good response in the last 2 rounds for FlyQuest. It's been nothing but B hits to this point. Finally, after the eco gets shattered, will we actually see FlyQuest kind of spread the map a touch? Salada going to do some work to look over towards mid-double doors. Kumi is nearby doing the same thing safely on the other side for now. Flya working with them. They're able to cross. I don't believe they've been seen, and Salada will, of course, give the indication that middle is a problem point for Core's defense with those spam shots.
Yeah, Derek's just trying to jiggle here, see if any information will be given over an elbow. It's a very slow creep up still towards mid. FlyQuest waiting for Core to overextend.
Well, Derek's shoulders will not be able to see this undercut passage of FlyQuest. Yeah, just Moose has nowhere to go. It's just tough. What else can you do, though, if you're Derek? I mean, it's good routing, good pathing. Spike will make its way onto B. And we will have a 5v4 post plant significantly in the favor of FlyQuest here.
You have a really late backstab from Net there as well. Hopefully able to get there in time. Not that it'll really be needed realistically. At least I say that, and it's maybe wishful thinking, because sometimes these sheriffs can absolutely go crazy. But the backstab does pay off up against Kumi.
Yeah, that means that this retake, if there were to be one, it would have to be purely from the front at B main. FlyQuest are aware of that. Water wall comes up, first shot hits, secondary also through the wall, clips Flya. Last one left is Salada, who is just dancing with Derek, and it's 4 for Tanza, who now has knives available. The FlyQuest are off 3 in a row.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Looking good ever since the rifles came out. There's a strong start there from the side of QOR with the pistol round picked up, as well as their anti-eco. So right now, I think that what works nicely here for FlyQuest up against all of like the walls and the cages and the smokes on the side of QOR is Salada is constantly throwing out that Reyna near sight, right? Yep. The Lear coming out, it constantly causing a little bit of that disruption there from QOR, not making it nearly as comfortable. And FlyQuest are very solid about following up on that PC utility.
Aldrone trying to get Infiltrator out of position. Believe they were seen. Sure looks that way. Still, the aggressive angle comes through. Relay bolt plus the crossfire from the backside of the site will mean that QOR will still hold A main. Derek, other side of the wall from where Net's positioned. Not much to be told, though, about what's happening at mid. And though Net does get a bit of chip damage, that will be some decent mid control around mid tower for FlyQuest, at least for now. Secondary battle, they're going to come through. Wow, Derek just wants more, and as soon as the poison cloud falls, he'll take away 2. That's huge.
That's absolutely massive. I mean, walking through the poison orb as well, applying that decay on him, winning out that fight is crazy here. No smokes now available for FlyQuest. Onto the attack, and you still have Moose watching the cross with that camera.
Tanza trying to get up and over. There's a good viewpoint from this position.
30 seconds left.
Econ bolt deleted. Tanza looking for one, but he was searching for Moose, and it's Kumi who sneaks into the backside of the site and shuts down the knives play. This has been an extremely efficient defense for QOR, not only because, well, until that kill, it was flawless, but they haven't used any ultimates either. But hold on a second. FlyQuest will come away with a couple, and Salada's position is not going to be necessarily known, but Infiltrator just moves too quick. Too hard to lock down. Duck. Pardon me. Little one tap up top, but no time to plant, or we'll get the round.
Big picks there. Derek is the one who wins that one out here for QOR. Like, being able to shut down 2 players in mid, trying to cross back over, get that information was absolutely massive. It makes it so much more awkward here for FlyQuest to find any of that success with the lack of coverage that could have been provided on site. Now, for the side of FlyQuest, you do have the Harbor Ultimate available, the Reckoning to come in. There's also the Hunter's Fury there for Duck. So, interesting wombo combos that can definitely be placed, get a bit of that information with the Harbor ulti, can also ult off of it, depending on how FlyQuest wants to look to utilize those pieces of utility.
Clean. Fun. It's active. Reckoning gonna come through. Good reveal from Moose, but will be impeded by the water of the Reckoning. Hunter's Fury behind that, just nowhere to go. Good connection, good tally. Tanza, well, for a moment he thought was just gonna kind of control this back position, but Moose stays alive after being hit by the Reckoning, and now he's got a spy cam out to read the other offensive players. Unbelievable efficiency from Moose. Still not out of the woods yet. 3v2. And you don't want to just underestimate Duck and Sorex, but Derek continues to tally damage with these shock darts. But all of a sudden, Duck just walks through, Sorex finds another, and Moose, who is the one who was most surprising to stay alive in the first place, is now the last bastion of this B defense.
I like how FlyQuest are sticking together here, playing in tandem for Sorex and Duck, ensuring that Moose can't isolate the 1v1.
He's going to get a sound cue eventually of the plant, and that will give him his chance to try to isolate. But he's gone the wrong direction. Finds the first cleanly. Down to Sorex, who's already low. May not even require a headshot. The Cove coming into play, but it's Moose! Oh my goodness, a 1v2! Moose had no business being alive in the first place in this round.
He definitely did not. But FlyQuest, that's a fumble there in the 2v1. Like, you're shifting over to play inside the cove when you could just be holding together on one side. Sure, someone could fall on the other side if he is going for the wrap around the other way, but at the very least, you're still guaranteeing that you're taking the fight together. I think a small misstep that does absolutely cost FlyQuest in this scenario. QOR now, they find the advantage. They stop that streak from FlyQuest of those 3 rounds that you had called out previously. A hefty investments from both teams.
That is insanity from Moose. A couple of times over now. Infiltrator looking to get aggressive, find the timing to play through mid. He's got Flyo with him, but they don't trade that one out efficiently. Now Kumi in a little bit of pressure. Here, shut down, able to find the first. Good patience for all of it. Oh my goodness. Another heroic moment for QOR. Hot hands to heal Kumi up just a touch.
I have the spike.
And all of a sudden, it's just in the blink of an eye, a 1v3 for Duck.
All sticking together here. 40 seconds on the recon for Duck. And they're not going to give him anything. It's the discipline here for QOR, knowing that they have that numbers advantage. World where, you know, he can get that spike planted at the very least. With the reveal, I like this choice. Shifting back over towards the A side of the map. Not wanting to go through mid, just looking to clear out everything just in case, but the way he's moving should be a shift over into A main, but at the same time, you lose out on that timing shift. Like, he bought the rotation with that reveal. Regardless, though, QOR, they stay steady in mid, knowing that they could quickly shift over to either side.
This is insanity. Now, Duck has an open A site, but the question will be, do you even bother going for this? It looks like we're going to get our answer here. Duck just going to play the corner and just hang out. So,
10 seconds left.
5-3 to QOR. These first 8 rounds have come and gone in the blink of an eye. And the request now is, you know, for FlyQuest, yes, you found success getting through the thresholds at B, but Moose has been a problem getting rid of him. So, does that all of a sudden change your mentality around, do we need to start playing for A more? Do we need to start doing more stuff like this through mid? The problem was this time around, even though they get the initial trades, Kumi just is Neo from the Matrix around all those 1v1s.
Yeah, he is. I mean, they did try to play for A in that round, going for a mid split there, but Kumi being able to just lock down mid doors with the 3K was crazy stuff. FlyQuest, though, they call their timeout. Likely discussing, you know, what you had just mentioned here. And you're thinking about, okay, economy situation. Should be able to have like a force coming into this round thanks to Duck saving that weapon as well. But overall, it's been a really fun game so far. I think just being able to see a lot of those firefights, the mechanics have been on point for everybody in the server. And honestly, it's been so back and forth, even though, you know, we have seen QOR streak together these 3 rounds to find the advantage.
Yeah. It's just been in the fashion that they've been able to do it. It's been rare survivability. The 2 of the last 3 rounds can be picked apart by having 2 different 1v3 moments. First from Moose, that one from Kumi. Otherwise, it feels like the openers have been successful for FlyQuest. So it's about not just getting that first and second layer, but how do we get the clearance to actually have a stable post plant in that 3rd layer? A couple of ultimates will be coming up soon to try to assist with that. Most importantly, the Reckoning. The Empress is also very close.
Do you wonder if you kind of slow things down a little bit here? Because QOR have just been able to very comfortably...
Oh, okay, my goodness.
That, I was kind of talking over it because I did not expect it to go that way. Did not expect it to go that way. That's very unfortunate. I think it kind of got body blocked by Duck going for the drone there.
Kumi has to be just guffawing inside his voice chat right now. That just is like, he's just sitting there like, oh, I'll put a little pressure on me. Oh, okay.
He's probably like, how is he dead to that?
No, that's to a hot hands, brother. Really?
Yeah, that's unlucky. That is super unlucky for Tanza. It's okay. Wow. We didn't need to replay it. Like,
no, we did.
It would have been okay.
We did.
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
I'm going to let the audience sit with that one for a second, actually.
Insert what face into the Twitch chat.
Oh, I can't. Well, good stuff there. QOR, they break the economy here with FlyQuest, thanks to that A main hold, and if they are able to get sight at the very least, there is the boon of having that Viper's Pit available.
I like this wall, and Moose, who was initially just trying to spray, gets some reveal at the end. Kumi's run it back, was able to find one on top of that, and there is just nothing coming here for FlyQuest. Last one left is Duck. He does well to catch a couple of the repurchases, but that doesn't really affect anything for QOR. The only thing it does do is get Duck a little bit closer towards the Hunter's Fury here in the back side of this half.
Yeah, I think going back to the conversation I was trying to have earlier, when it comes down to the utility that's available in the arsenal of QOR, the fact that you do have, you know, the wall there for Flya, you have Infiltrator and Kumi with the Blaze and fast lane of their own on top of some of these cages and one-ways that Moose is throwing too. FlyQuest, with their heavy early hits, are allowing just so much of that utility to be saved up for the retakes. Like, it makes it really comfortable for QOR to flood back in and retake that space. And I think that's why we're seeing FlyQuest also slow things down a little bit right now, trying to force them to expend a bit of that utility or a bit earlier on.
Okay. Hansa. Scope out is something new here. That is actually the one to catch first blood, an Infiltrator who's also trying to find some pressure. Oh, and Tanza whiffs. The wall down from the defense actually helps Tanza stay alive, so we'll stay 5v4 for the attackers. Just comes down to where do they decide to go.
I like this information seeking though from QOR. They look to re-clear into A main to help get that read. Call a little bit off, but Derek's just trying to keep an eye on the gap here in Nest, ensure that there's no lurk up into mid. Moose, again, he's been so solid as the anchor on this B site, so difficult for FlyQuest to get rid of.
Into the deep.
Cage triggered.
Well, there's the reckoning. Moose affected, but is he? We'll find out. Spike being planted. Derek only getting one. Moose this time caught off by Sorex. I like that from FlyQuest. They kind of bait the plant, see if they can catch QOR's defense on site, and that works out beautifully.
Last player standing.
2 curveballs to work with here. Upper angle.
Team ace.
And not able to get anything else. A team ace here for FlyQuest to close out their 4th round. One more left into this half. They pick up the operator as well here on the attacking side there for Tanza. He was working mid with it just in that previous round, but overall, I think it was a great shift. The fact that they're able to tap that spike there with the conditioning, knowing that QOR have consistently fast flooded when that spike was going down to force that fight into their favor, works out very nicely for Fly.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. Okay. So now we're starting to get into the nitty-gritty of this. Both teams with ops. This time, Infiltrator's able to connect onto Tanza, who was looking for that same angle through mid. So a little bit of bully ball there for QOR. Gets them first blood. Infiltrator does have the overdrive ready to go. On the opposite side, Duck is the only one holding a ult, and that is the Hunter's Fury. See if they can find ways to make that utilized over towards what looks to be an A approach.
Right there.
Conditioning used to their advantage with the fake, especially with the insert that you had from net into A main. It'll just be Flya alone. There is that blind still available here.
Oh, Flya able to get one in combination with Derek before dropping. That's big. Net trying to find more, but Infiltrator's op is in the picture. Foul ball from Kumi is great. And that will be a convincing finish to a scrappy first half for QOR. Up 8-4, we swap the sides.
Really nice start there from QOR. I like the ideas, the shifts, I think that we saw from FlyQuest, but utility-wise, it definitely feels like QOR have just kind of had them beat. But we saw the attempt at that fake in that last round just not panning out in their favor there for the side of Fly. On defense, though, we know that they do like to get aggressive. It does look like a posture to fight mid early on, maybe a walk down here on the pistol with 2 players in Nest and also Tanza waiting over in Hall. For QOR, that heavy lean outside the A site, there isn't too much stall that Sorex is going to be able to provide for himself. He's really just got to live or at least get one.
Yeah, I'll say. Well, we'll see. The approach towards A main will be relatively unguarded, as mentioned. And the water wall will, well, pretty much make this a free site. So now the focus is to what Moose can do on this lurk. Looking to see if anyone's going to play aggressive on the backside. That is a deep recon dart. Let's give some intuition, though, towards Core's post plant. There's a lot of focus towards mid double doors. There's a 4-man stack here. Cove is currently in the way. Derek still holding. Still waiting for a chance to jump in as Moose. This is taking off so much of the post plant clock. Now here comes the approach. Derek up in it. Oh my goodness. Absolutely perfect read from Core. Net is just sitting here like, well,
Flawless.
all right. Flawless pistol for Core.
Yeah, that was nasty. That was nasty. I think with all the backside control that they had, though, thanks to Infiltrator, it was such a good read to understand that it was going to be that mid retake coming in, because they didn't hear anything into CT, right? You don't have any information, no steps or anything like that, and a great read. For the side of FlyQuest, though, they will be full saving into this round on an eco, looking to stack heavily towards that A site. Read not quite there because it will be Net alone on B, looking to try and delay. And Smoke even comes out early here for Core just to deny some sort of early peek. They're expecting some aggression with the more aggro Viper's screen that had gone through.
Yeah, Net just holding on the backside of this wall. Umi is not wanting to risk anything. They'll walk up together and find Net cleanly. It'll be a 5v4 post plant. Moose will be right in position to get a read here, and he will deal some damage, able to find one plus a couple of tallies onto Solata and Duck. That'll pull Flya back to watch the long route through steps. Careful. Okay. Not the way that I'm sure he anticipated that going, but works out regardless for 2. And Sorex will just, sure at this point, dive on in, sacrifice the effort. Or maybe save the Bulldog. Not a crazy choice.
Yeah, just trying to play some exits still, regardless. Do a little bit of damage if possible. And then now just trying to die to that spike. Infiltrator has to back off, and no extra alt orb will be given over to the side of Core. Been clean though thus far here in the Core camp. I think on Breeze again, the utility has just been so good overall. This round a little bit of a throwaway, of course, considering the fact that it is the anti-eco there for Core. Things are bound to get more interesting now with FlyQuest having full rifles in their hands. But Core, their bonus is looking mean. Like, this is,
yeah, it is.
Honestly, it's basically a full buy if we're gonna be honest. Like, Fly has been sick on the Sheriff. You can't really ask for much more there.
Yep. Flya would just need to grab an orb to get the Reckoning up in this bonus as well, which is huge. Whoa, okay. Randomly, Infiltrator drops before even really hitting the W key in this round. So Net's aggression pans out nicely for FlyQuest, and all of a sudden, I think you're looking at Flya saying, all right, brother, we might need you to get this Reckoning.
Yeah, really nice spray down there. Net looking to play safe and fully fall off as well. More than happy to get the site up, knowing that they have that numbers advantage into the retake.
Yep, they'll clear out quickly. The plant will be what generates the Reckoning Q for Flya, if he so chooses to use it. Wall will drop. Net finds more. Moose trying to get a little bit further forward up towards yellow, finds one somehow. Again, he's late to the party, but still makes good on it. Noose just does not buy. I'm telling you, he's also got a little info of that little cross. But finally, he drops. Derek down the last one left, 1v3, not gonna happen, and FlyQuest shut down the bonus. But tally of the Reckoning is already in the mix.
Yeah, it's going to be key into the next round. Kumi as well, just 2 away from that run it back, could absolutely come into play here in round 16. But an important round win here for FlyQuest to pick up, because Core without that bonus, the map is basically done, it feels like, right? Like, you get the wind of the sails of FlyQuest. They would have, should have been able to get match point really quickly. So a huge pickup here for FlyQuest to keep themselves on Breeze.
Okay, is that going to spark something here for FlyQuest? Again, it just feels like anytime Moose is around, there's no such thing as a free trade. That could be an issue, especially with him on mostly that lurk role where he can just do whatever you want. Net, if it worked once, you know, may not come through a second time, but worth a try. Solana, ooh, gets a big punish, just stepping through the cove. And meanwhile, Infiltrator will also drop over towards Elbow. So great stuff initially, but responses there from Flya.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of what we kind of expect here from the Tanza and Salada duo. That constant aggression, they're always pushing out, looking for those early fights to try and catch Core off guard on the defensive side here on Breeze. Hyper-aggression has been such a huge part of their identity on this map. These two players are just about to walk into 3 on Elbow.
Last player standing.
Well, trades are good. This time Moose will not find more than one. And they'll be on to Flya. Whoa, that's a free cam. He'll set himself up for an attempt to go for it, but it's also just a little extra bonus cash as Flya get a lineup here. Maybe. Not going to happen. Good shutdown from Duck, and FlyQuest are now just down 4.
Slowly coming back into this one. I think, again, the aggression that we're going to have to keep an eye out on the side of FlyQuest from the duelists is something to keep in mind, that's for certain. Core as well, I'm sure, have been anticipating it as well. That's why you see a lot of like kind of default plays, because they know at this point, you know, this deep into the season, what FlyQuest's MO is in these rounds. Both those reckonings that you were shouting out are up now, with Sorex being able to have one of his own into this one. And instead, gonna be a bit of a different look here from Core. They want to go back and revisit that A main control. We saw the pressure that was placed there early on by the Cove that would go out as that one way. It will go down once again, but you've shifted placements here. Tanza with the operator on A, and Net has moved over to B.
Well,
they're so sus of this. They know.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, feels
no
like the cat's out of the bag here. Yeah, exactly.
You got the deep Viper wall, like the toxic screen over on that B side too. They know something's amiss on that side. Like, yeah, we're not dealing with the Tanza op.
Oh, this position from Net will be revealed by the Aldrone. Bite will go down to slow things up. Run it back into be used over towards the backside at Tunnel. Nobody really home, though, for that. Infiltrator dancing with Ned, who's able to lock things down. Duck also able to find Flya. That's huge. So now all of a sudden, it's kind of just on to Moose to really be the only one forward, and he's not going to get through. So good stuff here from FlyQuest, getting a read on the play.
30 seconds left.
And that will be essentially a flawless round. Duck the only one to drop, and FlyQuest is really starting to put it together defensively.
Yeah, really nice adjustments here from FlyQuest. That timeout definitely doing wonders for them previously. Making the adjustment here. Now for Core, they have the timeout of their own. That's going to be coming in. They're on an eco round here as well, just having a bit of a chat of what they want to do, how they can find success in the upcoming rounds. Those retakes have been a strong point here for FlyQuest. That is for certain. Especially because they've been starting up in a lot of those retakes, kind of reminiscent of that split game that we had just seen in our last match between SAD and NRGA Academy. Like, SAD were always up in those post-plant situations, making the retakes a lot more comfortable because in this matchup, Core being down numbers in those situations make it so much harder to try and take any kind of space or even hold it.
Okay, well, for Core, it kind of feels like a similar conversation we're having in our first game, where you're getting into sight okay, you're getting the spike down, but you're not doing it as cleanly as you'd like. And for FlyQuest, it's been kind of almost the same story that Core was doing to them, where like you're able to play backside of the site, stay alive, allow them to get on, pick apart their setup, and largely just trust that you're going to get good utility out of Sorex and Net. And so far, that has been exactly the case. So, Sheriffs for Core here. That reckoning that Flya had in round 3 of this half is still being held onto, likely to continue to be held onto here.
Toxins going up.
And yeah, it's kind of like the same exact idea, like a little poke out with the duelist towards mid, small feel out to the front side of B, Net just playing very passive backside of A, not getting revealed. Very casual.
Yeah, really just shifting those positions from the conditioning that was done initially. A lot of space that gets to be taken though with the high tide that covers over into yellow. His backside control definitely huge. You have Hunter's Fury trying to deny that plant from coming in, doing a lot of damage, and Derek's gonna go down.
Ooh, saucy little second shot there from Tanza. That one will get the hot hand moving. Flya is good dead. He's just dead. Okay, actual flawless round for FlyQuest. Granted, it is against Sheriffs, but you're absolutely right. That opening conditioning is forcing Core to have to throw a bit of a utility dump at the front doors at A, and that's just giving so much awareness to the defense that can rotate quick.
Yeah, and then the readjustments from FlyQuest in their positions, knowing that they had done the work. They have made that pressure very clear, and just with a couple pieces of utility, it does continue to push Core back and force them to reinvest just in case. Now for Core, weapons in hand. Reckoning back up here for Flya. Moose does have a bit of information if the neural theft can be popped on somebody's body as well. As Derek with that Hunter's Fury, he's always been so clean with being able to get that ultimate to connect on a couple of players in these rounds. Viper's Pit gonna go down early on here from Net to ensure that space can be taken, but there's a big mid gap for him as well. He has to worry about that backstab with how passively FlyQuest have been playing that mid control.
Yeah, just reclaim out of the Viper's Pit by way of Aldrone and Reckoning. That is a key ultimate off the table, but same could be said for FlyQuest. Key ultimate down. Defense once more, rotating quickly, playing the backside of the site. And I think I would say Core has learned their lesson a little bit here. Derek can play their post plant safely from way behind, but he's going to call the Hunter's Fury in early, and whoa, they missed the Leer. So all of a sudden, Derek needs to try to connect on this as Solana starts to move forward, but Infiltrator shuts that down. Tanza with knives. Kind of using some forward defenders to try to block, but it's not going to happen. Infiltrator gets 3 in the round. Kumi the only one to drop, and Core finally get an offensive round going.
Really nicely done to recover here on the side of Core. Being able to shut down that retake from FlyQuest. It was well played by Net, looking to back off, but I think that the pressure that Infiltrator was able to put in that retake scenario, staying within his fast lane backside, makes it so much harder for FlyQuest to push back in. A operator online now here for the attackers on the side of Core. Met with one from Tanza, and it's going to be a little bit of an op head-to-head here in B main with his window positioning.
Well, Empress popped immediately, and Infiltrator will win that op battle you call off right off the get-go. So that's a huge first blood. Kumi's able to get Solana playing aggressively through double doors to try to get some extra information. That extra movement speed doesn't really do too much. So now all of a sudden, 5v3 with tons of time on the clock. Core can really take their time here if they want to.
Yeah, Net has to find something early, though. That drone to push him off the angle. He gets tagged up as well. Good snake bite to delay at the very least, but when you're revealed, there's not much you can do with Infiltrator sliding on you. It seems like Core have finally found that answer off the back of the timeout. Having that understanding of, okay, FlyQuest, they've really been prioing, I think, that mid control. Trying to, you know, get that early information. Now finally looking to, like, either punish or, you know, shift away from it.
Yeah, some of that, I think, just comes off of having an operator of your own on offense. Just allows you a chance to challenge more aggressive angles from a distance, very safe distance. Moose, well, he was looking at something else. It must have been. Not no matter. He still finds the kill regardless. And a flawless round comes through for Core, one away from taking away their map.
Match point.
Hey, FlyQuest, what do we have to work with here? Operator comes back out. No ultimates online, though. And a timeout to be called for the potential last round here of Breeze. Infiltrator also has that overdrive up, you know, on the execution. He's going to be popping that and running around as Infiltrator does on the Neon. He's absolutely cracked on it, making that space alongside Kumi. One away from that run it back here as well, likely expecting them to lean on to the A site because of that, to allow that Phoenix to help make that space even more easily.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I don't want to say FlyQuest is getting a little bit away from what was seemingly kind of working in the first 4 rounds post the pistol and anti-eco, where they're essentially playing back and playing retake. Now, I think some of that it's made easier because they found so many first bloods early. I think especially the first 2 rounds, like with Net, as an example, Tanza doing the same thing. But now all of a sudden, those first blood battles in the opening 30 seconds aren't going their way. And now I think you need to have the conversation needing 4 rounds in a row especially against things like a potential run it back, potentially an overdrive. Like, do we need to give away a little bit more space and really prioritize holding numbers to play for a 5v5 retake? Of course, you're still going to try to win some angles early with Tanza, so you're going to leer and peek over towards A main, but the focus for core is over towards B.
Yeah, that early Cove constantly denying this angle to FlyQuest, knowing that they like to fight so early on, and also providing that cover for Kumi to try and farm that orb up. A great snake bite as well to just try and deny that run back. So goes through, and Moose catching Duck out constantly on these loops.
Yeah, an Infiltrator's gonna be a problem here with that extra reveal coming through the neural theft. He has got everybody in front of him. Just comes down to the timing of wanting to play through that wall or not, and he will just instead say, we got a 5v3, no need to scam. Let's just get to work blocking off these lines of sight. Oh, nice shot from Sorix, but can't get the second. Kumi up top. Too much of an angle change to find him. Moose on the cross. Shoulders from Derek. And Infiltrator connects onto Salada, so this will do it. Core clean, 13-8. I mean, again, small moment of concern, but I think that timeout they call, they hit everything correctly. It's like, okay, let's not get first blooded. Yeah, let's just stay alive. Let's not get spammed out by net. And then we have a chance to still execute quickly. And that puts too much pressure, I think, onto the FlyQuest defense in the end.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think just the adjustments that were coming through, that attacking side operator that you had shouted out as well, doing a lot of the heavy lifting for denying those aggressive sight lines, on top of, I think, also the coves that Fly was sending out just to deny that early information as well. It really kind of puts a halt to how FlyQuest like to play defense here on Breeze, and really nicely done here from Core, setting themselves up really well in that first half, with Moose being the rat of, like, the ultimate rat, honestly.
Yeah, good stuff. Great stuff. Core looking clean. They start off with a great first half. I mean, legitimately, I don't think it gets much better than that. A handful of those rounds were pretty much flawless. So that sets us up for now a map 2 that will go back over to the direction of their opponents. We'll see if FlyQuest can find a resounding response. We come back after that.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
that has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foray taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Vansili and Roy on the desk. If you're just joining us, it was a beautiful masterclass we all attended from QOR on Breeze. I'm gonna go to you first, Roy, right away. I think, it was looking very convincing from QOR right away, right? And then FlyQuest make a little bit of headway and make it a bit more competitive. But at the end of the day, there's a reason that was Breeze and that was QOR's pick.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of back and forth, that's for sure. I do feel like there's a lot of clutch plays that could have gone either direction and should have been maybe in favor of FlyQuest. So I think the game was a little closer than it may have appeared, but I mean, you gotta give respect to QOR. They looked so well constructed coming into this Breeze game. Like there really isn't too much to fix for them, right? Like their XX are on point, their clutch plays is on point. The way they're approaching their defense, where people are allocated, and just kind of how comfortable everyone looks in the different agents on this map, I think looks so good right now for QOR.
Yeah, it almost feels like for FlyQuest, they're still trying to figure out how to really iron out and getting the reps in here on Breeze, because they like to play this map a lot. They lost an OT versus Division 1. I think they lost an OT against Alliance Guardians, and now they lose convincingly against QOR, which kind of sucks there.
I think, Roy, you asked the question. You wanted to know where FlyQuest were going to be in terms of their style. How are they going to call? How are they going to move? After this map, what do you think you saw today?
And I feel like they're definitely playing a more controlled pace, I would say. It looks a little bit more leashed. I'm not sure what other word to use, but it looks like, people aren't as free reign as they normally are, but I don't think it's like that noticeable. Like, I think it's fine. I think if people still have freedom, again, there's a lot of situations, like there's a lot of 1v2s that should have gone their way, the pistol round specifically, the moose clutch as well. Some of the spacing and some of the stuff could be a little bit more optimized for FlyQuest, but overall I feel like they're okay. This kill right here was great.
Okay, we talked about this in the green room. Hot hands are deceptively dangerous.
No, they actually are, dude. You just smell it's insane.
But also, I mean, if you're for, obviously it was a little bit closer, I think you would like it to be, but it's definitely things you would like to see and things you want to see. The teams are both 1-1. Right, so they've had their losses, literally, they've had their losses, they've had their wins, but this is something that, on a good path as we move towards our this is ridiculous. That I feel like, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, Vance, QOR just seems so hungry for kills when you look at them play.
I agree, but also they do it in a very good structure, because at the same time, if I wanted to talk about it, sorry, I was choking the whole time, so I had to pause it real quick, but the good idea to talk about QOR, they were trying to play things differently as well. On 1 week, they're playing this map as the approach of like G2 with that comp. This time they want to try the 100 Thieves comp. And it's cool on their end. They're also trying to get reps on this map and then just trying different avenues on how to play this map, and they're playing it quite well. And I think you saw some very similar looks of how they wanted to open up. You were talking about being hungry for kills. I mean, the hot hand kills that you saw towards A main is like the same type of like conditioning that Austin likes to do, because they like to form orb on that A site. So I think the nature of it allows for you to be very aggressive on this map with this Phoenix, which is why I would assume here that Roy likes this Phoenix on this map as well. And why you really want to be a little bit more aggro to trade out, because you only have like a certain window to get space when you're actually going for a site execs, and then it comes down to, now that you have your positions, it's time to play your buddy system. Get your second flash out, swing as a team, make sure you cover all the angles, and fight out in the open pretty much at this point. You have to be hungry at that moment, because you cannot allow your opponents to take the retake closer before you even set up.
Yeah, and I feel like when you kind of like think back to the old FlyQuest, which was sleepers, right? We call them the rankers, like the new rankers of Challengers, the way they played. And I mean, we talked about him earlier, Derek on that Sova, first 4 kills. We talked about that anchoring, Roy. We talked about the mechanics. We kind of talked about that reinvention from Derek. And this is obviously a step in the right direction for him.
Yeah, we're definitely reinventing the Derek Sova for sure.
The Dova, if you will.
The Dova, exactly. I wish there was a stat to see how much damage Derek does with his shock dust, because I swear every time the POV's on him, he's just chunking people. Like it's actually, it's pretty hard on Breeze, dude. I don't know about you guys, but I almost never get value except on the A side on this map. But Derek makes it look so easy. But overall, I think, to kind of be a little bit more general here is, I'm really digging this new core style, right? Where it feels like there's so much impact coming in from different directions, right? It doesn't really feel like, I mean, I've never really viewed core as this roster that needed someone to really step up. I think the talent on this roster is pretty balanced for the most part. So I'm kind of just glad to see that everyone's feeling comfortable more than anything.
And that's what we are looking for. I think that's also what QOR are looking for. I mean, if you talk about kind of the nature of this Swiss stage, right? You want to get as many points and as many Swiss stage wins as you can. I think Jaws said it yesterday, you want them sooner rather than later, and that QOR are looking right on that path, which is exactly what we are looking for. But they have their work cut out for them on their second map, which is not going to be their pick. It will be FlyQuest's pick. We are going to Pearl, Roy, the lovely, did you know it was underwater? The underwater streets of Pearl.
Oh, is it? I haven't noticed the whales flying around.
Okay.
Are they whales flying around?
Isn't there? I always hear them.
Yeah,
I don't
if
know
you look up, there's a whale.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, this guy never looks up, man. That's crazy. But
yeah, well, no, I never shoot darts. All right.
LT, mate, dude. But no, let's lock in here for a sec. But okay, this is a FlyQuest map pick, right?
Yes.
But historically, you look at QOR's. I mean, QOR has always been down to play pro. It's been a comfortable map for them. They're so happy to play this. Yeah, there's a little stint in time where the rules got awkward with the meta change, but
yeah,
before that and after that, they've looked quite good on this map. So I think we're going into a map where you're coming off a pretty harsh loss if you're FlyQuest. Now you're going into your map pick. Maybe there's a bit of cope in terms of like, yeah, that was their map pick, whatever, yada yada. But now you're going on to a map where you feel you're confident, but then you look on the other side, it's QOR, and you know they're a formidable team on this map. They're comfortable here. They're totally happy to play this map as a second one.
Yeah, it's funny because the last time they faced against each other on stage 2, it was a one-sided victory there for FlyQuest against QOR, and that was Kumi playing on the Jet, and they were playing a little bit of a standard comp, if I could put it that way, because Fly was still playing KO. They're playing KO Jet Flash kind of thing, the Flash and Dash, but it was easily shut down by, you know, the regular comp that we've seen most recently, which is that Neon in the Phoenix. But then most recently for FlyQuest, they stepped away from that one, and then they tried to put their duelist onto a Jet, and then that made things look a little bit more interesting, because at the same time, it's like, man, Jet is probably not the best agent I like to use on this map at this current meta, and it seems as though they really want to adapt that. It feels like players really want to step away from the Neon, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll win over this Harbor. Okay, I thought you remembered. Yeah.
I mean, the Harbor is totally normal, but Raze? I can't remember the last time I've seen a Raze on this map.
I think it was like going to be Buddy B Exit 2022.
Dude, okay, that's a throwback. Shout out DC, but I mean, this is going to be crazy. This is so interesting. I mean, offensively looking at these compositions for QOR, the Raze is really good towards the A side of the map, but towards B, it might be a bit awkward to get off into the side and gain space. So they have to be really precise. The good news though for QOR side is the Raze util can, and I mean, the util is there. She can deal with a lot of the Vice setup. She can make it a little bit awkward for Vice. So there's a lot of pressure defensively on that end. But for FlyQuest, the Jet, the Phoenix, they're very disruptive. They're very free flowing, and they're easy to play in onto the mains and to take space. So expect a lot of that aggression coming out from FlyQuest on this first half.
Well, a Raze on the side of QOR. Color me ready to get to the game. Ash and Shift, I'm sending it over to you.
Nobody know what color that is. That's just made up nonsense. FlyQuest QOR looking to maybe get this to map number 3. But yeah, I think the interest being piqued off of the Harbor and the Raze is well merited. And I'll tell you, I don't really know what to expect because it's been a long time since we've seen Raze on this map. Should be fun.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I think the desk shouted out perfectly, though. The Raze does deal well with the Vice, and they knew what to expect from FlyQuest coming into this map with what they had shown in their matchup up against NA Esports, though. I think that it's also having the Flya Harbor as well as Moose on Viper does add that kind of like additional pressure, having that double wall, Moose constantly being that kind of like lurking player. I am expecting Kumi to be playing a little bit more with the team and leaving Moose to do the lurking here on the attacking side, because he will have that flash available within the arc rows there for Kumi. Honestly though, I was kind of excited for the prospect of seeing Kumi back onto that Phoenix. I thought that they were gonna maybe lean back into like one of those like typical Phoenix like Pearl compositions, but I'm looking forward to seeing what QOR have really been cooking here with this comp.
I'll say it's hot in the kitchen. Let's see what we get. Ooh, Moose thinking about it. Not going to be seen yet. QOR very happy to try to take this mid battle, but FlyQuest just a couple of the shoulders. Won't see anything, and that will mean that Prowler will actually pull FlyQuest pretty considerably back. Now, Duck will still be in a spot to watch over through Art and has immediate assistance from Salada.
Bring them down.
And the Prowler will, I believe, confirm that Kumi is at least lurking at worst, and ooh, that's some damage being tallied. He's got to back up into sight, and we're going to give 3-2 crunch from QOR on the A point.
Nice space to be taking a bit of damage, but Moose with the 3K, a collat on 2 as well. I think one of those shots maybe being through the box, but that was crazy. A 4K to kick things off here for QOR, and it's all up to Net. Moose is already looking for him.
Why not? Net is sitting here like, well, Moose has got to be somewhere around here. See if you can shut down the ace play. May just run into it instead. Some footsteps heard here, though, so Net will be aware that there is going to be some playing through this A link on the mid connect. But really solid start, and honestly, that's just one of those rounds that, again, you don't expect 2 players to be through mid because of how you checked mid out to start, and it comes up punishing you.
Yeah, and another pistol round win here for QOR. That's 3 out of 3 thus far in this series for the QOR side of things. And Net able to fall at the very least to that spike. Not giving another orb to charge into the Viper's Pit here for Moose. But those backstabs that we had been kind of highlighting earlier on from Moose are, again, going to be something to continue to keep our eyes out on here for FlyQuest, needing to be heads up about his positioning. He's always been so good with those timings here when it comes down to threading that needle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just like, the same can be said about like a Derek on Sova. It just feels like all the utility constantly hits. Moose doesn't seem like he ever misses when it comes to playing off that lurk roll. So good at reading timing, so good at understanding what his teammates are doing on the other side of the map. This time it's Haunt to clear Pillar. 1 star in their way, which really is just going to be disrespected. Because why not? And that means the defense, who was gambling for an A hit, now have to hard rotate and even consider if it's worth doing anything besides dying to spike here.
Yeah, we'll have to see the plan to action here for FlyQuest. It looks like Salada was ready to throw a curveball out, but I really do think that you're probably right on that call, just not looking to give anything more over to QOR, especially not charging up into that pit for the bonus.
So looks like that is going to be the case. Yep, sure will be. Okay, smooth start for QOR. True bonus could potentially come through in this next round, pending that no one gets caught on the exit, which Infiltrator almost does with that Nova Pulse, and will. No follow-up. Derek able to find one. Moose looking for more, and eventually will run away. The Cove trying to keep them safe from any of those long angles, and FlyQuest will perish. Only dropping Infiltrator.
Yeah, not handing anything else over here. Okay, let's see what they want to do, though, with rifles in hand on the side of QOR. Relatively solid bonus coming in here for that team. And overall, I think you were seeing a lot of value coming in from Kumi. On top of that, like just 2 rounds and you already have 5 assists. A lot of that coming through thanks to like the arc rows there as well that's been coming in. And again, highlighting how important that piece of utility is going to be here for helping Infiltrator and the rest of the team take this space.
Oh, nice little pop-up here for Infiltrator. Tanza shuts down, gets the trade. Still not done with the battle for A main, though, by the look of it, as QOR are still trying to work their way through. The tendrils are there. The mark is there, but it's not going to work out. And, ooh, Kumi is going to say thank you for the weapon upgrade and then drop the Vice Wall in a very forward position. What does that lead to, we wonder?
I mean, it's just good information, right? They know that FlyQuest is the type to re-clear that space, try and see if that A main control is still going to be taken. So a bit of passive information and an earlier heads up on any re-clear opportunities there from FlyQuest, who are completely stacked into Art. Bit of a fake Cove to be thrown down to apply that pressure on the B site, pull some rotations.
Net timing here good. Finds the first Brawler, trying to come through, and Fly at least gets the trade. Arbor Wall gonna go up now. And it looks like the hit will be right behind it. Solada still playing in front, has the curveball, waiting for the right sound cues. Oh, but Fly, a perfect counter position on that. Tanza dealt with behind the wall by Flya as well. So now with the plant and those 3 eliminations, Flya's 1 away from a reckoning, and QOR are starting to stack up the tally early. Sorex giving it a workout, but it's Derek with the final, and QOR are 3-0 up through their bonus with 2 rifles to carry into the next round on top of that. This is not a good start for FlyQuest.
No, it's definitely tough here on their map pick, and I've got to give Fly a huge shout out here on the Harbor gameplay. I feel like it's so tough to appropriately highlight all of the players in the server at times, especially on the side of core where you have, you know, util gods across the board and just very mechanically gifted players. But Fly's Harbor has absolutely been hitting. Like, you see some of those lineups that are being thrown out by that Harbor, the Harbor near site that comes through there as well. Very nicely done.
Pistol stack up over towards A main. Core and the rest of Infiltrator and Gang are looking to possibly fight this one off. But, ooh, the fact that no one falls there is a bit surprising. It's a lot of utility for essentially just a little bit of position warfare. And FlyQuest are thinking about maybe taking a little bit more space here. What a read from Core. What a read. Infiltrator is going to get 3. That's an unbelievable read, legitimately.
Yeah, it's just such a good understanding of the aggression that they were looking for, right? And expecting Core to have fully backed off and just really understanding what that kind of pivot was going to look like here. Bit of delay thanks to the Razor Vines. Baton's at 54 HP. Really isn't going to be able to do much on his own.
Well, Kanza in the same position where he fell last round, looking for something, but again, there's no information here. So with under 30 to play, Core are just going to run at this one together. On first, paint shell second. Angle not going to come through for Tanza. And it will be a very casual finish off to this gun round for Core. Going to be at 4-0.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Sorik's just going to try and do maybe a little bit of damage if possible. But at the same time, you also don't really want to donate any orbs over to the side of Core with Moose and Infiltrator just 2 away from each of their ultimates. FlyQuest, though, kind of curious to see what the adjustments are going to be from them. Core have just such a good understanding of how aggressive FlyQuest want to get in some of these eco rounds, on, you know, normal gun rounds there as well. Just very prepared to counter that kind of aggression to come through. And, you know, with the inserts that you have from the side of Core, whether it's from Moose or even Kumi on the lurk every once in a while as well, there's just so much space across the map that they're able to maintain, and it makes it a lot easier for them to call any rotations that are going to come in and find any gaps in the defense here of FlyQuest. Now we're going to see the shift over to the B side of the map. We've had the conditioning with that toxic screen from Moose every single round now for the most part. Over at B, just denying that sight line from Halls, forcing FlyQuest to choose to play in front of it.
Spam. Largely denied by the Cove. Kumi does take a lot of damage, but that's okay. You just put the utility down. Infiltrator stuck at the moment by Sorex. Net off of the decay, able to find one. Reckoning is going to miss Net on top of that. How key is that? Net's going to come away with 3 because of it. Salada the 4th. The Reckoning just barely in front. And Salada's run it back. We'll now have FlyQuest is looking to reclaim the space quickly, not give Moose a chance. Whoa! How does he do it? Doesn't make much of a difference. There's still a lot more to find, but it's still one of those that you think about, again, if you're Salada, like, no chance he just hit me while I was fully flashing.
It's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, but taking a look at that buy super quick from FlyQuest that's coming in for the next round. You've got the Operator online here as well. Yeah, that's just unfortunate seeing that replay come through, but Tanza with the Op is going to change things up here for Core. A lot of pressure going to be on Derek, I think, with the Prowlers, as well as Kumi with that Arc Rose to find some sort of information, or even not then, trying to push that Operator off the sight line, but they don't know it's necessarily in play at the moment.
A little bit of patience after what has been an epic bit of warfare for A main. That kind of has Core rethinking just a touch. Gonna head over to mid. It's Net who is somewhat watching the close corner cross through the doorways on the left side. Hansa with a scope out, though, is the big one. Especially if this commitment comes through. The Prowler out, and Tanza doesn't care. Dashes away, finds first blood onto a key player in the Infiltrator. First curveball not going to do too much. Blaze Wall to follow for Salada, getting some space back, though, is QOR. And again, it's just the power of the Harbor Wall. But Tanza is just a little bit cleaner with the op. No follow-up. Tanza gets 4 in the round. Huge pop-off for FlyQuest.
Yeah, that operator doing heavy lifting here for FlyQuest. Unfortunate for the Prowler coming out from Derek as well, not leashing on Tanza. They were not expecting that angle to be held, like truly probably believing that the dog had cleared it out and there wasn't really a threat looming around the corner. But with how deeply he was holding that line in art, just not being close enough for it to trigger. Now for the side of court, you do have Showstopper up. There is that Nightfall available here too. And the operator revealed it's going to change the pacing from QOR a little bit. The utility that gets invested here as well. You can see instead of the early dog into a main, they use the rechargeable with the Haunt instead, knowing that those Prowlers are going to be so important for pushing Tanza off of any of these angles.
Yep, you're absolutely right. That, of course, means that this round will be much slower. Aunt will be there with about 20 seconds remaining or so before you'd have to hit. Vice Wall will block off any retake attempts towards A main. Spike and Infiltrator looking like they want to move up into Art. Fake Cove to block off B long. Doesn't really do too much to deter FlyQuest setup though. Kumi will, establish that there is some pressure towards A main. Showstopper is going to come through. Infiltrator hoping for something, but is able to connect just barely on the Solana, but it doesn't make much of a difference because FlyQuest's defense have found 2. Nightfall out, Tanza affected, but has the knives. And if he hits these anyway like he does with the op, this could get nasty quick, but misses the first couple. Kumi deletes the Razor Vines, only able to find one, and Tanza's just getting it done with the operator right now. Derek, last one left. Not going to find much as Net comes up from behind. Easy kill, and FlyQuest now just down 1.
Man, this is tough. I mean, you have the Odin as well there for Duck. It's just so suppressing from the side of FlyQuest. That operator has really been the difference maker for Fly to make this comeback after QOR were up 4 rounds. It was a 4-0 to kick things off there for the attacking side, and nice shift here from FlyQuest to kind of finally find that answer and take the momentum back for themselves. For now, they only have a hero rifle to work with here for Moose. Things can get a little dicey though for FlyQuest if QOR are able to find that plant onto site, have Moose stay alive for that Viper's Pit, and even a world where ideally for QOR they'd want to get that Steel Garden up here for Kumi into the post to continue to delay. But with the purchase that they've got working with, it's going to be a lot harder to get onto these sites.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, like they had the affordability to buy weapons, but then that comes at the sacrifice of having no utility kit or a limited utility kit. So opting just for pistol upgrades and a hero rifle here, it looks like for QOR. Which I'm not surprised by. I mean, because again, we talk about things like the operator and now the Odin. Like you have to have utility if you're going to be able to get onto site. So like it feels bad when you've got 4,000 or 3,500 credits. It's like, I can't afford a rifle, but what are we going to do with them if we can't clear off these angles and find any sort of an entry? So it's tough, but that's part of the game, you know, especially when you're dealing with Tanza, who's snapping right now.
He really is. He really is. And Net has also been just like such a great anchor here for FlyQuest as well. Definitely having a couple heroic moments of his own, working around his own utility. But we'll see what QOR is going to be able to do once we figure out what's going on with this tech pause. We'll also let you guys know as soon as we get word from our production. But hopefully no more keyboard spillage. That would definitely suck.
Yeah, that would suck. We should make this like a game. Like if the tech pause goes beyond like 2 minutes, production should be like, what do you think happened? And give like 3 options, like A, B, or C. I think I'm here for that mini game, to be honest.
I vibe with it. We love a little pop quiz moment. Well, not everybody loves a little pop quiz moment, but
that's like, this would be like when you go to a baseball game and it's like the hot dog is racing the hamburger and the popcorn mascot. And it's like, The foot race thing, you know what I'm talking about? I mean, that'd be like that. It's just a little bit. It's a little bit of audience engagement in the break.
I think I'm here for audience engagement. I think you're asking the person who pays attention to sports like the least on the broadcast talent team. I can't lie to you.
Ash,
Yeah.
NHL finals are starting tonight. Are you kidding me?
I might be Canadian, but I do not care.
Yikes. Yikes.
I do not care. No offense to any hockey fans in chat, but
we got her live in 4K. Get her, Canada. We're hearing that there are significant ping issues, though. So we are going to be right back, and we'll join back up as soon as we have that all resolved.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Welcome back. Everything is resolved and we're ready to go. FlyQuest coming into this round number 8 on 3 in a row. Have, again, QOR in a bit of a tricky financial situation. Prioritizing utility purchase has them on limited weaponry. And that Prowler will likely reveal most of that for FlyQuest, who are just going to hold on to Duck, trying to spam through the Cove, but has to respect that you don't want to give away a weapon for free as well.
Just patience here on the side of QOR, seeing if FlyQuest will give anything away. That's a tough loss there for Moose to walk in. Con, like, is the only weapon they really had to work with in this round.
Yeah, sure is. But QOR are a bit stuck. They're going to lose Infiltrator as well before the entry can really come through. Solana taking away the space and is able to find another. Great stuff here from FlyQuest. And I love it. I mean, the first handful of rounds start off with FlyQuest putting so much into trying to fight for A main. Now they're just like, you guys can sit there if you want to. We'll just take away the rest of the map, and it's working out really nicely. Granted, of course, the purchase was limited, but QOR really don't do much of damage whatsoever outside of that final pistol shot onto Solana.
Yeah, nice conditioning that was done just early on into the half. I think good responses from FlyQuest, and it still forces QOR to use a lot of that utility from the Fade over in A main anyways, just to re-clear that space. We're going to see them revisit that B side, though. Didn't really see too much success the last time around. You've also got, run it back for the retake. Again, great ultimates to respond with when you're thinking about pairing that alongside the Nightfall here on the defensive side for FlyQuest.
Well, the op-out for Tanza will be pushed off thanks to the reveal. But do you expect that FlyQuest to have 2 players still that far forward? You may not, but it doesn't make much of a difference. Tanza able to connect onto 1.
Down B.
Salada will drop complete after running a run it back that you thought might just give him some freedom, but now once more, it's just kind of on. Can Tanza do something heroic? It's going to be a spike plant here at B. Retake would be in a 3v4 fashion.
Everyone's tucked as well, knowing that that operator is in play. Viper's Pit does come out here for Core. Should be a comfortable post plant here for the core team.
Yeah, it really should. I mean, the only thing that could have deterred it would have been some sort of a Cosmic Divide followed up by a Steel Garden, but the call to pop the Viper's Pit pretty much puts that out of question. So, good response here from Core after a long stretch of rounds in a row from FlyQuest. And it's not even just that they were winning a couple of rounds. It was that they were doing it convincingly. So that's a huge round to see get through the net right there for Core.
Kind of surprised that that run it back just kind of gets popped off rip. Like, I can recognize that FlyQuest are trying to take advantage of the fact that Core saw that they pushed Hans off the angle with the operator. Probably wouldn't have expected any sort of like aggression, but I feel like if you're going to invest that ultimate, it maybe could have paired it alongside the Nightfall there. Like seeing the Fade fall without it getting really utilized at all seems kind of a miss for me, but never know what was really going on in the comms, and the game plan there for the side of FlyQuest could definitely be a good reason why they were holding on to it, and maybe as a response there to the Reckoning.
Yeah, I think my guess would just be because Tanza was the main focus. At least that's what FlyQuest were assuming, that him playing in this position, that all we have to do is hit the run it back and then flash and double hit from the low side, because everyone's been looking up high for Tanza. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If we're going to challenge progression, Nightfall could have been impactful, but the decision to hold it is where we find ourselves now in another full gun round. At least until Sorix decides to pop Steel Garden. Same could be said though for Kumi on the other side. Could be a very big purchase for what could end up just being pistols.
Late retake into Art here from FlyQuest. They will be blocked off by the High Tide. Nice combo.
What? Oh, I wasn't sure if Salada was in front or behind that harbor wall. And he gets caught with a curveball out. So first blood goes to Core. Here comes the approach on towards site. Steel Garden will be queued up. Sorix in the corner, but the shorty up close and personal is all you need. Spam from Duck, not fully gonna land. And the spike will be down 5v3, and Tanza's gonna have to try to retake this with an operator out. Not what you want.
Is he expecting one more? Derek will reveal his position, but Moose is so far back into mid that now Net really can't retake from that angle. They've got a crossfire. He's gonna look to regroup with the rest of the team.
It's really not fun if you're Tanza right now. You got to watch everything at once, and the one player you don't necessarily see is infiltrated, but he's able to correct the angle, find the win. Now the Cosmic Divide gets called out, and Kumi just missed out on the window to possibly find Duck. You got to go together. Knife out initially, doesn't really land. Shorty popping through. Tanza's gonna find 3. It's just on to Moose, able to find the first, but he can't get back over to find the spike diffuser. And FlyQuest will steal one away right under the nose of Core, who found the first 2 first bloods.
What an insane retake there from FlyQuest. Everything looked like it was going right for Core, but the Cosmic Divide being able to find that space, but not just that. Tanza with those picks was truly the hero of that round. The fact that he's able to get Kumi and, bob and weave through that Cosmic Divide, use that shorty to whittle him down until he can take him out. That's definitely tough. I wish we had the point of view from Tanza on that pick on Infiltrator, because that was crazy to flick down.
Yeah, that's unreal. Well, 5-5. Weapons are still fine enough for Core here in this round, but you still have a Guardian, Stinger, and a lot of light armors against an Odin on the Operator, which, if you hit a shot, you're dead anyways. So, High Tide goes up. Hot Hands trying to block. Tanza affected a little bit, but fine. And honestly, Core Are they trying to think that the high tide is enough for them to call a bluff? No, instead it's a reckoning as soon as that drops. Trying to time it out with the high tide wall falling to see if they can catch the defense on the site, but they're so far out. Nightfall will suppress the A side at Art. That will allow Plant to come down, but FlyQuest are still healthy.
Yeah, look how much space Core have, though. Infiltrator fully into Secret, pressuring in spawn.
Fly up close and personal, turns a Stinger into a rifle, but Sorax shuts that down. Sorax still dealing damage, gets a lineup on the backside of the site. So that's now down to just Derek and Moose. Could be enough if Derek can find one from this position. He does. Now Moose. 1v3. Low health pulls in front of him. Has the angle of the spike, but net through the smoke connects. And FlyQuest take a late lead in the dying moments of this first half.
Absolute heroics from these FlyQuest players in these retake situations. Core had so much space pressuring CT, making it impossible to try and flood out of flowers there for FlyQuest, but Sorax, an absolute hero with the way he was able to get those 3 picks collapsing on the players of Core, ends up with a 4K at the end of the day. And now Core, they're 1 away from tying things up, but for FlyQuest, they were the ones stealing away the lead.
Oh yeah, and it's been, again, same instances that we saw for those 4 rounds in a row. It's been clean from FlyQuest in a number of situations that have not been good for them. Stinger in hand for Kumi. Everyone else is able to get rifles, but again, a couple of light armors in play. So you got to be cautious of any spam out of that Odin. 1 away from a showstopper's infiltrator. Looks like they're going to set him up to try to grab that, and they're going to entry onto B.
Yeah, we shifted this setup, though, a little bit. Not too much aggression, though, from FlyQuest on the defense, not wanting to give anything away. I like the re-clear that we're seeing, though, from Core, and one of the rare times that we actually don't have Kumi set that wall up on that side of the map to get that kind of earlier signal.
Yeah, so, instead it's just flank watch.
Yeah, you got it posted up there. Fortanza, and the rest of FlyQuest can kind of focus a bit more on mid.
It's just one of those things, though, if you're Core, like, you really can't afford to set your post plan up by pillar because of the operator and because of all the utility that's going to block your line of sight out. So Infiltrator's going to try to make a way into a showstopper, but the vines will hold him. It is good entry, but the kill potential is what you were hoping for. You don't even get damage with that. So Fly will go for the plant. High Tide still up and active. FlyQuest trying to get themselves stacked up for the retake.
What did they have to work with, though, into this retake? 1 curveball really on the side of FlyQuest for Salada.
Infiltrator still holding inside this cove. Tons is able to find the first blood. Infiltrator gets one of their own. Nice timing from Kumi, and that, you're absolutely right. Just not enough utility to retake there against all of the Harbor utility from Core. It's a 6-6 half in what has been a great second game so far.
Really nicely done here. We saw Core take away the first pistol. They've taken away every single pistol round thus far. Will FlyQuest finally find one in this series? Right now, it's really great site control that we saw from Core in that final attacking round. On defense, though, it's going to be a bit of a different story. You have a lot of delay potential when you're looking at the double controller with the Viper and the Harbor. It does look like Core are going to be opting for that more aggressive push, though, over in B main, just to look to contest that information. That leaves mid completely open. So depending on the timing here for FlyQuest, they might be able to crunch. Curious to see if Core will push all the way up B main or if they will look to fall back after this initial information's gathered.
Yeah, and really for Sorax, it's just don't fall here. Instead, Fly is going to grab the orb, and Sorax connects into Infiltrator on the way out. Huge. Tanza gets through the wall. Moose, other side of his Viper's wall. Oh my goodness, the timing is so awkward, but Moose still gets punished, able to find one before dropping. Defense can get into some sort of a competitive position around A, and the defensive High Tide is going to get called, but Tanza's already in front of him. The spike is already rotated back over to B.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the mid hole, right? FlyQuest took full advantage of that net, walking through, making the call for the rotation for the rest of Fly.
I have the spike. Spike down B. Spike planted.
Okay, Derek and Kumi, time to show up. And this post plant largely set up over towards pillar is going to be tough to break down.
They have no utility to work with. Arc Rose just refreshed in time here for Kumi.
Dorek's taking some damage. Gravity Vortex already pulled, actually. Net isolated, but still wins the first. Traded out by Derek. This last 1v2 feels like an impossibility. You gotta go, and you gotta go quickly. Finds the first. Tanza's got a sheriff, and yeah, Tanza knows what's up in front of him. But doesn't have an angle. Wait, doesn't have the angle at the spike. Wait a second. Surely, okay, he's able to get there in time. Okay, got a little tight there for a moment, but Tanza able to secure the pistol. First one so far in 2 maps for FlyQuest.
Yeah, they bought enough time at the very least there for FlyQuest to be able to, you know, force Derek to have to stick it all the way through. Otherwise, I don't think he would have had time if he had just gotten half.
Yeah, probably.
Even if it was like an insta-kill, it would have been really close, too close to the comfort, that is for certain. Well played, though, by Core. I think a solid attempt into that retake, but a nice pivot from Fly being called by Net there with the insert that he managed to find into B-Link. Got Marshall in hand here for Tanza. Moose is not going to be showing his hand whatsoever. Again, we've touted him as, you know, one of the Rat Kings on the Viper Sentinel play, and we'll see if he's able to get anything cheeky done here on B.
He just makes unwinnable situations look so plausible. But just classics here for the defense of Core. Tanza's Marshall connects for the opener. Trying to spam away to connect blindly onto someone else, but won't happen, not yet at least. And keep your eye on Sorex, who's already walking in towards A, and FlyQuest are no strangers to try to rotate back, but this time they will not need to. Moose will only grab one. Plant should be underway after this, and Derek will have to fight against the world and a very long flank that you wouldn't predict.
Yeah, Sork's just completely on the other side of the map. A bit of that insurance policy, if you will, into this round. But I think for Derek, I mean, there is a world where he could still try to go for a pick or even die to one of these players, try and get one more orb in. He will do so there, so that'll be 5 in the hands of Derek to be able to work up into that Nightfall a little bit earlier. That was gross.
Yep. I mean, you just got so much confidence when you know you're playing up against the Classics to just make that peek happen, and worse, you just dash away and no one thinks otherwise of it.
Especially just like with how good he's looked on the sniper rifles in this game in particular. Like, Tanza knows it's really his world and we're living in it. For the side of Core though, Odin does come out here for Derek. Definitely going to make it a bit more daunting, I think, for FlyQuest to push through some of these choke points. Very early showing here at the B side, seeing what they can draw out from Core and farm up that run it back here for Salada.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing it in this round, to be honest. If you can get over to this front corner. There's the wall, there's the Prowler. Doesn't necessarily see Kumi, though. And the wall will just be triggered, and everyone else will rotate back over to Derek's direction. The Prowler will reveal that, yes, the defense needs to stay on their toes here at A.
I like this call. Kind of curious to see if the run it back will be used into B-Link or if it'll be an art play. Likely B when you're looking at Tanza's positioning, especially with the lack of any information over in A main. You already see Core having a bit of an understanding of this, though they fell off of that A angle. And that run it back is going to create the space.
Is this going to affect the defense all that much, though? That's the thing. Like, you shut that down quickly. Infiltrator's going to reposition, and the offense doesn't really get much of anything here. In fact, Tanza's in trouble, has to dash away. And you still have the Odin for Derek to try to hold on to an angle of crossfire through A. So all the information goes the way of Core. Moose, though, gets revealed by that.
Still
he's
alive
in some trouble.
somehow.
He's dancing. He's dancing. And wow, the snake bite's actually getting some presence onto the map. And Derek and Fly will combine for 3. Spike planted, but no chance for Dart to get the weapon back up. Tanza by himself. Not going to do anything there. And yeah, that's just one of those moments to run it back. I would have rather seen them use it to clear off the space from the front of B, so you guarantee a post plan. Instead, you try to use it through mid, and it doesn't really do much of anything at all.
Yeah, I think it's tough in that situation. I feel like if Tanza maybe had another player with him to try and pressure in B-main at the same time as they were pushing in B-Link, a bit of a different story. Or if they wanted to run that fake, they needed to have, you know, walked up A main, walked up R a little bit earlier on while they were drawing that rotation. The timing just off there for FlyQuest and a very quick response from Core, especially with knowing that Moose is consistently anchoring on the other side of the map to really put these rounds in the bed here. You do have Reckoning up now for Flya. Early combo alongside, I don't even know. Okay, that was a shops kill there for Flya up on Sorex. But again, that early combo from FlyQuest to take that aiming control, really nicely done at the very least.
Next hit underway though for FlyQuest quickly, trying to keep the pedal to the metal. But Derek's spam is just such a formidable force on that cross. And now it's just an orb collection as a reconciliation measure, and then a delay on what comes next. And honestly, just showing net over towards B is going to thin out the defense a little bit. So there is a chance here to still approach this with even numbers if you're FlyQuest, but look how proactive Core are getting, taking away the middle of the map. And if they hear Net's footsteps, that's all you need to know where this hit's coming from.
Yeah, he knows that there's a gap though. Okay, no, we're going to be running in spawn. Derek's going to be waiting with that Odin, catching him off on the rotation. And the ruse has been given away. All three players known to be here in A main.
They are completely trapped. Derek just throwing little small shoulders will have the ability to just spray him down. And the other 4 members of Core are waiting very patiently. And honestly, I don't hate this call if you're FlyQuest. You know you've been found out, so why not just try to hold this position and save what we got?
Where are you?
Thing is, on the side of Core, I mean, you have players that can afford to go hunting if they want to. Try and charge up into that infiltrator ult there for the showstopper. Instead, they will be playing a lot more disciplined, but there's a world where they could try to take these weapons away. I mean, the FlyQuest bank is hurting.
It's just one of those two, like you also are at a point where it's a cautious decision. And you're absolutely right, but I think that's probably the right one, because if you do end up like kind of failing on that, you have the potential of giving away Cause of Divide, giving away things like Steel Garden or charges towards Nightfalls. You have the advantage going into this next round with Reckoning and Nightfall of your own, so no reason to try to force some purchases where you're already crippling a couple of players. So I got you, I hear you, but sometimes the cautious one is just the easy way to avoid embarrassment.
Super valid. Definitely a pros and cons list to get through.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, trade for the Prowlers. Solana also going to invest that curveball. Odin has been revealed at A main here as well. Hefty stack, honestly, for the most part, on this A side. But these players are very passive. Core definitely playing a retake protocol with the ultimates that you have shouted out thus far. You have that insert very consistent from Net as well here on the side of FlyQuest, and the rest of the pack looking to poke around here in mid.
Yeah, this position for Flya, he can't scam here. Ooh, and all it takes is a high tide to call out a Reckoning that, I don't know about that. Or Blazewall, part of me has a high tide. So Derek, Nightfall comes through. That's going to affect a lot of this offense. We're now going to commit through that. Infiltrator finds the first. Moose in some trouble, but he's got himself a little bit of space to work with. At least for a small time, FlyQuest just surround the site. They're going to use the Cosmic Divide to really establish their post plan here in a 4v3.
Yeah, giving a free repositions here, trying to retake that art control, but the timing is really awkward. Flya just on the other side of things gets the drop on Duck. And then you have the backstab incoming here from Sorex, but will he have the timing?
Has to go quickly too. That's the other problem about this. Doomy, a little bit of a head in a swivel moment. Now gets a little bit of a response towards where this post plan is set up at. Has to get the first and does. Can you bully out the second? Keeping that off the angle, finds the elimination. Now it's just not a can you find Sorex, and Flya's in a perfect spot to get the read. That is so big from Kumi. Getting the first is fine, but the ability to stand tall and take away the angle while your homie is defusing is brilliant, and Core are back in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, they had the understanding that they needed to pressure that post-plant position, not allow them to play for that grab as much as they would have liked to. I think that on the side of Core as well, you're shouting out that Reckoning. I feel like that actually gave the information that was necessary for Core to lean over towards that A side because of the information that it reveals, right? The fact that no players end up kind of getting pinged by that definitely changes things. They know it's not actually going to be that flash flood over to B-Link, and you have that heavier stack from Core. Timeout now to be called by FlyQuest. Infiltrator's got that operator online here for the Core team. And for Fly, definitely tough when it comes down to those purchases. Almost wonder if Infiltrator might even swap to an Outlaw when this timeout ends.
Yeah, wouldn't be opposed to seeing that, but when you've got an op, yeah, I mean he can sell it off, right? Yeah, he can. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's something that I won't lie, I kind of missed out on. I was like, yeah, the Reckoning comes up empty, but it allows the trigger of the Nightfall to then hit everything. You're absolutely right. So it's a big call. And again, talking about the decision to not pressure a couple of rounds ago when you could have forced repurchases has this continual medium buy for FlyQuest, who still have not been able to earn any of those ultimates that we also talked about yet. So Core have got a nice setup in front of them, especially considering the Op and Odin that are in the play.
Don't placed.
Bring them down.
Okay, and finishing with the Prowlers, going head to head here in A main. Even forcing out that seize early on from Derek, which means he only really has the one Prowler to work with now. A looking pretty weak here as far as this art control goes.
Face your fear.
Tanza, okay, not going to get more, but Salada's there for the trade. On hands for some self-sustenance. Kumi rotating over. Does he expect a player this far forward in Sorax? No, he does not. That's a massive pick. That forces now a lot of pressure over to Moose, who deals with the initial instance of the run it back. Spray on spot, not going to work out. Did he see a barrel of Sorax there? May not matter. Infiltrator's already dropped. And Moose is about to be flanked, although Salada misses the opening shot, gives Moose a chance off the reload. Looking for more, but not going to have it, and we're tied at 9.
Nice adjustments here. I think for Core now, want to see a bit of a change out of Derek's utility in that A main control. I feel like if FlyQuest are winning out on the util trade in that situation, of course it was a bit more of a quick push into A art compared to previous rounds, but a bit of a change in tempo there from FlyQuest after. Now you have, what, 2 away from that showstopper here for Core. There is still Garden here for Sorax. Don't typically see that used on a site take situation. Usually save it for the post plant to buy a bit more time. We'll see how this pans out.
Well, this is an interesting position for Flya to be in. Yeah, I was going to say, you're in the spot of possibly being flashed or prowlered or something, but getting one is okay. Is it enough? Might not be, because Kumi's by themselves. And yep, Steel Garden comes through, is able to avoid it. And that's good Vine control, because Tanza was right there. So now Kumi is known. How long can you stay up? Deletes more Vines. Prowler also deleted. He's taking away a ton of utility, which is so key, and is able to find a kill. They cannot find Kumi at all. Now you've got help on the cross. Tanza gets one, but Kumi is still making a mess at the backside of screens, and the rest of Core are able to absolutely sweep this under the rug. What a play of finesse from Kumi.
Yeah, the way he was able to maneuver around in back halls was everything for that anchor position there for Kumi. The timing as well, being able to catch Duck off guard while he was pushing in with that spike was absolutely massive. I gotta say though, for Flya, I know that he was playing, you know, that one and done angle with the expected flash to come through the door. He's been on top of turning away from those flashes though. Like, I gotta give him that credit. He's constantly been punishing Salada in a lot of those moments. But now I think we've got that shift, right? We're not having that investment of the Prowler on the defense from Core. Instead, they're looking for that art control a bit earlier on with how FlyQuest have been walking up in that space.
Well, it's been a bit of a roll of the dice type of situation with these hits towards A. Derek, just able to get through the Viper's wall. Moose gives you a key first one. Showstopper works out for Infiltrator, getting up and over the screen. Follow-up from Derek is there. Salada only able to find one. He's looking for more on the site, but he's having a hard time tracking them down. Sorax able to isolate onto Moose, but loses his teammate in Salada. Derek is just tossing shoulders, just trying to keep Sorax interested while the rest of the defense rotates over. This is a good position to try to battle from if you're Sorax for now, but there's no spike, thank you, Ops team. And that is exactly what Derek is calming to his team, that I've got this.
Yeah, the other two looking to play in tandem as well, not allowing Sorix to isolate any 1v1. He is one of those clutch players here for FlyQuest that is capable of getting it done. I think when we really first saw him debuting for FlyQuest as that sleepers team, he was really touted as that player that just never dies and is always able to clutch up. With the 25 seconds on the clock and the money dwindling on the side of FlyQuest, he has no option but to save.
Yeah, absolutely. But at least he's able to save. At least you got that going. I mean, for a moment, it looked like Sorix was about to get completely stuck on site, but gets an exit over to the backside of Secret, and what looked to be a hit that could develop into something with Salada still staying alive around the backside of the site. This could not track down the defenders. So, I mean, considering you know that Core's playing the back of the site, the fact that they're able to slip around that much, quite impressive. Quite impressive.
I think Moose is just so good at maneuvering around the map. Like, they're always able to find some sort of cover to duck behind, and very rarely punished for those repositions as well. Like, yeah, he ended up falling mid-site there, but he lives for long enough for that pressure to be applied and for the rest of the cavalry to pull up and actually find those picks and get those trades down. FlyQuest, they go back to revisit mid. It's been a huge recipe to their success, pressuring into Art. Again, this Prowler will go out early. They do manage to hide from it. And it's the same kind of contact play as we saw as last round.
Yeah, but Derek, on this angle, I was gonna say maybe gets a spray down, but couldn't get his feet planted, and Donza punishes. So a big first blood. Viper's been queued up to respond for that for Core. And honestly, with an Odin and, well, a Vandal and a bunch of other lower weapons, you think that that's gonna be hard to clear. But now there's numbers that really allow FlyQuest to pause for a moment here, and they could try to refract back over to B if they'd like to. Don't have to commit to the Viper's Pit.
Yeah, they just want to make Core as uncomfortable as possible. That's why that Blaze ends up going up mid-site on A, trying to force some sort of fight out of the Core players, knowing that being down in a 3v5 makes them much more likely to look to make a mistake as they try to even up that tally a little bit. But actually reworking into that pit.
Yeah, they're going to try to bully ball it. Okay, you're deciding to play in front of Moose.
Oh.
Holy cow.
The timing of that wall.
Yes, this Boombot could find some value though. Moose Infiltrator able to push through. The shorties are doing the work.
Bro.
Pit will fall. Kumi on the cross. Infiltrator is still holding. Steel Garden is out. And this is what I'm talking, like, I know you have weaker weapons and you can force a battle up close and personal in the pit, but you're still jumping into Moose in a pit.
I just saw, 2 shorty kills in the kill feed, and I was like, yeah, okay. It's match point. It's match point. Bit of a funny round there. I think the idea was available for FlyQuest. It would have been a different story had there still been Prowlers, I think, in the hands of Duck. But I think it's also huge for the Core players to have disrespected that Cosmic Divide. I think that really caught FlyQuest off guard. They were expecting to be able to get that plant down, and now it's the timeout to be called here. Core, they have this operator back into the hands of Infiltrator into this round, carrying that one over. Odin, of course, here for Derek as well. He's been so oppressive, I think, just being able to lay down that LMG. And yeah, he fell to Art a little earlier on in that previous round, but it's really the first time I feel like that's happened when he's been playing a bit more solo. For FlyQuest, they're having a really hard time. I think like time has been their enemy. They're trying to work into mid here shift and then like pivot away, but then they don't have enough time on the clock, and things are getting like really awkward in some of these rounds, and really favoring Core with the fact that, I mean, time's on their side on defense.
Yeah, it is. I mean, without question it is. And it's just, again, like, you shut down the Odin, you force out a Viper's Pit. It just feels like there is a chance, even though your weaponry is a little bit lower than you'd like it to be, to still work through mid like you call and try to get back over to B, or I don't know. Tough. It's a tough decision, but these last 7 rounds have largely gone the way of Core, so this defensive half has been brilliant for them, and now they're on, like you mentioned, match point. So you need to have a response, not just here, but something convincing to change how this half has gone if you're FlyQuest. Salada's gonna get the run it back, so you've got that to work with.
Yeah, High Tide goes up early to block off that A main entrance with the run it back coming online. Again, it's these constant 4-player pressures into mid here that have allowed FlyQuest to break into that area of the map, but Core have been so disciplined in really not allowing themselves to get picked off in those moments.
Flya on the cross, get some information that this is a commitment. Sight going to be allowed to be grabbed here by Core, looking to play retake. They have no ultimates available at the moment, but Derek, if he finds one, will have a Nightfall, which could be massive. Moose, the first one though up, sees the shoulder, a little knee pop. That's enough for first blood. That's Tanza out of the picture. Sorex, the next one trying to hold, but Salada has a crossing angle that shuts down 2. Duck on the counter, able to find another. So 3v2 situation for the post plant, but Kui and Flya have the cove to play off of. Pressure comes through, but the vacuum of the gravity well will work out very nicely. That gets not just one, but the second, and FlyQuest do put together a nice, convincing round. No ultimates needed.
Yeah, finally double digits here for the FlyQuest squad. I think Core, it was a nice attempt at that retake. You have a lot of space that the Toxic screen is able to pull back up with how Moose has been setting that up on the A site. Very helpful for those fast flood kind of retake situations. But Salada getting those 2 picks, I think, as those players were kind of trying to come through, really made all of the difference for Core to, or sorry, for FlyQuest to find that advantage into that round. Core now, they do have that Reckoning, they have that Nightfall. We saw it work in tandem for that information into mid, really forcing those players into Derek's hands last time around, and FlyQuest aren't even going to bother with that mid control that they've conditioned for like the last 6 rounds or so.
Just be a burst play here. Timing of the high tide is nice. Cove trying to get into the mix, but honestly, again, FlyQuest just trying to disrespect it, but Kumi's in their way. Infiltrator also connects. Leaves it to Duck and Sorex. And they're just so far behind the play that they're not able to quite get in. Smoke replenishes this choke at B main. And it just feels like the hopes of FlyQuest have been squandered with this rebuttal on the B site. Nightfall just to confirm it. Sorex gets hit. Duck trying to keep him safe. But Moose is on the flank. And there's just going to be nowhere to go. Core is fully set up and prepared. I think we're all hoping that Infiltrator would pull the trigger.
With bated breath.
Duck gives you the opener. No follow-up. Nowhere to go. Duck will fall, and Core will take the 2-0. 13-8 on their map. 13-10 with a masterful second half defense here on Pearl.
Yeah, I think it was a nice attempt there from FlyQuest. I saw the vision. They did so much conditioning with that mid pressure that was initially shown, but going for a B pop, a bit questionable when you're thinking about how much raw utility Core is going to have to be able to slow down your push on that site. A great response coming out from Core. I think that it was a close series nonetheless. Like, it being a 2-0 definitely doesn't tell the entire story here. Overall, it was really fun to see Shift, I think, as well.
Yeah.
The composition that Core were pulling out, like, very different from what we're used to seeing on this map from like a lot of teams. I think a little bit of inspiration that they also took from VCT, if I'm remembering something that Van Silly said earlier on, but solid showing here for both.
I couldn't say anything besides this was a really good showing from all 4 teams we had today. Of course, granted, we started with 2 teams that were undefeated, but still, I thought that from SAD and NRGA Academy's point of view, great day for both teams. Obviously, NRGA Academy looking to kind of bounce back a little bit, but on the other side, I think you can walk away saying, I wouldn't want to play FlyQuest as a 1-2 team in my next week's match because they look just as polished, just a couple of mistakes, and honestly, just a couple of great heroic plays from Core. I mean, Moose was on one today without question. So, great series. 2-0 though to Core is the finish. We'll head to break. Above the desk to wrap up the day.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds, and now Foray taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, it was looking like we would go to a map 3, but QOR make it a clean 2-0 for the final time. And welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host Elizabeth, joined with Vansili and Roy on the desk. And Vansili, I'm gonna go to you. I mean, it was looking like a map 3. We were sitting here being like, I even said, I was like, guys, we're going to map 3. And Roy was like, do you think so? Do you think so? And then yes, light on. Let me see you. Let me see that face.
There you go. It was getting dark. It was getting dark, Veg.
There you go.
Boom.
But I mean, QOR bring it home 2-0.
They did bring it home. It was actually a very fun game. I have to praise the look that they had here on the defensive side. I think Roy's going to go more into details with that, but I just like how they thought outside of the box. I was trying to look around to see, was there any other teams right now in the VCTs that are like kind of running this type of composition? And I don't think a single person in the VCT in stage 1 played a Viper on this on Pearl, which was super fun. And I think some of the coaches though who are like overthinking the map or like trying to dissect the map and think it differently do see value in the Viper on this map, but it's nice here that the team over at QOR really wanted to try it out and display that. And I think it's not only on the Viper, I also think that they did an incredible job, especially for Flya, understanding where on the attack side what the win cons were for FlyQuest. Whenever Salado was going to get close to ult, where they wanted to punish that and fight back towards the A main line. Whenever it was going to be a slow round, you always had like the vice wall towards that street where it seems the FlyQuest didn't really have like a protocol to try to bait that wall in the first place. And then they were just leveraging Derek a lot in these rounds to try to find that like mid-round information early round with the Prowlers, so the players could be really ready for like the site hit. And it had great utility combination to not allow really for FlyQuest to easily get the sites.
And I think more concretely for me, what bodes extremely well for QOR is like this run that QOR is going on right now is the fact that a lot of the results seem very recreatable, right? Like they're not really winning many of these rounds chaotically or like in weird ways. Like a lot of it is just very structured. A lot of it's very clear. Like the logic for the round is very apparent, and I think that for me is what bodes extremely well. And that's typically where teams, like once you have that base structure, like these players are able to find when they can shine. And typically players that like are structured like Derek and Moose and Flya, that's normally where like these guys start really leveling up. So I'm glad to see that coming out from QOR. They look very comfortable. They look I mean, they weren't really contested that crazily. At least it felt like, there were some points in time where FlyQuest were doing extremely well, but for the most part, in terms of macro, in terms of ideas, I mean, it was QOR all day.
Yeah, I mean, two things. One, Flya's calling has never been bad. He's always been such a good IGL, and this is just case and point. He gets this game down to a T. He's been in the scene for so long. And I think also something that when we talk about QOR a lot, sometimes we don't really say like, oh, they could do this, they could do that. Anytime we talk about a player, Vansili, we always say they will do this, they do this. It's never in a, oh, I hope they turn up today. It's always they will turn up, and their consistency. That's what I'm saying. Their consistency is something that, like Roy is saying, is recreatable and tangible.
Yeah. Basically, if you think about like the WWE, what's the name of that general? Liz? What's
general?
The general, the Bosnian wrestler. Is he Bosnian? I can't remember. He's like European, Eastern European style that just like grinds you down whenever you're playing wrestling. He's the one he's the one that retired John Cena.
Oh, look, yeah.
Right? You know what I'm talking about?
Ludwig. Yeah, okay. Ludwig, yes.
So what I mean by that, sorry if I forgot.
Where are we going with
that? I'm only, wait, hold on. I'm only starting to get into wrestling recently thanks to Golden Boy and Wyatt, but like I'm starting to watch a lot of these pay-per-views and I really enjoy it. But my comparison to this wrestling with QOR is that you just know that it's going to be a short play whenever you see QOR like in the server, because they're always going to be understanding like of their scenarios, how to play off against each other, and then you just know that even if it's going to be a tough opponent that comes out with like a new composition, or that it's an opponent that has a lot of firepower, QOR is always going to play in a very nice protocoled way, but could also have those type of moments where you need to step up the plate and they'll just grind their opponents down. And it almost looks in this matchup here that FlyQuest, no matter what they were trying to do here against QOR, even though you give them a little bit of glimpse of hope they're going to be able to pull this through, QOR was able to always win back.
Ludwig Kaiser, that's who you're
there you
thinking
go.
of. Ludwig, that was I don't want to talk about that to hear tired John Cena, but as soon as the perfect timing as these KDs come up, you look amazing. I'm so good at this. Thank you, production.
Gunter, that's it.
You'll see. Oh, Gunter.
Yeah,
that's it.
what I was
Sorry.
looking for. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't like thinking about that day. But you look across these. I think with the one thing you can even with Kumi Roy being 9 and 12, that might not look like it might look like he was just having like a bad game or he wasn't just like doing well. But Kumi had some insane shots. Some rounds were because of them doing their dang thing and being so viable in the round.
Oh yeah, I mean one of the last rounds, if I recall correctly, it was like what, a 3v5. QOR was in it, and Kumi was alive, and he was like a really important piece of turning that round around. So like, I mean, yeah, I think he's just a walking, numbers don't mean everything, and I think it's easy to look at stats and being like, oh, Derek carried, and don't get me wrong, he did actually, but Kumi still had pop-off moments, and I think that for me that is the trademark for this roster, right? We talked a lot coming into this match where like you don't need an individual step up, you really don't need heroes on this roster. Like everyone's capable, everyone's competent, everyone understands their roles, they're all very experienced players. I think overall they're pretty much ready to go. And as a clear example of this, I do want to talk about this very specific Viper wall that QOR was running on their defensive side. I think they almost ran it every single round. Production, run it.
You have to say please. You have to say please.
Oh, please.
Thank you.
Wait, is this what Liz feels like all the time? So this you come into this round, you look at this wall exactly. If I may ask for a pause here as well, production, that would be 10 out of 10. But oh wow, okay, they're on top of it. Here we go. This is very impromptu, okay, because I was really geeking out about this behind the scenes. So first thing that you see is one, this wall is very good at holding from the A hits. If people are flooding out a site, it's very awkward to gain space on the site, but it also doubles as a library hole. So if anyone's going R, if anyone's going stairs, it kind of allows the players in that mid area to kind of keep space as much as possible, and for stairs as well to play the crossfire. But it also triples as a wall all the way into the other street side where Harbor's playing, that you see on the map right now. And on top of all of that, ladies and gents, there's a fourth use for it, and it's for those A retakes. We often saw QOR playing very passively on this side of the map. They're allowing FlyQuest, they're soaking in a lot of their aggression. We know how aggressive FlyQuest is, and when it came down to those retakes, they had that wall to make a lot of these angles so awkward and so uncomfortable to the point where FlyQuest weren't really sure how to deal with it.
I also wanted to add another layer as well. I think maybe even a fifth one, not even a counterpoint this time. This time we're elevating each other, Roy, which is nice at the end of the show. But I also like I think the idea as well. I also think the idea as well behind that wall on that A side is that you're forcing players to actually fight through the wall whenever you're trying to plant on default. But if you're under chaos and you're like, oh wait, we can't really find ways to fight through that, and we'll plant on the other side where technically you're supposed to block the vision here for QOR because you don't have any flashes to play with to play through the walls or not, right? But it also gives an opportunity for just Moose to pull that wall down, and he could swing out on that to fight if they want to. So it adds a lot of like ruckus and exactly options for them to play on defense, but also a lot of chaos for how do you want to set up your attack on the other side too. So I love the mind games around that as well.
Yeah. I love a good mind game. I love a good moment where you can clearly see that they've been in the lab, they have been working, which is so exciting to see. But friends, for our Philips Norelco Game Face interview is none other than Mr. Valorant himself, Derek. Nice title.
Nice title.
I have a question for you right off the bat. I just happened to look at Twitter when I was off camera, and you tweeted 2L FlyQuest, Unk still got it.
Yep.
Sir, have you ever lost it?
I don't know. That's what I feel like that's what the streets were saying for a little bit, but I'm playing pretty good, so happy about that.
I mean, okay. I mean, I don't want to delve into this too much because, like, it's all noise at the end of the day a lot of the time. But I mean, did that sort of like commentary have an effect on you and how you play, or is this more just like, hey, by the way, I'm still Derek. Remember who I am?
Oh no, it doesn't affect me anyway. But yeah, it just feels great to be playing like really well individually and just as a team in general. So
where do you think you are in terms of your individual form? Have you been better than this, or is this the best you've ever been?
Regarding playing in tier 2 again, probably this is the best form I've been, just like getting in the groove of things and playing like on high ping and stuff, and just like all these tier 2 demons that just swing everything. I think that's probably the best I've been in tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, QOR looks so good. You guys look prepared. You look you look adaptable. You have all these things that could really make you such a threat in this Swiss stage. I think, but you technically you have defeat under your belt. You are technically now 2-1. You're not 3-0. What have you taken from that loss into turning it into a victory today?
Honestly, the NRGA Academy game was pretty close, I'd say. I think if a few things go our way, like a few swing rounds go our way, that we could easily beat Rio right now.
Yeah.
I think Hayode like revived that team, like he's playing lights out for them. And like we just watched the VOD back and we were just like, there's key positions where we're playing a little bit too timid and giving them a lot more respect than we should have. And I think we fixed that today a lot.
Yeah. Where do you think you are in terms of core, like in that form? Like, do you think you guys are the biggest threat in this Swiss stage right now? Or is it more just kind of there's a top and there's a bottom and you guys are near the top?
I think we're definitely near the top. I can't say that like we're the most dangerous team out there. I think right now it's undeniable that M80 is probably the best team. But
really fair.
I wanna be able to play them soon. So.
Yeah, what do you think it'll take to have core take down M80 if and when you meet them?
Oh, we all gotta be feeling primed up. Gotta be on playoffs ready for them because those guys are. I mean, I said myself, Ung still got it, but Nismo over there, damn, that guy's got it.
Yes, he does, and it's so impressive to watch them. But I mean, it's also so impressive to watch you guys. I mean, watching Fly is Calling. Everyone. We were talking about it before you came in here. Every one of you can have a lights out game, right? I can have these moments where you just go, kind of what we know you for, and it's something that we expect from you at this point. Let's say in a world, maybe you're not having the best game, you're not playing as well as you can. How does core like adapt to that? Because it seems like even if someone is not doing Sprawl, core immediately kind of like heals and picks up the slack for them.
Yeah. I think it honestly happened on Pearl today. Like we're all role players. We know what our jobs are. I think Matthew or Kumi was like getting pretty unlucky. He was like 2-10 at one point, I think. And then on the defense, he won us like 5 key rounds back to back to back to back. And like Fly even said it in our comms, like those 7 kills that he got were the most impactful kills. And I completely agree. Like he carried us out of like some stupid mistake that we did. Like I died art. Like that was really bad for me on a big swing round.
It happens. Haven't we all died art?
Yeah, it happens. I hate that area. But I think it's just a matter of like just always everyone staying in it and just even if you're not shooting, just doing your job, keeping the comms up.
I think something we don't get to hear a lot from you guys is your comms. And so like when I was talking to SAD Esports earlier today, Vita was talking about how he's keeping the energy up. They were a bit tilted before the comeback started and he was getting them really hyped and excited, and Welly thanked him for that. What would you say your energy and your vibe is like as core?
I think core is probably one of the more laid back teams I've played on. I think the Infiltrator joining like definitely helped in the hype department. I think it's probably me, Infiltrator, and Fly. Honestly, whenever there's hype moments, all of us yell, but like as our base level, it's like pretty chill, I'd say.
Yeah, it's not. There's no like calming over each other. It's just like a vibe that is. It's vibey. It's a vibe. Okay,
yeah, we could say that. We could say that. Yeah.
We could say that. I mean, I wouldn't know. That's what I'm asking. Well, that is all the questions I have for you, friend. I'm gonna let you go celebrate your win today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice title. Bye bye.
Nice title. Bye.
I love saying nice title, and you guys have no idea what I'm talking about. That's my favorite part
no
of this.
Idea
Not
what you're
a
talking
single
about.
clue. Basically, really long story short, his stream title used to just be, please click this. And the first time I went in there, I just said nice title, and he was like, thanks. And then he kept being his stream title. And so I was like, nice title. So now it's like it's our thing.
Wow, you're so cool on a first name basis.
Cool. What's even cooler, our bracket. Let's take a look at how our bracket, our Swiss stage, is ending up today, or it has ended up today. We've had some games all over. SAD versus, oh, that's gonna be so good. Oh my God. SAD versus M80 are 2 undefeated teams. Dynamo versus Rose, EG versus D1. Roy, we have so many bangers. We're so lucky in Challengers.
Yeah, I mean, let's start at the top. I feel like the SAD M80 is so interesting because their stories are so different, right? Like SAD Esports is kind of the sleeper roster coming into this. They need a win in this split, right? Whereas M80 is more of the, I mean, they have a lot of points. I think they're leading, if I'm not mistaken.
Stage 2 champions.
Yep. And they're looking good. Like even if this split is not perfect, they still have a really good shot at qualifying, at least for play-ins. But for SAD Esports, it's the dream route. Like this is the dream run, right? Like it's do or die for them. So the story could not be any more different, but still so interesting for both of those rosters.
Vance, is there a game that your eye is drawn to right here?
Well, if it actually has not been played yet, that 2-1 in there, if there's an SRB ADG, I'd be kind of down to watch that one, right?
That'll be fun.
I think that's another one of like the similar storylines at the same time too, where SRB second places for the last two, ADG building a super team, just like SAD is their own super team as well. So I think that's going to be a super cool one to watch.
I personally, Pigeons versus Evictix. That is one I also have my eyes on. Evictix can go so lights out when they can and when they're able to, and it is so exciting to watch them. But friends, that is going to be it for us today. But here's a little fun fact: Valorant was released 6 years ago today on PC. Isn't that crazy?
Happy anniversary, Derek.
Happy anniversary, Valorant.
Happy anniversary, Derek.
But all things considered, this game, I think I can speak for all of us here, has changed our lives for the better, and we are so thankful that this game is our job. So on behalf of the casters, the desk, production, everyone in between and beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and happy birthday, Valorant. We love you.
Happy birthday, Valorant.
Not the cleanest shots though from paint, but that's all the information that you need. Yeah, you toss the volley at your feet, reset back up top. This is a lot of confidence. It's Sander thinking that they're not actually on for the defuse, but you got to be a little bit cautious here. And finally, the back comes through and paints behind 3 for the win.
Yeah, 2 away from that running back.
That's all that NA Esports are interested in.
There's a wall bank on there. And look how much space on it is on. Definitely that Marshall picked up too long.
And now all of a sudden, Pain last one left, nowhere to go through mid. 2 flawless rounds in a row for NRGA Academy.
Many of that A having presence. Steel Garden out.
He is not affected. There's the knives. Okay. How about that? 2 insane sanity from Moose. A couple of times over now. Infiltrator looking to get aggressive, find a finding to play through mid. He's got Flyo with him, but they don't trade that one out efficiently. Now Kumi, a little bit of pressure here, shut down, able to find the first. Good patience for all of it. Oh my goodness. Another heroic moment for QOR. Hot hands to heal. That's some damage being tallied. He's going to back up into cycle here. 3-2 crunch for QOR on the 8-1.
Nice space to be taking a bit of damage, but moves with the 3K, a collat on 2 as well. I think one of the
not the cleanest shots though from